Section 15 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3 by James Boswell, Section 15. Dr. Johnson to Mr. Boswell. Madam, though I am well enough pleased with the taste of sweetmeats, very little of the pleasure which I received at the arrival of your jar of marmalade arose from eating it. Footnote. It is not easy to detect Johnson in anything that comes even near an inaccuracy. Let me quote, therefore, a passage from one of his letters which shows that when he wrote to Mrs. Boswell, he had not, as he seems to imply, eaten any of the marmalade. August the 4th, 1777. I believe it was after I left your house that I received a pot of orange marmalade from Mrs. Boswell. We have now, I hope, made it up. I have not opened my pot. End of footnote. I received it as a token of friendship, as a proof of reconciliation, things much sweeter than sweetmeats, and upon this consideration I return to you, dear Madame, my sincerest thanks. By having your kindness, I think I have a double security for the continuance of Mr. Boswell's, which it is not to be expected that any man can long keep, when the influence of a lady so highly and so justly valued operates against him. Mr. Boswell will tell you that I was always faithful to your interest, and always endeavoured to exalt you in his estimation. You must now do the same for me. We must all help one another, and you must now consider me as, dear Madame, your most obliged and most humble servant, Sam Johnson, July the 22nd, 1777. Mr. Boswell to Dr. Johnson, Edinburgh, July the 28th, 1777. My dear Sir, this is the day on which you were to leave London, and I have been amusing myself in the intervals of my law drudgery with figuring you in the Oxford post-coach. I doubt, however, if you have had so merry a journey as you and I had in that vehicle last year, when you made so much sport with Gwyn the architect. Incidents upon a journey are recollected with peculiar pleasure. They are preserved in brisk spirits, and come up again in our minds, tinctured with that gaiety, or at least that animation with which we first perceived them. I added that something had occurred which I was afraid might prevent me from meeting him, and that my wife had been affected with complaints which threatened a consumption, but was now better. Footnote. What it was that had occurred is shown by Johnson's letter to Mrs. Thrale on August the 4th. Boswell's project is disconcerted by a visit from a relation of Yorkshire, whom he mentions as the head of his clan. Bozzy, as you know, make a huge bustle about his own motions and all mine. I have enclosed a letter to pacify him and reconcile him to the uncertainties of human life. End of footnote. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, do not disturb yourself about our interviews. I hope we shall have many, nor think it anything hard or unusual that your design of meeting me is interrupted. We have both endured greater evils, and have greater evils to expect. Mrs. Boswell's illness makes a more serious distress. Does the blood rise from her lungs or from her stomach? From little vessels broken in the stomach there is no danger. Blood from the lungs is, I believe, always frothy, as mixed with wind. Your physicians know very well what is to be done. The loss of such a lady would indeed be very afflictive, and I hope she is in no danger. Take care to keep her mind as easy as is possible. I have left Langton in London. He has been down with the militia, and is again quiet at home, talking to his little people, as, I suppose, you do sometimes. Make my compliments to Miss Veronica. Footnote. When she was about 4 months old, Boswell declared that she should have £500 of additional fortune on account of her fondness for Dr. Johnson. She died, says Malone, of a consumption 4 months after her father. End of footnote. The rest are too young for ceremony. I cannot but hope that you have taken your country house at a very seasonable time, and that it may conduce to restore or establish Mrs. Boswell's health, as well as provide room and exercise for the young ones, that you and your lady may both be happy and long enjoy your happiness, is the sincere and earnest wish of, dear Sir, your most, and etc., Sam Johnson, Oxford, August 4th, 1777. Mr. Boswell to Dr. Johnson, informing him that my wife had continued to grow better, so that my alarming apprehensions were relieved, and that I hoped to disengage myself from the other embarrassment which had occurred, and therefore requesting to know particularly when he intended to be at Ashbourne. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I am this day come to Ashbourne, and I have only to tell you that Dr. Taylor says you shall be welcome to him, and you know how welcome you will be to me. Make haste to let me know when you may be expected. Make my compliments to Mrs. Boswell, and tell her I hope we shall be at variance no more. I am, dear Sir, your most humble servant, Sam Johnson, August 30th, 1777. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, on Saturday I wrote a very short letter, immediately upon my arrival hither, to show you that I am not less desirous of the interview than yourself. Life admits not of delays. When pleasure can be had, it is fit to catch it. Every hour takes away part of the things that please us, and perhaps part of our disposition to be pleased. When I came to Lichfield, I found my old friend Harry Jackson dead. It was a loss, and a loss not to be repaired, as he was one of the companions of my childhood. I hope we may long continue to gain friends, but the friends which merit or usefulness can procure us are not able to supply the place of old acquaintance, with whom the days of youth may be retraced, and those images revived which gave us the earliest delight. If you and I live to be much older, we shall take great delight in talking over the Hebridean journey. In the meantime, it may not be amiss to contrive some other little adventure, but what it can be I know not. Leave it, as Sidney says, to virtue, fortune, wine, and woman's breast, for I believe Mrs. Boswell must have some part in the consultation. Footnote. By an odd mistake, in the first 3 editions we find a reading in this line to which Dr. Johnson would by no means have subscribed, wine having been substituted for time. That error probably was a mistake in the transcript of Johnson's original letter. The other deviation in the beginning of the line, virtue instead of nature, must be attributed to his memory having deceived him. The verse quoted is the concluding line of a sonnet of Sidney's. Who doth desire that chaste his wife should be, first be he true, for truth doth truth deserve. Then be he such, as she his worth may see, and always one credit with her preserve, not toying kind, nor causelessly unkind, nor stirring thoughts, nor yet denying right, nor spying faults, nor in plain errors blind, never hard hand, nor ever reins too light. As far from want, as far from vain expense, the one doth enforce, the other doth entice. Allow good company, but drive from thence all filthy mouths that glory in their vice. This done, thou hast no more, but leave the rest to nature, fortune, time, and woman's breast. Malone. End of footnote. One thing you will like. The doctor, so far as I can judge, is likely to leave us enough to ourselves. He was out today before I came down, and I fancy will stay out till dinner. I have brought the papers about poor Dodd to show you, but you will soon have dispatched them. Before I came away, I sent poor Mrs. Williams into the country, very ill of a pituitous defluxion, which wastes her gradually away, and which her physician declares himself unable to stop. I supplied her, as far as could be desired, with all conveniences to make her excursion and abode pleasant and useful, but I am afraid she can only linger a short time in a morbid state of weakness and pain. The Thrales, little and great, are all well, and purpose to go to Brighthelmstone at Michaelmas. They will invite me to go with them, and perhaps I may go, but I hardly think I shall like to stay the whole time, but of futurity we know but little. Mrs. Porter is well, but Mrs. Aston, one of the ladies at Stow Hill, has been struck with a palsy, from which she is not likely ever to recover. How soon may such a stroke fall upon us? Write to me, and let us know when we may expect you. I am, dear sir, your most humble servant, Sam Johnson, Ashbourne, September 1st, 1777. Mr. Boswell to Dr. Johnson, Edinburgh, September 9th, 1777. After informing him that I was to set out next day in order to meet him at Ashbourne. I have a present for you from Lord Hailes, the 5th book of Lactantius, which he has published with Latin notes. He is also to give you a few anecdotes for your Life of Thomson, who I find was private tutor to the present Earl of Haddington, Lord Hailes' cousin, a circumstance not mentioned by Dr. Murdoch. I have keen expectations of delight from your edition of the English poets. I am sorry for poor Mrs. Williams' situation. You will, however, have the comfort of reflecting on your kindness to her. Mr. Jackson's death and Mr. Aston's palsy are gloomy circumstances, yet surely we should be habituated to the uncertainty of life and health. When my mind is unclouded by melancholy, I consider the temporary distresses of this state of being as light afflictions, by stretching my mental view into that glorious after existence, when they will appear to be as nothing. But present pleasures and present pains must be felt. I lately read Rasselas over again with great satisfaction. Footnote. Boswell says, I am not satisfied if a year passes without my having read Rasselas through. End of footnote. Since you are desirous to hear about Macquarie's sale, I shall inform you particularly. The gentleman who purchased Oliva is Mr. Campbell of Auchnabe. Our friend Macquarie was proprietor of 2/3 of it, of which the rent was £156 5s. 1.5 pennies. This parcel was set up at £4,069 5s. 1 penny, but it sold for no less than £5,540. The other third of Ulva, with the island of Staffa, belonged to Macquarie of Ormaig. Its rent, including that of Staffa, £83 12s. 2.5 pence, set up at £2178 16 shillings and 4 pence, sold for no less than £3,540. The Laird of Cole wished to purchase Oliva, but he thought the price too high. There may indeed be great improvements made there, both in fishing and agriculture, but the interest of the purchase money exceeds the rent so very much that I doubt if the bargain will be profitable. There is an island called Little Colonsay of £10 yearly rent, which I am informed has belonged to the Macquaries of Ulva for many ages, but which was lately claimed by the Presbyterian Synod of Argyle in consequence of a grant made to them by Queen Anne. It is believed that their claim will be dismissed, and that Little Colonsay will be sold for the advantage of Macquarie's creditors. What think you of purchasing this island and endowing a school or college there, the master to be a clergyman of the Church of England? How venerable would such an institution make the name of Dr. Samuel Johnson in the Hebrides! I have, like yourself, a wonderful pleasure in recollecting our travels in those islands. The pleasure is, I think, greater than it reasonably should be, considering that we had not much either of beauty or elegance to charm our imaginations, or of rude novelty to astonish. Let us by all means have another expedition. I shrink a little from our scheme of going up the Baltic. Footnote. It appears that Johnson, now in his 68th year, was seriously inclined to realize the project of our going up the Baltic, which I had started when we were in the Isle of Skye. For he thus writes to Mrs. Thrale: Ashbourne, September the 13th, 1777. Boswell, I believe, is coming. He talks of being here today. I shall be glad to see him, but he shrinks from the Baltic expedition, which I think is the best scheme in our power. What we shall substitute I know not. He wants to see Wales, but except the woods of Bachycray, what is there in Wales that can fill the hunger of ignorance or quench the thirst of curiosity? We may perhaps form some scheme or other, but in the phrase of Hockley in the Hole, it is a pity he has not a better bottom. Such an ardour of mind and vigour of enterprise is admirable at any age, but more particularly so at the advanced period at which Johnson was then arrived. I am sorry now that I did not insist on our executing that scheme. Besides the other objects of curiosity and observation, to have seen my illustrious friend received, as he probably would have been, by a prince so eminently distinguished for his variety of talents and acquisitions as the late King of Sweden, and by the Empress of Russia, whose extraordinary abilities, information, and magnanimity astonished the world, would have afforded a noble subject for contemplation and record. This reflection may possibly be thought too visionary by the more sedate and cold-blooded part of my readers, yet I own I frequently indulge it with an earnest, unavailing regret. Boswell. In the Spectator, Hockley in the Hole is described as a place of no small renown for the gallantry of the lower order of Britons. Fielding mentions it in Jonathan Wild. Jonathan married Elizabeth, daughter of Scrag Hollow of Hockley in the Hole, Esquire, and by her had Jonathan, who is the illustrious subject of these memoirs. In the Beggar's Opera, Act 1, Mrs. Peachum says to Filch, "You should go to Hockley in the Hole and to Marylebone, child, to learn valour. These are the schools that have bred so many brave men." Hockley in the Hole was in Clerkenwell. That Johnson had this valour was shown 2 years earlier, when he wrote to Mrs. Thrale about a sum of £14,000 that the Thrales had received. "If I had money enough, what would I do? Perhaps if you and master did not hold me, I might go to Cairo, and down the Red Sea to Bengal, and take a ramble in India. Would this be better than building and planting? It will surely give more variety to the eye, and more amplitude to the mind. Half 14,000 would send me out to see other forms of existence, and bring me back to describe them. To the King of Sweden, late, was added in the second edition, Gustavus III having been assassinated in March 1792. The story is somewhere told that George III, on hearing the news, cried out, What? Shot? Shot? The Empress of Russia was Catherine II. End of footnote. I am sorry you have already been in Wales, for I wish to see it. Shall we go to Ireland, of which I have seen but little? We shall try to strike out a plan when we are at Ashbourne. I am ever your most faithful, humble servant, James Boswell. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I write to be left at Carlisle as you direct me, but you cannot have it. Your letter, dated September the 6th, was not at this place till this day, Thursday, September the 11th, and I hope you will be here before this is at Carlisle. Footnote. It so happened. The letter was forwarded to my house at Edinburgh. Boswell. Arthur Young describes in 1768 some of the roads along which Boswell was to travel 9 years later. I would advise all travellers to consider the country between Newcastle-under-Lyme and Preston as sea, and as soon as think of driving into the ocean as venturing into such detestable roads. I am told the Derby way to Manchester is good, but further is not penetrable. The road from Wigan to Preston he calls infernal, and cautions all travellers who may accidentally purpose to travel this terrible country to avoid it as they would the devil. For 1,000 to 1 they break their necks or their limbs. They will meet here with ruts which I actually measured 4 feet deep, and floating with mud only from a wet summer. What therefore must it be after a winter? End of footnote. However, what you have not going, you may have returning, and as I believe I shall not love you less after our interview, it will then be as true as it is now that I set a very high value upon your friendship, and count your kindness as one of the chief felicities of my life. Do not fancy that an intermission of writing is a decay of kindness. No man is always in a disposition to write, nor has any man at all times something to say. That distrust which intrudes so often in your mind is a mode of melancholy, which, if it be the business of a wise man to be happy, it is foolish to indulge, and if it be a duty to preserve our faculties entire for their proper use, it is criminal. Suspicion is very often a useless pain. From that and all other pains I wish you free and safe, for I am, dear Sir, most affectionately yours, Sam Johnson, Ashbourne, September the 11th, 1777. On Sunday evening, September the 14th, I arrived at Ashbourne and drove directly up to Dr. Taylor's door. Dr. Johnson and he appeared before I had got out of the post-chaise, and welcomed me cordially. Footnote. Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale on September the 15th, 1777, Last night came Boswell. I am glad that he is come. He seems to be very brisk and lively, and laughs a lot. No doubt Taylor. On the 18th he wrote, Boswell is with us in good humour, and plays his part with his usual vivacity. On this Baretti noted in his copy that he makes more noise than anybody in company, talking and laughing loud. On page 216 in volume 1 he noted, Boswell is not quite right-headed in my humble opinion. End of footnote. I told them that I had travelled all the preceding night and gone to bed at Lakin in Staffordshire, and that when I rose to go to church in the afternoon I was informed there had been an earthquake, of which it seems the shock had been felt in some degree at Ashbourne. Johnson. Sir, it will be much exaggerated in popular talk, for in the first place the common people do not accurately adapt their thoughts to the objects, nor secondly do they accurately adapt their words to their thoughts. They do not mean to lie, but taking no pains to be exact, they give you very false accounts. A great part of their language is proverbial. If anything rocks at all, they say it rocks like a cradle, and in this way they go on. The subject of grief for the loss of relations and friends being introduced, I observed that it was strange to consider how soon it in general wears away. Dr. Taylor mentioned a gentleman of the neighbourhood as the only instance he had ever known of a person who had endeavoured to retain grief. He told Dr. Taylor that after his lady's death, which affected him deeply, he resolved that the grief which he cherished with a kind of sacred fondness should be lasting, but that he found he could not keep it long. Johnson. All grief for what cannot in the course of nature be helped soon wears away, in some sooner, indeed in some later, but it never continues very long, unless where there is madness, such as will make a man have pride so fixed in his mind as to imagine himself a king, or any other passion in an unreasonable way. For all unnecessary grief is unwise, and therefore will not be long retained by a sound mind. Footnote. Grief has its time, he once said. Grief is a species of idleness, he wrote to Mrs. Thrale. He constantly taught that it is a duty not to allow the mind to prey on itself. Gaiety is a duty when health requires it. Encourage yourself in bustle and variety and cheerfulness, he wrote to Mrs. Thrale 10 weeks after the death of her only surviving son. Even to think in the most reasonable manner, he said at another time, is for the present not useful as not to think. When Mr. Thrale died, he wrote to his widow, I think business the best remedy for grief, as soon as it can be admitted. To Dr. Taylor Johnson wrote, sadness only multiplies self. End of footnote. If indeed the cause of our grief is occasioned by our own misconduct, if grief is mingled with remorse of conscience, it should be lasting. Boswell. But, sir, we do not approve of a man who very soon forgets the loss of a wife or friend. Johnson. Sir, we disapprove of him, not because he soon forgets his grief, for the sooner it is forgotten the better, but because we suppose that if he forgets his wife or his friend soon, he has not had much affection for them. Footnote. There is no wisdom in useless and hopeless sorrow, but there is something in it so like virtue that he who is wholly without it cannot be loved, nor will by me at least be thought worthy of esteem. Against this Baretti has written in the margin, Johnson never grieved much for anything. His trade was wisdom. End of footnote. I was somewhat disappointed in finding that the edition of the English poets, for which he was to write prefaces and lives, was not an undertaking directed by him, but that he was to furnish a preface and life to any poet the booksellers pleased. I asked him if he would do this to any dunce's work if they should ask him. Johnson. Yes, sir, and say he was a dunce. My friend seemed now not much to relish talking of this edition. On Monday, September the 15th, Dr. Johnson observed that everybody commended such parts of his journey to the Western Islands as were in their own way. For instance, said he, Mr. Jackson, the all-knowing, told me there was more good sense upon trade in it than he should hear in the House of Commons in a year, except from Burke. Jones commended the part which treats of language, Burke that which describes the inhabitants of mountainous countries. Footnote. Mr. Croker remarks on this. Johnson evidently thought either that Ireland is generally mountainous, or that Mr. Burke came from a part which was. But he was mistaken. The allusion may well be, not to Burke as a native of Ireland, but to him as a student of national politics and economy, to whom any general reflection on the character of mountaineers would be welcome. In Johnson's works it is stated that it was the philosophy of the book that Burke thought well of. End of footnote. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 16. After breakfast, Johnson carried me to see the garden belonging to the school of Ashbourne, which is very prettily formed upon a bank, rising gradually behind the house. The Reverend Mr. Langley, the headmaster, accompanied us. Footnote. Mr. Langley, I have little doubt, is the Mr. L. of the following passage in Johnson's letter written from Ashbourne on July the 12th, 1775. Mr. L. and the doctor still continue at variance, and the doctor is afraid, and Mr. L. not desirous of a reconciliation. I therefore step over at by-times, and of by-times I have enough. End of footnote. While we sat basking in the sun upon a seat here, I introduced a common subject of complaint, the very small salaries which many curates have, and I maintained that no man should be invested with the character of a clergyman unless he has a security for such an income as will enable him to appear respectable, that therefore a clergyman should not be allowed to have a curate unless he gives him £100 a year. If he cannot do that, let him perform the duty himself. Johnson. To be sure, sir, it is wrong that any clergyman should be without a reasonable income. But as the church revenues were sadly diminished at the Reformation, the clergy who have livings cannot afford, in many instances, to give good salaries to curates, without leaving themselves too little. And if no curate were to be permitted unless he had £100 a year, their number would be very small, which would be a disadvantage, as then there would not be such choice in the nursery for the church, curates being candidates for the higher ecclesiastical offices according to their merit and good behaviour. He explained the system of the English hierarchy very well. It is not thought fit, said he, to trust a man with the care of a parish until he has given proof as a curate that he shall deserve such a trust. This is an excellent theory, and if the practice were according to it, the Church of England would be admirable indeed. However, as I have heard Dr. Johnson observe as to the universities, bad practice does not infer that the constitution is bad. We had with us at dinner several of Dr. Taylor's neighbours, good civil gentlemen who seemed to understand Dr. Johnson very well, and not to consider him in the light that a certain person did. Footnote, George Garrick. End of footnote. Who being struck, or rather stunned, by his voice and manner, when he was afterwards asked what he thought of him, answered, "He's a tremendous companion." Johnson told me that Taylor was a very sensible, acute man, and had a strong mind, that he had great activity in some respects, and yet such a sort of indolence that if you should put a pebble upon his chimney-piece, you would find it there in the same state a year afterwards. And here is a proper place to give an account of Johnson's humane and zealous interference in behalf of the Reverend Dr. William Dodd, former prebendary of Brecon and chaplain in ordinary to His Majesty. Footnote: while Lord Bathurst held the Great Seal, an attempt was in vain made to corrupt him by a secret offer to Lady Bathurst of 3,000 guineas for the living of St. George's, Hanover Square. The offer was traced to the famous Dr. Dodd, then a king's chaplain, and he was immediately dismissed. End of footnote. Celebrated as a very popular preacher, an encourager of charitable institution, and author of a variety of works, chiefly theological. Footnote: Horace Walpole, who accompanied Prince Edward to a service at the Magdalen House in 1760, thus describes the service: "As soon as we entered the chapel, the organ played, and the Magdalens sung a hymn in parts. You cannot imagine how well. The chapel was dressed with orange and myrtle, and there wanted nothing but a little incense to drive away the devil, or to invite him. Prayers then began, psalms and a sermon, the latter by a young clergyman, one Dodd, who contributed to the popish idea one had imbibed by haranguing entirely in the French style, and very eloquently and touchingly. He apostrophized the lost sheep, who sobbed and cried from their souls. So did my Lady Hertford and Fanny Pelham, till, I believe, the city dames took them both for Jane Shores. The confessor then turned to the audience, and addressed himself to His Royal Highness, whom he called Most Illustrious Prince, beseeching his protection. In short, it was a very pleasing performance, and I got the Most Illustrious to desire it might be printed. Dr. A. Carlyle heard Dodd preach in 1769. We had, he says, difficulty to get tolerable seats. The crowd of genteel people was so great. The unfortunate young women were in a latticed gallery, where you could only see those who chose to be seen. The preacher's text was, If a man look down on a woman to lust after her, and etc. The text itself was shocking, and the sermon was composed with the least possible delicacy, and was a shocking insult on a sincere penitent, and fuel for the warm passions of the hypocrites. The fellow was handsome, and delivered his discourse remarkably well for a reader. When he had finished, there were unceasing whispers of applause, which I could not help contradicting aloud, and condemning the whole institution, as well as the exhibition of the preacher, as contra bonos mores, and a disgrace to a Christian city. Goldsmith in 1774 exposed Dodd as a quacking divine in his retaliation. He describes Dr. Douglas as the scourge of impostors, the terror of quacks, and he continues, But now he is gone, and we want a detector. Our Dodds shall be pious, our Kenricks shall lecture. End of footnote. Having unhappily contracted expensive habits of living, partly occasioned by a licentiousness of manners, he, in an evil hour, when pressed by want of money, and dreading an exposure of his circumstances, forged a bond of which he attempted to avail himself to support his credit, flattering himself with hopes that he might be able to repay its amount without being detected. The person whose name he thus rashly and criminally presumed to falsify was the Earl of Chesterfield. Footnote: the fifth Earl, the successor of the celebrated Earl. On February the 22nd, 1777, Dodd was convicted of forging a bond for £4,200 in his name. The Earl was unfortunate in his tutors, for he had been also under Cuthbert Shaw, to whom he had been a tutor, and who he perhaps, in the warmth of his feelings, flattered himself would have generously paid the money in case of an alarm being taken, rather than suffer him to fall a victim to the dreadful consequences of violating the law against forgery, the most dangerous crime in a commercial country. But the unfortunate divine had the mortification to find that he was mistaken. His noble pupil appeared against him, and he was capitally convicted. Johnson told me that Dr. Dodd was very little acquainted with him, having been but once in his company, many years previous to this period, which was precisely the state of my own acquaintance with Dodd. Footnote: Mr. Croker quotes the following letter of Dodd, dated 1750. I spent yesterday afternoon with Johnson, the celebrated author of the Rambler, who is, of all others, the oddest and most peculiar fellow I ever saw. He is 6 feet high, has a violent convulsion in his head, and his eyes are distorted. He speaks roughly and loud, listens to no man's opinions, thoroughly pertinacious of his own. Good sense flows from him in all he utters, and he seems possessed of a prodigious fund of knowledge, which he is not at all reserved in communicating, but in a manner so obstinate, ungenteel, and boorish, as renders it disagreeable and dissatisfactory. In short, it is impossible for words to describe him. He seems often inattentive to what passes in company, and then looks like a person possessed by some superior spirit. I have been reflecting on him ever since I saw him. He is a man of most universal and surprising genius, but in himself particular beyond expression. Dodd was born in 1729. But in his distress he bethought himself of Johnson's persuasive power of writing, if haply it might avail to obtain for him the royal mercy. He did not apply to him directly, but, extraordinary as it may seem, through the late Countess of Harrington, who wrote a letter to Johnson asking him to employ his pen in favour of Dodd. Mr. Allen, the printer, who was Johnson's landlord and next neighbour in Bolt Court, and for whom he had much kindness. Footnote: one of my best and tenderest friends, Johnson called him, was one of Dodd's friends, of whom to the credit of humanity be it recorded that he had many who did not desert him, even after his infringement of the law had reduced him to the state of a man under sentence of death. Mr. Allen told me that he carried Lady Harrington's letter to Johnson, that Johnson read it walking up and down his chamber, and seemed much agitated, after which he said, "I will do what I can," and certainly he did make extraordinary exertions. He this evening, as he had obligingly promised in one of his letters, put into my hands the whole series of his writings upon this melancholy occasion, and I shall present my readers with the abstract which I made from the collection, in doing which I studied to avoid copying what had appeared in print, and now make part of the edition of Johnson's works, published by the booksellers of London, but taking care to mark Johnson's variations in some of the pieces there exhibited. Dr. Johnson wrote in the first place, Dr. Dodd's speech to the Recorder of London at the Old Bailey, when sentence of death was about to be pronounced upon him. He wrote also the convict's address to his unhappy brethren, a sermon delivered by Dr. Dodd in the chapel of Newgate. Footnote: the convict's address to his unhappy brethren being a sermon preached by the Reverend Dr. Dodd, Friday, June the 6th, 1777, in the chapel of Newgate, while under sentence of death for forging the name of the Earl of Chesterfield on a bond of £4,200, sold by the booksellers and news-carriers, price 2d. Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale from Lichfield on August the 9th. Lucy said, "When I read Dr. Dodd's sermon to the prisoners, I said Dr. Johnson could not make a better." End of footnote. According to Johnson's manuscript, it began thus after the text, "What shall I do to be saved?" These were the words with which the keeper, to whose custody Paul and Silas were committed by their prosecutors, addressed his prisoners when he saw them freed from their bonds by the perceptible agency of divine favour, and was therefore irresistibly convinced that they were not offenders against the laws, but martyrs to the truth. Dr. Johnson was so good as to mark for me with his own hand, on a copy of this sermon which is now in my possession, such passages as were added by Dr. Dodd. They are not many. Whoever will take the trouble to look at the printed copy and attend to what I mention will be satisfied of this. There is a short introduction by Dr. Dodd, and he also inserted this sentence: "You see with what confusion and dishonour I now stand before you, no more in the pulpit of instruction, but on this humble seat with yourselves." The notes are entirely Dodd's own, and Johnson's writing ends at the words, "the thief whom he pardoned on the cross." Footnote: and finally we must commend and entrust our souls to him who died for the sins of men, with earnest wishes and humble hopes that he will admit us with the labourers who entered the vineyard at the last hour, and associate us with the thief whom he pardoned on the cross. End of footnote. What follows was supplied by Dr. Dodd himself. Footnote: the gentleman magistrate for 1777 says of this address, "As none but a convict could have written this, all convicts ought to read it, and we therefore recommend its being framed and hung up in all prisons." Mr. Croker, italicizing could and suppressing the latter part of the sentence, describes it as a criticism that must have been offensive to Johnson. The writer's meaning is simple enough. The address, he knew, was delivered in the chapel of Newgate by a prisoner under sentence of death. If instead of written he had said delivered, his meaning would have been quite clear. End of footnote. The other pieces mentioned by Johnson in the above-mentioned collection are two letters, one to the Lord Chancellor Bathurst, not Lord North, as is erroneously supposed, and one to Lord Mansfield, a petition from Dr. Dodd to the King, a petition from Mrs. Dodd to the Queen, observations of some length inserted in the newspapers on occasion of Earl Percy's having presented to His Majesty a petition for mercy to Dodd, signed by 20,000 people, but all in vain. He told me that he had also written a petition from the City of London, but, said he with a significant smile, they mended it. Footnote: having unexpectedly, by the favour of Mr. Stone of London Field, Hackney, seen the original in Johnson's handwriting of the petition of the City of London to His Majesty in favour of Mr. Dodd, that William Dodd, Doctor of Laws, now lying under sentence of death in your Majesty's jail of Newgate for the crime of forgery, has for a great part of his life set a useful and laudable example of diligence in his calling, and, as we have reason to believe, has exercised his ministry with great fidelity and efficacy, which, in many instances, has produced the most happy effect. That he has been the first institutor, and a very earnest and active promoter of several modes of useful charity, and that therefore he may be considered as having been on many occasions a benefactor to the public. That when they consider his past life, they are willing to suppose his late crime to have been not the consequence of habitual depravity, but the suggestion of some sudden and violent temptation. That your petitioners, therefore, considering his case, as in some of its circumstances unprecedented and peculiar, and encouraged by your Majesty's known clemency, they most humbly recommend the said William Dodd to his, your Majesty's most gracious consideration, in hopes that he will be found not altogether unfit, unworthy to stand an example of royal mercy. Boswell. End of footnote. The last of these articles which Johnson wrote is Dr. Dodd's last solemn declaration, which he left with the sheriff at the place of execution. Here also my friend marked the variations on a copy of that piece now in my possession. Dodd inserted, "I never knew or attended to the calls of frugality or the needful minuteness of painful economy." And in the next sentence he introduced the words which I distinguish by italics. "My life for some few unhappy years past has been dreadfully erroneous." Johnson's expression was hypocritical, but his remark on the margin is, "With this, he said, he could not charge himself." Having thus authentically settled what part of the occasional papers concerning Dr. Dodd's miserable situation came from the pen of Johnson, I shall proceed to present my readers with my record of the unpublished writings relating to that extraordinary and interesting matter. I found a letter to Dr. Johnson from Dr. Dodd, May the 23rd, 1777, in which the convict's address seems clearly to be meant. "I am so penetrated, my ever dear sir, with a sense of your extreme benevolence towards me, that I cannot find words equal to the sentiments of my heart. You are too conversant in the world to need the slightest hint from me of what infinite utility the speech on the awful day has been to me." Footnote: his speech at the Old Bailey when found guilty. Boswell. End of footnote. I experience every hour some good effect from it. I am sure that effects still more salutary and important must follow from your kind and intended favour. I will labour, God being my helper, to do justice to it from the pulpit. I am sure, had I your sentiments constantly to deliver from thence, in all their mighty force and power, not a soul could be left unconvinced and unpersuaded. He added, "May God Almighty bless and reward with his choicest comforts your philanthropic actions, and enable me at all times to express what I feel of the high and uncommon obligations which I owe to the first man in our times." On Sunday, June the 22nd, he writes, begging Dr. Johnson's assistance in framing a supplicatory letter to his Majesty. If his Majesty could be moved of his royal clemency to spare me and my family the horrors and ignominy of a public death, which the public itself is solicitous to waive, and to grant me in some silent distant corner of the globe to pass the remainder of my days in penitence and prayer, I would bless his clemency and be humbled. The letter was brought to Dr. Johnson when in church. He stooped down and read it, and wrote when he went home the following letter for Dr. Dodd to the King. Sir, may it not offend your Majesty that the most miserable of men applies himself to your clemency, as his last hope and his last refuge, that your mercy is most earnestly and humbly implored by a clergyman, whom your laws and judges have condemned to the horror and ignominy of a public execution. I confess the crime, and own the enormity of its consequences, and the danger of its example. Nor have I the confidence to petition for impunity, but humbly hope that public security may be established without the spectacle of a clergyman dragged through the streets, to a death of infamy, amidst the derision of the profligate and profane, and that justice may be satisfied with irrevocable exile, perpetual disgrace, and hopeless penury. My life, sir, has not been useless to mankind. I have benefited many, but my offences against God are numberless, and I have had little time for repentance. Preserve me, sir, by your prerogative of mercy, from the necessity of appearing unprepared at that tribunal, before which kings and subjects must stand at least together. Permit me to hide my guilt in some obscure corner of a foreign country, where, if I can ever attain confidence to hope that my prayers will be heard, they shall be poured with all the fervour of gratitude for the life and happiness of your Majesty. I am, sir, your Majesty's, and etc. Subjoined to it was written as follows: To Dr. Dodd, Sir, I most seriously enjoin you not to let it be at all known that I have written this letter, and to return the copy to Mr. Allen in a cover to me. I hope I need not tell you that I wish it success, but do not indulge hope. Tell nobody. It happened luckily that Mr. Allen was pitched on to assist in this melancholy office, for he was a great friend of Mr. Akerman, the keeper of Newgate. Dr. Johnson never went to see Dr. Dodd. He said to me, it would have done him more harm than good to Dodd, who once expressed a desire to see him, but not earnestly. Dr. Johnson, on the 20th of June, wrote the following letter to the Right Honourable Charles Jenkinson. Sir, since the conviction and condemnation of Dr. Dodd, I have had, by the intervention of a friend, some intercourse with him, and I am sure that I shall lose nothing in your opinion by tenderness and commiseration. Whatever be the crime, it is not easy to have any knowledge of the delinquent without a wish that his life may be spared, at least when no life has been taken away by him. I will therefore take the liberty of suggesting some reasons for which I wish this unhappy being to escape the utmost rigour of his sentence. He is, so far as I can recollect, the first clergyman of our church who has suffered public execution for immorality, and I know not whether it would not be more for the interest of religion to bury such an offender in the obscurity of perpetual exile than to expose him in a cart and on the gallows to all who for any reason are enemies to the clergy. The supreme power has in all ages paid some attention to the voice of the people, and that voice does not least deserve to be heard when it calls out for mercy. There is now a very general desire that Dodd's life should be spared. More is not wished, and perhaps this is not too much to be granted. If you, sir, have any opportunity of enforcing these reasons, you may perhaps think them worthy of consideration, but whatever you determine, I most respectfully entreat that you will be pleased to pardon for this intrusion. Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Sam Johnson. It has been confidently circulated, with invidious remarks, that to this letter no attention whatever was paid by Mr. Jenkinson. afterwards Earl of Liverpool, and that he did not even deign to show the common civility of owning the receipt of it. Footnote: in the second edition he is described as now Lord Hawkesbury. He had entered public life as Lord Bute's private secretary, and, according to Horace Walpole, continued in it as his tool. Walpole speaks of him as one of the Jesuits of the Treasury, and the director or agent of all the king's secret councils. His appearance was abject, his countenance betrayed a consciousness of secret guilt, and though his ambition and rapacity were insatiate, his demeanour exhibited such a want of spirit that, had he stood forth as Prime Minister, which he really was, his very look would have encouraged opposition. The third Earl of Liverpool wrote to Mr. Croker on December 7th, 1845, very shortly before George III's accession: "My father became confidential secretary of Lord Bute. If you can call secretary a man who all through his life was so bad a penman that he always dictated everything, and of whom, although I have a house full of papers, I have scarcely any in his own hand. The editor is in error in saying that the Earl of Liverpool who wrote this was the son of the Prime Minister. He was his half-brother." End of footnote. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 17. I could not but wonder at such conduct in the noble lord, whose own character and just elevation in life, I thought, must have impressed him with all due regard for great abilities and attainments. As the story had been much talked of, and apparently from good authority, I could not but have animadverted upon it in this work. Had it been as was alleged, but from my earnest love of truth, and having found reason to think that there might be a mistake, I presumed to write to his lordship, requesting an explanation, and it is with the sincerest pleasure that I am enabled to assure the world that there is no foundation for it, the fact being that, owing to some neglect or accident, Johnson's letter never came to Lord Hawkesbury's hands. I should have thought it strange indeed if that noble lord had undervalued my illustrious friend, but instead of this being the case, his lordship, in the very polite answer with which he was pleased immediately to honour me, thus expresses himself: "I have always respected the memory of Dr. Johnson, and admire his writings, and I frequently read many parts of them with pleasure and great improvement. All applications for the royal mercy having failed, Dr. Dodd prepared himself for death, and with a warmth of gratitude wrote to Dr. Johnson as follows: June the 25th, midnight. Accept, thou great and good heart, my earnest and fervent thanks and prayers for all thy benevolent and kind efforts in my behalf. O Dr. Johnson, as I sought your knowledge at an early hour in life, would to heaven I had cultivated the love and acquaintance of so excellent a man. I pray God most sincerely to bless you with the highest transports, the infelt satisfaction of humane and benevolent exertions, and admitted, as I trust I shall be, to the realms of bliss before you, I shall hail your arrival there with transports, and rejoice to acknowledge that you was my comforter, my advocate, and my friend. God be ever with you." Dr. Johnson lastly wrote to Dr. Dodd this solemn and soothing letter: To the Reverend Dr. Dodd. Dear Sir, that which is appointed to all men is now coming upon you. Outward circumstances, the eyes and the thoughts of men, are below the notice of an immortal being about to stand the trial for eternity before the supreme Judge of heaven and earth. Be comforted. Your crime, morally or religiously considered, has no very deep dye of turpitude. It corrupted no man's principles. It attacked no man's life. It involved only a temporary and reparable injury. Of this and all other sins you are earnestly to repent, and may God, who knoweth our frailty, and desireth not our death, accept your repentance for the sake of his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. In requital of those well-intended offices which you are pleased so emphatically to acknowledge, let me beg that you make in your devotions one petition for my eternal welfare. I am, dear Sir, your affectionate servant, Sam Johnson, June the 26th, 1777. Under the copy of this letter I found written in Johnson's own hand. Next day, June the 27th, he was executed. To conclude this interesting episode with an useful application, let us now attend to the reflections of Johnson at the end of the occasional papers, concerning the unfortunate Dr. Dodd. Such were the last thoughts of a man whom we have seen exulting in popularity, and sunk in shame. For his reputation, which no man can give to himself, those who conferred it are to answer. Of his public misery the means of judging were sufficiently attainable. He must be allowed to preach well, whose sermons strike his audience with forcible conviction. Of his life, those who thought it consistent with his doctrine did not originally form false notions. He was at first what we endeavoured to make others, but the world broke down his resolution, and he in time ceased to exemplify his own instructions. Let those who are tempted to his faults tremble at his punishment, and those whom he impressed from the pulpit with religious sentiments endeavour to confirm them by considering the regret and self-abhorrence with which he reviewed in prison his deviations from rectitude. Johnson gave us this evening, in his happy discriminative manner, a portrait of the late Mr. Fitzherbert of Derbyshire. There was, said he, no sparkle, no brilliancy in Fitzherbert, but I never knew a man who was so generally acceptable. Footnote. Burke wrote to Garrick of Fitzherbert, You know and love him, but I assure you, until we can talk some late matters over, you, even you, can have no adequate idea of the worth of that man. End of footnote. He made everybody quite easy, overpowered nobody by the superiority of his talents, made no man think worse of himself by being his rival, seemed always to listen, did not oblige you to hear much from him, and did not oppose what you said. Everybody liked him, but he had no friend, as I understand the word, nobody with whom he exchanged intimate thoughts. Footnote. I remember a man, writes Mrs. Piozzi, much delighted in by the upper ranks of society, who, upon a trifling embarrassment in his affairs, hanged himself behind the stable door, to the astonishment of all who knew him as the liveliest companion and most agreeable converser breathing. What upon earth, said one at our house, could have made Fitzherbert hang himself? Why, his just having a multitude of acquaintance, replied Dr. Johnson, and ne'er a friend. End of footnote. People were willing to think well of everything about him, a gentleman was making an affected rant, as many people do, of great feelings about his dear son, who was at school near London, how anxious he was lest he might be ill, and what he would give to see him. "Can't you," said Fitzherbert, "take a post-chaise and go to him?" This, to be sure, finished the affected man, but there was not much in it. Footnote: Dr. Gisborne, physician to His Majesty's household, has obligingly communicated to me a fuller account of this story than had reached Dr. Johnson. The affected gentleman was the late John Gilbert Cooper, Esquire, author of a Life of Socrates, and of some poems in Dodley's collection. Mr. Fitzherbert found him one morning apparently in such violent agitation on account of the indisposition of his son, as to seem beyond the power of comfort. At length, however, he exclaimed, "I'll write an elegy." Mr. Fitzherbert, being satisfied by this of the sincerity of his emotions, slyly said, "Had not you better take a post-chaise and go to see him?" It was the shrewdness of the insinuation which made the story be circulated. Boswell. Malone writes, Mr. Cooper was the last of the benevolists or sentimentalists who were much in vogue between 1750 and 1760, and dealt in general admiration of virtue. They were all tenderness in words, their finer feeling evaporated in the moment of expression, for they had no connection with their practice. This fashion seemed to have reached Paris a few years later. Madame Riccoboni wrote to Garrick on May 3, 1769, Dans notre brillante capitale, où dominent les airs et la mode, s'attendir, s'émouvoir, s'affliger, c'est le bon temps des moments, la bonté, la sensibilité, la tendre humanité sont devenues la fantaisie universelle. On ferait volontaire des malheureux pour goûter la douceur de la Flandre. End of footnote. However, this was circulated as wit for a whole winter, and I believe part of a summer too, a proof that he was no very witty man. He was an instance of the truth of the observation that a man will please more upon the whole by negative qualities than by positive, by never offending than by giving a great deal of delight. In the first place, men hate more steadily than they love, and if I have said something to hurt a man once, I shall not get the better of this by saying things to please him. Footnote: Johnson had felt the truth of this in the case of old Mr. Sheridan. End of footnote. Tuesday, September the 16th. Dr. Johnson having mentioned to me the extraordinary size and price of some cattle reared by Dr. Taylor, I rode out with our host, surveyed his farm, and was shown one cow which he had sold for 120 guineas, and another for which he had been offered 130. Footnote: Johnson, in his letters from Ashbourne, used to joke about Taylor's cattle. July the 23rd, 1770. I have seen the great bull, and very great he is. I have seen likewise his heir apparent, who promises to inherit all the bulk and all the virtues of his sire. I have seen the man who offered 100 guineas for the young bull, while he was yet little better than a calf. July the 3rd, 1771. The great bull has no disease but age. I hope in time to be like the great bull, and hope you will be like him too over 100 years hence. July the 10th, 1771. There has been a man here today to take a farm. After some talk he went to see the bull, and said that he had seen a bigger. Do you think he is likely to get the farm? October the 31st, 1772. Our bulls and cows are all well, but yet we hate the man that had seen the bigger bull. End of footnote. Taylor thus described to me his old schoolfellow and friend Johnson. He is a man of a very clear head, great power of words, and a very gay imagination. But there is no disputing with him. He will not hear you, and having a louder voice than you, must roar you down. In the afternoon I tried to get Dr. Johnson to like the poems of Mr. Hamilton of Bangor, which I had brought with me. I had been much pleased with them at a very early age. The impression still remained on my mind. It was confirmed by the opinion of my friend, the Honourable Andrew Erskine, himself both a good poet and a good critic, who thought Hamilton as true a poet as ever wrote, and that his not having fame was unaccountable. Johnson, upon repeated occasions while I was at Ashbourne, talked slightingly of Hamilton. He said there was no power of thinking in his verses, nothing that strikes one, nothing better than what you generally find in magazines, and that the highest praise they deserved was that they were very well for a gentleman to hand about among his friends. He said the imitation of Ne sit ancille tibi amor and etc. was too solemn. He read part of it at the beginning. He read the beautiful pathetic song, Ah, the poor shepherd's mournful tale, and did not seem to give attention to what I had been used to think tender, elegant strains, but laughed at the rhyme. In Scott's pronunciation, wishes and blushes, reading wushes, and there he stopped. Footnote. The tender glance, the reddening cheek, o'erspread with rising blushes, 1,000 various ways they speak, 1,000 various wishes. Hamilton's Poems. End of footnote. He owned that the epitaph on Lord Newhall was pretty well done. He read the inscription in a summer house, and a little of the imitations of Horace's epistles, but said he found nothing to make him desire to read on. When I urged that there were some good poetical passages in the book, "Where," said he, "will you find so large a collection without some?" I thought the description of Winter might obtain his approbation. See Winter from the frozen north drives his iron chariot forth, his grisly hand in icy chains, fair Tweeda's silver flood constrains, and etc. He asked, why an iron chariot, and said icy chains was an old image. Footnote. Thomson, in the Seasons, Winter describes how the ocean, by the boundless frost, is many a fathom to the bottom chained. Speaking of a thaw, he says, the river swells of bonds impatient. End of footnote. I was struck with the uncertainty of taste, and somewhat sorry that a poet whom I had long read with fondness was not approved by Dr. Johnson. I comforted myself with thinking that the beauties were too delicate for his robust perceptions. Garrick maintained that he had not a taste for the finest productions of genius, but I was sensible that when he took the trouble to analyse critically, he generally convinced us that he was right. In the evening, the Reverend Mr. Seward of Lichfield, who was passing through Ashbourne on his way home, drank tea with us. Johnson described him thus: Sir, his ambition is to be a fine talker, so he goes to Buxton and such places where he may find companies to listen to him. And, sir, he is valetudinarian, one of those who are always mending themselves. I do not know a more disagreeable character than a valetudinarian, who thinks he may do any thing that is for his ease, and indulges himself in the grossest freedoms. Sir, he brings himself to the state of a hog in a sty. Footnote. Johnson wrote of Pope, the indulgence and accommodation which his sickness required had taught him all the unpleasing and unsocial qualities of a valetudinary man. End of footnote. Dr. Taylor's nose happening to bleed, he said it was because he had omitted to have himself blooded 4 days after a quarter of a year's interval. Dr. Johnson, who was a great dabbler in physic. Footnote. When he was ill of a fever, he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "The doctor was with me again today, and we both think the fever quite gone. I believe it was not an intermittent, for I took of my own head physic yesterday, and Celsus says it seems that if a cathartic be taken, the fit will return certo certius. I would bear something rather than Celsus should be detected in an error. But I say it was a febris continua, and had a regular crisis." End of footnote. Disapproved much of periodical bleeding. Footnote. Johnson must have shortened his life by the bleedings that he underwent. How many they were cannot be known, for no doubt he was often bled when he has left no record of it. The following, however, I have noted. I do not know that he was bled more than most people of his time. Dr. Taylor, it should seem, underwent the operation every quarter. December 1755, thrice 54 ounces. January 1761, once. April 1770, cupped. Winter of 1772, three times. May 1773, 2 copious bleedings. 1774, times not mentioned, 36 ounces. January 1777, 3 bleedings, 22 ounces in first 2. January 1780, once. June 1780, times not mentioned. January and February 1782, thrice 50 ounces. May 1782, at least once. Yet he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "I am of the chymical sect, which holds phlebotomy in abhorrence." "Oh, why?" asks Wesley, who was as strongly opposed to bleeding as he was fond of poulticing. "Will physicians play with the lives of their patients? Do not others, as well as old Dr. Coburn, know that no end is answered by bleeding in a pleurisy, which may not be much better answered without it?" Dr. Shane, writes Pope, was of Mr. Cheselden's opinion, that bleeding might be frequently repeated with safety, for he advised me to take 4 or 5 ounces every full moon. End of footnote. "For," said he, "you accustom yourself to an evacuation which nature cannot perform of herself, and therefore she cannot help you, should you, from forgetfulness or any other cause, omit it. So you may be suddenly suffocated. You may accustom yourself to other periodical evacuations, because, should you omit them, nature can supply the omission, but nature cannot open a vein to blood you." "I do not like to take an emetic," said Dr. Taylor, "for fear of breaking some small vessels." "Poh," said Johnson, "if you have so many things that will break, you had better break your neck at once, and there's an end on it. You will break no small vessels," blowing with high derision. I mentioned to Dr. Johnson that David Hume's persisting in his infidelity when he was dying shocked me much. Johnson: "Why should it shock you, sir? Hume owned he had never read the New Testament with attention. Here then was a man who had been at no pains to inquire into the truth of religion, and had continually turned his mind the other way. It was not to be expected that the prospect of death would alter his way of thinking, unless God should send an angel to set him right. I said I had reason to believe that the thought of annihilation gave Hume no pain. Johnson. It was not so, sir. Footnote. It is the heaviest stone that melancholy can throw at a man, to tell him he is at the end of his nature. Sir Thomas Browne. End of footnote. He had a vanity in being thought easy. It is more probable that he should assume an appearance of ease than that so very improbable a thing should be, as a man not afraid of going, as, in spite of his delusive theory, he cannot be sure but he may go, into an unknown state, and not being uneasy at leaving all he knew. And you are to consider that upon his own principle of annihilation he had no motive to speak the truth. The horror of death, which I had always observed in Dr. Johnson, appeared strong tonight. I ventured to tell him that I had been, for moments in my life, not afraid of death. Therefore I could suppose another man in that state of mind for a considerable space of time. He said, he never had a moment in which death was not terrible to him. Footnote. In the last number of the Idler, Johnson says, there are few things not purely evil of which we can say without some emotion of uneasiness. This is the last. The secret horror of the last is inseparable from a thinking being whose life is limited, and to whom death is dreadful. End of footnote. He added that it had been observed that scarce any man dies in public, but with apparent resolution, from that desire of praise which never quits us. I said, Dr. Dodd seemed to be willing to die, and full of hopes of happiness. Sir, said he, Dr. Dodd would have given both his hands and both his legs to have lived. The better a man is, the more afraid he is of death, having a clearer view of infinite purity. He owned that our being in an unhappy uncertainty as to our salvation was mysterious, and said, we must wait till we are in another state of being to have many things explained to us. Even the powerful mind of Johnson seemed foiled by futurity. But I thought that the gloom of uncertainty in solemn religious speculation, being mingled with hope, was yet more consolatory than the emptiness of infidelity. A man can live in thick air, but perishes in an exhausted receiver. Dr. Johnson was much pleased with a remark which I told him was made to me by General Paoli, that it is impossible not to be afraid of death, and that those who at the time of dying are not afraid, are not thinking of death, but of applause, or something else, which keeps death out of their sight, so that all men are equally afraid of death when they see it, only some have a power of turning their sight away from it better than others. Footnote. Bacon, in his Essay on Death, says, it is worthy the observing that there is no passion in the mind of man so weak but it mates and masters the fear of death, and therefore death is no such terrible enemy, when a man hath so many attendants about him that can win the combat of him. He says, non invenias inter humanos affetum tam pusillam, qui si intendatur praulo vehementius non mortis metum superet. End of footnote. On Wednesday, September the 17th, Dr. Butter, physician at Derby, drank tea with us, and it was settled that Dr. Johnson and I should go on Friday and dine with him. Johnson said, "I'm glad of this." He seemed weary of the uniformity of life at Dr. Taylor's. Talking of biography, I said, in writing a life, a man's peculiarities should be mentioned because they mark his character. Johnson: Sir, there is no doubt as to peculiarities. The question is whether a man's vices should be mentioned. For instance, whether it should be mentioned that Addison and Parnell drank too freely, for people will probably more easily indulge in drinking from knowing this, so that more ill may be done by the example, than good by telling the whole truth. Here was an instance of his varying from himself in talk, for when Lord Hailes and he sat one morning calmly conversing in my house at Edinburgh, I well remember that Dr. Johnson maintained that if a man is to write a panegyric, he may keep vices out of sight, but if he professes to write a life, he must represent it really as it was. And when I objected to the danger of telling that Parnell drank to excess, he said that it would produce an instructive caution to avoid drinking, when it was seen that even the learning and genius of Parnell could be debased by it. And in the Hebrides he maintained, as appears from my journal, that a man's intimate friends should mention his faults, if he writes in his life. Footnote: In the life of Addison he says, "The necessity of complying with times and of sparing persons is the great impediment of biography. History may be formed from permanent monuments and records, but lives can only be written from personal knowledge, which is growing every day less, and in a short time is lost for ever. What is known can seldom be immediately told, and when it might be told, it is no longer known. The delicate features of the mind, the nice discriminations of character, and the minute peculiarities of conduct are soon obliterated, and it is surely better that caprice, obstinacy, frolic, and folly, however they might delight in the description, should be silently forgotten, than that by wanton merriment and unseasonable detection a pang should be given to a widow, a daughter, a brother, or a friend. As the process of these narratives is now bringing me among my contemporaries, I begin to feel myself walking upon ashes under which the fire is not extinguished, and coming to the time of which it will be proper rather to say, nothing that is false than all that is true. End of footnote. He had this evening, partly, I suppose, from the spirit of contradiction to his Whig friend, a violent argument with Dr. Taylor as to the inclinations of the people of England at this time towards the royal family of Stuart. He grew so outrageous as to say that if England were fairly polled, the present king would be sent away to-night, and his adherents hanged to-morrow. Taylor, who was as violent a Whig as Johnson was a Tory, was roused by this to a pitch of bellowing. He denied loudly what Johnson said, and maintained that there was an abhorrence against the Stuart family, though he admitted that the people were not much attached to the present king. Footnote: Dr. Taylor was very ready to make this admission, because the party with which he was connected was not in power. There was then some truth in it, owing to the pertinacity of factious clamour. Had he lived now, it would have been impossible for him to deny that His Majesty possesses the warmest affection of his people. Boswell. End of footnote. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 18. Johnson. Sir, the state of the country is this. The people, knowing it to be agreed on all hands that this king has not the hereditary right to the crown, and there being no hope that he who has it can be restored, have grown cold and indifferent upon the subject of loyalty, and have no warm attachment to any king. They would not, therefore, risk anything to restore the exiled family. They would not give 20 shillings apiece to bring it about. But if a mere vote could do it, there would be 20 to 1. At least there would be a very great majority of voices for it. For, sir, you are to consider that all those who think a king has a right to his crown, as a man has to his estate, which is the just opinion, would be for restoring the king who certainly has the hereditary right, could he be trusted with it, in which there would be no danger now, when laws and everything else are so much advanced, and every king will govern by the laws. And you must also consider, sir, that there is nothing on the other side to oppose to this, for it is not alleged by any one that the present family has any inherent right, so that the Whigs could not have a contest between two rights. Footnote. The Duke of York in 1788, speaking in the House of Lords on the King's illness, said, he was confident that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales understood too well the sacred principles which seated the House of Brunswick on the throne of Great Britain, ever to assume or exercise any power, be his claim what it might, not derived from the will of the people, expressed by their representatives and their lordships in Parliament assembled. End of footnote. Dr. Taylor admitted that if the question as to hereditary right were to be tried by a poll of the people of England, to be sure the abstract doctrine would be given in favour of the family of Stuart. But, he said, the conduct of that family which occasioned their expulsion was so fresh in the minds of the people that they would not vote for a restoration. Dr. Johnson, I think, was contented with the admission as to the hereditary right, leaving the original point in dispute, viz., what the people upon the whole would do, taking in right and affection, for he said people were afraid of a change, even though they think it right. Dr. Taylor said something of the slight foundation of the hereditary right of the House of Stuart. Sir, said Johnson, the House of Stuart succeeded to the full right of both the houses of York and Lancaster, whose common source had the undisputed right. A right to a throne is like a right to anything else. Possession is sufficient where no better right can be shown. This was the case with the royal family of England, as it is now with the King of France, for as to the first beginning of the right we are in the dark. Thursday, September the 18th. Last night Dr. Johnson had proposed that the crystal lustre, or chandelier, in Dr. Taylor's large room should be lighted up some time or other. Taylor said it should be lighted up next night. That will do very well, said I, for it is Dr. Johnson's birthday. When we were in the Isle of Skye, Johnson had desired me not to mention his birthday. He did not seem pleased at this time that I mentioned it, and said, somewhat sternly, he would not have the lustre lighted the next day. Some ladies who had been present yesterday when I mentioned his birthday came to dinner today and plagued him unintentionally by wishing him joy. I know not why he disliked having his birthday mentioned, unless it were that it reminded him of his approaching nearer to death, of which he had a constant dread. Footnote. The return of my birthday, he wrote in 1773, if I remember it, fills me with thoughts which it seems to be the general care of humanity to escape. In 1781 he viewed the day with calmness, if not with cheerfulness. He writes, I rose, breakfasted, and gave thanks at church for my creation, preservation, and redemption. As I came home, I thought I had never begun any period of life so placidly. I have always been accustomed to let this day pass unnoticed, but it came this time into my mind that some little festivity was not improper. I had a dinner and invited Allen and Levett. In 1783 he again had a little dinner and invited 4 friends to keep the day. At Streatham the day, it would seem, was always kept. Mrs. Piozzi writes, on the birthday of our eldest daughter and that of our friend Dr. Johnson, the 17th and 18th of September, we every year made up a little dance and supper to divert our servants and their friends. End of footnote. I mentioned him to a friend of mine, who was formerly gloomy from low spirits, and much distressed by the fear of death, but was now uniformly placid, and contemplated his dissolution without any perturbation. Sir, said Johnson, this is only a disordered imagination taking a different turn. We talked of a collection being made of all the English poets who had published a volume of poems. Johnson told me that a Mr. Coxeter, whom he knew, had gone the greatest length toward this. Footnote. The son of a Mr. Coxeter, a gentleman, says Johnson, who was once my friend, enlisted in the service of the East India Company. Johnson asked Mr. Thrale to use his influence to get his discharge. End of footnote. Having collected, I think, about 500 volumes of poets whose works were little known, but that upon his death Tom Osborne bought them, and they were dispersed, which he thought a pity, as it was curious to see any series complete, and in every volume of poems something good may be found. He observed that a gentleman of eminence in literature had got into a bad style of poetry of late. Footnote. When a well-known author published his poems in the year 1777, such a one's verses are come out, said I. Yes, replied Johnson, and this frost has struck them in again. Here are some lines I have written to ridicule them, but remember that I love the fellow dearly now, for all I laugh at him. Wheresoe'er I turn my view, all is strange, yet nothing new. Endless labour all along, endless labour to be wrong. Phrase that time has flung away, uncouth words in disarray, tricked in antique ruff and bonnet, ode and elegy and sonnet. Thomas Warton in 1777 published a volume of his poems. He no doubt is meant. End of footnote. He puts, said he, a very common thing in a strange dress, till he does not know it himself, and thinks other people do not know it. Boswell. That is owing to his being so much versant in old English poetry. Footnote. Johnson, 26 years earlier, attacked the imitation of Spenser, which, by the influence of some men of learning and genius, seems likely to gain upon the age. They seem to conclude that when they have disfigured their lines with a few obsolete syllables, they have completed their design, without considering that they ought not only to admit old words, but to avoid new. The laws of imitation are broken by every word introduced since the time of Spenser. End of footnote. Johnson. What is the purpose, sir? If I say a man is drunk, and you tell me it is owing to his taking much drink, the matter is not mended. No, sir, has taken to an odd mode. For example, he'd write thus: Hermit whore in solemn cell, wearing out life's evening grey. Footnote. Warton's Ode on the 1st of April is found a line which may have suggested these two lines: the morning whore and evening chill. End of footnote. Grey evening is common enough, but evening grey he'd think fine. Footnote. Collins affected the obsolete when it was not worthy of revival, and he puts his words out of the common order, seeming to think, with some later candidates for fame, that not to write prose is certainly to write poetry. Goldsmith, 11 years earlier, said in his Life of Parnell, "These misguided innovators have not been content with restoring antiquated words and phrases, but have indulged themselves in the most licentious transpositions and the harshest constructions, vainly imagining that the more their writings are unlike prose, the more they resemble poetry." Collins and Warton might have quoted by way of defence the couplet in Milton's L'Allegro: While the cock with lively din scatters the rear of darkness thin. End of footnote. Stay, we'll make out the stanza. Hermit whore in solemn cell, wearing out life's evening grey, smite thy bosom, sage, and tell what is bliss and which the way. Boswell. But why smite his bosom, sir? Johnson. Why, to show he was in earnest, smiling. He, at an after period, added the following stanza: Thus I spoke, and speaking sighed, scarce repressed the starting tear, when the smiling sage replied, Come, my lad, and drink some beer. Footnote. As some of my readers may be gratified by reading the progress of this little composition, I shall insert it from my notes. When Dr. Johnson and I were sitting tête-à-tête at the Mitre Tavern, May the 9th, 1778, he said, Where is bliss would be better. He then added a ludicrous stanza, but would not repeat it, lest I should take it down. It was somewhat as follows. The last line I am sure I remember. While I thus cried, the hoary seer replied, Come, my lad, and drink some beer. In spring 1779, when in better humour, he made the second stanza as in the text. There was only one variation afterwards made on my suggestion, which was changing hoary in the third line to smiling, both to avoid a sameness with the epithet in the first line, and to describe the hermit in his pleasantry. He was then very well pleased that I should preserve it. Boswell. End of footnote. I cannot help thinking the first stanza very good solemn poetry, as also the first 3 lines of the second. Its last line is an excellent burlesque surprise on gloomy sentimental enquirers, and perhaps the advice is as good as can be given to a low-spirited, dissatisfied being. Don't trouble your head with sickly thinking, take a cup and be merry. Friday, September the 19th. After breakfast, Dr. Johnson and I set out in Dr. Taylor's chaise to go to Derby. The day was fine, and we resolved to go by Kettlestone, the seat of Lord Scarsdale, that I might see his lordship's fine house. I was struck with the magnificence of the building, and the extensive park with the finest verdure, covered with deer and cattle and sheep, delighted me. The number of old oaks of an immense size filled me with a sort of respectful admiration. For one of them £60 was offered. The excellent smooth gravel roads, the large piece of water formed by his lordship from some small brooks, with a handsome barge upon it, the venerable Gothic church, now the family chapel, just by the house. In short, the grand group of objects agitated and distended my mind in a most agreeable manner. One should think, said I, that the proprietor of all this must be happy. Nay, sir, said Johnson, all this excludes but one evil, poverty. Footnote. When I mentioned Dr. Johnson's remark to a lady of admirable good sense and quickness of understanding, she observed, "It is all true, all this excludes only one evil. But how much good does it let in?" To this observation much praise has been justly given. Let me then now do myself the honour to mention that the lady who made it was the late Margaret Montgomery, my very valuable wife, and the very affectionate mother of my children, who, if they inherit her good qualities, will have no reason to complain of their lot. Dos magna parentum virtus. Boswell. The latter part of this note was first given in the second edition. The quotation is from Horace. Cos est magna parentium virtus. The lovers there for dowry claim the father's virtue and the mother's fame. End of footnote. Our names were sent up, and a well-dressed elderly housekeeper, a most distinct articulator, showed us the house, which I need not describe, as there is an account of it published in Adam's Works in Architecture. Dr. Johnson thought better of it today than when he saw it before. Footnote. He saw it in 1774 on his way to Wales, but he must, I think, have seen it since, for it does not appear from his journal of a tour into Wales that he then saw Lord Scarsdale. He met him also at Dr. Taylor's in July 1775. End of footnote. For he had lately attacked it violently, saying, "It would do excellently for a town hall. The large room with the pillars," said he, "would do for the judges to sit in at the assizes, the circular room for a jury chamber, and the room above for prisoners." Still he thought the large room ill lighted, and of no use but for dancing in, and the bedchambers but in different rooms, and that the immense sum which it cost was injudiciously laid out. Dr. Taylor had put him in mind of his appearing pleased with the house, but, said he, that was when Lord Scarsdale was present. Politeness obliges us to appear pleased with a man's works when he is present. No man will be so ill-bred as to question you. You may therefore pay compliments without saying what is not true. I should say to Lord Scarsdale of his large room, "My lord, this is the most costly room that I ever saw," which is true. Dr. Manningham, physician in London, who was visiting at Lord Scarsdale's, accompanied us through many of the rooms, and soon afterwards my lord himself, to whom Dr. Johnson was known, appeared and did the honours of the house. We talked of Mr. Langton. Johnson, with a warm vehemence of affectionate regard, exclaimed, "The earth does not bear a worthier man than Bennet Langton." We saw a good many fine pictures, which I think are described in one of Young's tours. There is a printed catalogue of them which the housekeeper put into my hand. I should like to view them at leisure. I was much struck with Daniel interpreting Nebuchadnezzar's dream by Rembrandt. We were shown a pretty large library. In his lordship's dressing-room lay Johnson's small dictionary. He showed it to me with some eagerness, saying, "Look ye, que terra nostri non plena laboris." Footnote: Que regio in terris nostri non plena laboris. What place, what land in all the earth but with our grief is stored? Morris, Enid. End of footnote. He observed also Goldsmith's animated nature, and said, "Here's our friend. The poor doctor would have been happy to hear of this." In our way, Johnson strongly expressed his love of driving fast in a post-chaise. "If," said he, "I had no duties, and no reference to futurity, I would spend my life in driving briskly in a post-chaise with a pretty woman, but she should be one who could understand me, and would add something to the conversation." I observed that we were this day to stop just where the Highland army did in 1745. Johnson: "It was a noble attempt." Boswell: "I wish we could have an authentic history of it." Johnson: "If you were not an idle dog, you might write it, by collecting from everybody what they can tell, and putting down your authorities." Boswell: "But I could not have the advantage of it in my lifetime." Johnson: "You might have the satisfaction of its fame by printing it in Holland. And as to profit, consider how long it was before writing came to be considered in a pecuniary view. Baretti says he is the first man that ever received copy money in Italy." Footnote: Baretti, in his Italy, says, "It is the general custom for our authors to make a present of their works to booksellers, who in return scarcely give a few copies when printed. The Venetian bookseller to whom Metastasio gave his Cleared, Baretti says, more than £10,000. Goldoni scarcely got for each of his plays £10 from the manager of the Venetian theatre, and much less from the booksellers. Our learned stare when they are told that in England there are numerous writers who get their bread by their productions only." End of footnote. I said that I would endeavour to do what Dr. Johnson suggested, and I thought that I might write so as to venture to publish my history of the Civil War in Great Britain in 1745 and 1746, without being obliged to go to a foreign press. Footnote: I am now happy to understand that Mr. John Hume, who was himself gallantly in the field for the reigning family, in that interesting warfare, but is generous enough to do justice to the other side, is preparing an account of it for the press. Boswell: Dr. A. Carlyle, who knew Hume well, says, all his opinions of men and things were prejudices, which, though it did not disqualify him for writing admirable poetry, yet made him unfit for writing history. End of footnote. When we arrived at Derby, Dr. Butter accompanied us to see the manufactory of china there. I admired the ingenuity and delicate art with which a man fashioned clay into a cup, a saucer, or a teapot, while a boy turned round a wheel to give the mass rotundity. I thought this as excellent in its species of power as making good verses in its species. Yet I had no respect for this potter. Neither, indeed, has a man of any extent of thinking for a mere verse maker, in whose numbers, however perfect, there is no poetry, no mind. The china was beautiful, but Dr. Johnson justly observed it was too dear. For that he could have vessels of silver, of the same size, as cheap as what were here made of porcelain. Footnote: Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale the next day, the finer pieces of the Derby china, are so dear that perhaps silver vessels of the same capacity may be sometimes bought at the same price, and I am not yet so infected with the contagion of China fancy as to like anything at that rate which can so easily be broken. End of footnote. I felt a pleasure in walking about Derby, such as I always have in walking about any town to which I am not accustomed. There is an immediate sensation of novelty, and one speculates on the way in which life is passed in it, which, although there is a sameness everywhere upon the whole, is yet minutely diversified. The minute diversities in everything are wonderful. Talking of shaving the other night at Dr. Taylor's, Dr. Johnson said, "Sir, of 1,000 shavers, 2 do not shave so much alike as not to be distinguished." I thought this is not possible till he specified so many of the varieties in shaving, holding the razor more or less perpendicular, drawing long or short strokes, beginning at the upper part of the face or the under, at the right side or the left side. Indeed, when one considers what variety of sounds can be uttered by the windpipe in the compass of a very small aperture, we may be convinced how many degrees of difference there may be in the application of a razor. We dined with Dr. Butter, whose lady is daughter of my cousin Sir John Douglas, whose grandson is now presumptive heir of the noble family of Queensberry. Johnson and he had a good deal of medical conversation. Johnson said he had somewhere or other given an account of Dr. Nicholson's discourse De Anima Medica. He told us that whatever a man's distemper was, Dr. Nichols would not attend him as a physician if his mind was not at ease, for he believed that no medicines would have any influence. He once attended a man in trade, upon whom he found none of the medicines he prescribed had any effect. He asked the man's wife, privately, whether his affairs were not in a bad way. She said no. He continued his attendance some time, still without success. At length the man's wife told him she had discovered that her husband's affairs were in a bad way. When Goldsmith was dying, Dr. Turton said to him, "Your pulse is in greater disorder than it should be, from the degree of fever which you have. Is your mind at ease?" Goldsmith answered, "It was not." After dinner, Mrs. Butter went with me to see the silk mill, which Mr. John Loom had had a patent for, having brought away the contrivance from Italy. Footnote: see Hutton's History of Derby, which is deservedly esteemed for its information, accuracy, and good narrative. Indeed, the age in which we live is eminently distinguished by topographical excellence. Boswell. According to Hutton, the Italians at the beginning of the 18th century had the exclusive art of silk throwing. Loom went to Italy, and by bribery got admittance into the works. Having mastered the secret, he returned to England with 2 of the workmen. About the year 1717, he founded a great silk mill at Derby. He died early, being poisoned, it was asserted, by an Italian woman who had been sent over to destroy him. In this mill, Hutton, as a child, had suffered intolerable severity. End of footnote. I am not very conversant with mechanics, but the simplicity of this machine and its multiplied operations struck me with an agreeable surprise. I had learned from Dr. Johnson during this interview not to think with the dejected indifference of the works of art and the pleasures of life, because life is uncertain and short, but to consider such indifference as a failure of reason, a morbidness of mind, for happiness should be cultivated as much as we can, and the objects which are instrumental to it should be steadily considered as of importance, with a reference not only to ourselves, but to multitudes in successive ages, though it is proper to value small parts as sands make the mountain, moments make the year. Footnote: Think naught a trifle, though it small appear. Small sands the mountain, moments make the year, and trifles life. Young, love of fame. End of footnote. Yet we must contemplate collectively to have a just estimation of objects. One moment's being uneasy or not seems of no consequence, yet this may be thought of the next, and so on, till there is a large portion of misery. In the same way, one must think of happiness, of learning, of friendship. We cannot tell the precise moment when friendship is formed. As in filling a vessel drop by drop, there is at last a drop which makes it run over, so in a series of kindnesses there is at last one which makes the heart run over. We must not divide objects of our attention into minute parts and think separately of each part. It is by contemplating a large mass of human existence that a man, while he sets a just value on his own life, does not think of his death as annihilating all that is great and pleasant in the world, as if actually contained in his mind, according to Berkeley's Reverie. Footnote: Pray, sir, don't leave us, said Johnson to an upholder of Berkeley's philosophy, for we may perhaps forget to think of you, and then you will cease to exist. End of footnote. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 19. If his imagination be not sickly and feeble, it wings its distant way far beyond himself, and views the world in unceasing activity of every sort. It must be acknowledged, however, that Pope's plaintive reflection that all things would be as gay as ever on the day of his death is natural and common. Footnote: Goldsmith wrote, in all Pope's letters, as well as in those of Swift, there runs a strain of pride, as if the world talked of nothing but themselves. Alas, says he in one of them, the day after I am dead the sun will shine as bright as the day before, and the world will be merry as usual. Very strange that neither an eclipse nor an earthquake should follow the loss of a poet. Goldsmith refers, I suppose, to Pope's letter to Steele of July the 15th, 1712, where he writes, "The morning after my exit the sun will rise as bright as ever, the flowers smell as sweet, the plants spring as green, the world will proceed in its old course, people will laugh as heartily, and marry as fast as they were used to do." Gray's friend, Richard West, in some lines suggested by this letter, gives a pretty turn to Pope's thoughts, where he says, "For me, whene'er all-conquering death shall spread his wings around my unrepining head, I care not, though this face be seen no more, the world will pass as cheerful as before. Bright as before the day-star will appear, the fields as verdant, and the skies as clear." End of footnote. We are apt to transfer to all around us our own gloom, without considering that at any given point of time there is, perhaps, as much youth and gaiety in the world as at another. Before I came into this life, in which I have had so many pleasant scenes, have not thousands and tens of thousands of deaths and funerals happened? And have not families been in grief for their nearest relations? But have those dismal circumstances at all affected me? Why then should the gloomy scenes which I experience, or which I know, affect others? Let us guard against imagining that there is an end of felicity upon earth when we ourselves grow old or are unhappy. Dr. Johnson told us at tea that when some of Dr. Dodd's pious friends were trying to console him by saying that he was going to leave a wretched world, he had honesty enough not to join in the cant. No, no, said he, it has been a very agreeable world to me. Johnson added, I respect Dodd for thus speaking the truth, for to be sure he had for several years enjoyed a life of great voluptuousness. Footnote: a brother of Dodd's wife told Hawkins that Dodd's manner of living was ever such as his visible income would no way account for. He said that he was the most importunate suitor for preferment ever known, and that himself had been the bearer of letters to great men soliciting promotion to livings, and had hardly escaped kicking downstairs. End of footnote. He told us that Dodd's city friends stood by him, so that £1,000 were ready to be given to the jailor, if he would let him escape. He added that he knew a friend of Dodd's who walked about Newgate for some time on the evening before the day of his execution, with £500 in his pocket, ready to be paid to any of the turnkeys who could get him out. But it was too late, for he was watched with much circumspection. Footnote: Hawkins says that a Mr. Selwyn, who just missed being elected Chamberlain of the City, went by request to see a man under sentence of death in Newgate, who informed him that he was in daily expectation of the arrival of the warrant for his execution. But, said he, I have £200, and you are a man of character, and had the court interest when you stood for Chamberlain. I should therefore hope it is in your power to get me off. Mr. Selwyn was struck with so strange a notion, and asked if there were any alleviating circumstances in his case. The man peevishly answered, no, but that he had inquired into the history of the place where he was, and could not find that any one who had £200 was ever hanged. Mr. Selwyn told him it was out of his power to help him, and bid him farewell, which, added he did, for he found means to escape punishment. End of footnote. He said Dodd's friends had an image of him made of wax, which was to have been left in his place, and he believed it was carried into the prison. Johnson disapproved of Mr. Dodd's leaving the world, persuaded that the convict's address to his unhappy brethren was of his own writing. Footnote: Dodd, in his dedication of this sermon to Mr. Villette, the Ordinary of Newgate, says, the following address owes its present public appearance to you. You heard it delivered, and are pleased to think that its publication will be useful. To a poor and abject worm like myself, this is a sufficient inducement to that publication. End of footnote. But, sir, said I, you contributed to the deception, for when Mr. Seward expressed a doubt to you that it was not Dodd's own, because it had a great deal more force of mind in it than anything known to be his, you answered, why should you think so? Depend on it, sir, when a man knows he is to be hanged in a fortnight, it concentrates his mind wonderfully. Johnson: Sir, as Dodd got it from me to pass as his own, while that could do him any good, there was an implied promise that I should not own it. To own it, therefore, would have been telling a lie, with the addition of breach of promise, which was worse than simply telling a lie to make it be believed that it was Dodd's. Besides, sir, I did not directly tell a lie. I left the matter uncertain. Perhaps I thought that Seward would not believe it the less to be mine for what I said, but I would not put it in his power to say that I had owned it. He praised Blair's sermons. Yet, said he, willing to let us see that he was aware that fashionable fame, however deserved, is not always the most lasting, perhaps they may not be reprinted after 7 years, at least not after Blair's death. He said, Goldsmith was a plant that flowered late. Footnote. Goldsmith was 30 when he published an inquiry into the present state of polite learning in Europe, 36 when he published The Traveller, 37 when he published The Vicar of Wakefield, and 39 when he brought out The Good-Natured Man. In flowering late he was like Swift. Swift was not one of those minds which amaze the world with early pregnancy. His first work, except his few poetical essays, was The Dissensions in Athens and Rome, published in his 34th year. End of footnote. There appeared nothing remarkable about him when he was young, though when he had got high in fame, one of his friends began to recollect something of his being distinguished at college. Footnote. Burke, I think, is meant. End of footnote. Goldsmith in the same manner recollected more of that friend's early years as he grew a greater man. I mentioned that Lord Monboddo told me he awakened every morning at 4, and then for his health got up and walked in his room naked with the window open, which he called taking an air bath. Footnote. This walking about his room naked was perhaps part of Lord Monboddo's system that was founded on the superiority of the savage life. End of footnote. After which he went to bed again and slept 2 hours more. Johnson, who was always ready to beat down anything that seemed to be exhibited with disproportionate importance, thus observed, I suppose, sir, there is no more in it than this. He awakes at 4 and cannot sleep till he chills himself, and makes the warmth of the bed a grateful sensation. I talked of the difficulty of rising in the morning. Dr. Johnson told me that the learned Mrs. Carter, at that period when she was eager in study, did not awake as early as she wished, and she therefore had a contrivance that, at a certain hour, her chamber light should burn a string to which a heavy weight was suspended, which then fell with a strong, sudden noise. This roused her from sleep, and then she had no difficulty in getting up. But I said that was my difficulty, and wished there could be some medicine invented which would make one rise without pain, which I never did, unless after lying in bed a very long time. Perhaps there may be something in the stores of nature which could do this. I have thought of a pulley to raise me gradually, but that would give me pain, as it would counteract my internal inclination. I would have something that can dissipate the vis inertiae, and give elasticity to the muscles, as I imagine that the human body may be put, by the operation of other substances, into any state which it has ever been. And as I have experienced a state in which rising from bed was not disagreeable, but easy, nay, sometimes agreeable, I suppose that this state may be produced, if we knew by what. We can heat the body, we can cool it, we can give it tension or relaxation, and surely it is possible to bring it into a state in which rising from bed will not be a pain. Johnson observed that a man should take a sufficient quantity of sleep, which Dr. Mead says is between 7 and 9 hours. I told him that Dr. Cullen said to me that a man should not take more sleep than he can take at once. Johnson. This rule, sir, cannot hold in all cases, for many people have their sleep broken by sickness, and surely Cullen would not have a man to get up, after having slept but an hour. Such a regimen would soon end in a long sleep. Footnote. This regimen was, however, practised by Bishop Ken, of whom Hawkins, not Sir John, in his life of that venerable prelate, tells us, and that neither his study might be the aggressor on his hours of instruction, or what he judged his duty prevent his improvements, or both his closet addresses to his God, he strictly accustomed himself to but one sleep, which often obliged him to rise at 1 or 2 of the clock in the morning, and sometimes sooner, and grew so habitual that it continued with him almost till his last illness. And so lively and cheerful was his temper, that he would be very facetious and entertaining to his friends in the evening, even when it was perceived that with difficulty he kept his eyes open, and then seemed to go to rest with no other purpose than the refreshing and enabling him with more vigour and cheerfulness to sing his morning hymn, as he then used to do, to his lute before he put on his clothes. Boswell. End of footnote. Dr. Taylor remarked, I think very justly, that a man who does not feel an inclination to sleep at the ordinary time, instead of being stronger than other people, must not be well, for a man in health has all the natural inclinations to eat, drink, and sleep in a strong degree. Johnson advised me tonight not to refine in the education of my children. Life, said he, will not bear refinement. You must do as other people do. As we drove back to Ashbourne, Dr. Johnson recommended to me, as he had often done, to drink water only, for, said he, you are then sure not to get drunk, whereas if you drink wine, you are never sure. I said drinking wine was a pleasure which I was unwilling to give up. Why, sir, said he, there is no doubt that not to drink wine is a great deduction from life, but it may be necessary. He, however, owned that, in his opinion, a free use of wine did not shorten life. Footnote. Boswell shortened his life by drinking, if indeed he did not die of it. Less than a year before his death, he wrote to Temple, I thank you sincerely for your friendly admonition on my frailty in indulging so much in wine. I do resolve anew to be upon my guard, as I am sensible how very pernicious as well as disreputable such a habit is. How miserably have I yielded to it in various years. In 1776, Paoli had taken his word of honour that he would not taste fermented liquor for a year, that he might recover sobriety. For a short time also, in 1778, Boswell was a water drinker. End of footnote. And said, he would not give less for the life of a certain Scotch lord, whom he named, celebrated for hard drinking, than for that of a sober man. But stay, said he, with his usual intelligence and accuracy of inquiry, does it take much wine to make him drunk? I answered, a great deal either of wine or strong punch. Then, said he, that is the worse. I presume to illustrate my friend's observation thus. A fortress which soon surrenders has its walls less shattered than when a long and obstinate resistance is made. I ventured to mention a person who was as violent a Scotsman as he was an Englishman, and literally had the same contempt for an Englishman compared with a Scotsman that he had for a Scotsman compared with an Englishman, and that he would say of Dr. Johnson, damned rascal, to talk as he does of the Scotch. This seemed for a moment to give him pause. It, perhaps, presented his extreme prejudice against the Scotch in a point of view somewhat new to him, by the effect of contrast. By the time we returned to Ashbourne, Dr. Taylor was gone to bed. Johnson and I sat up a long time by ourselves. He was much diverted with an article which I showed him in the Critical Review of this year, giving an account of a curious publication entitled A Spiritual Diary and Soliloquies by John Rutty, M.D. Dr. Rutty was one of the people called Quakers, a physician of some eminence in Dublin, and author of several works. Footnote: he was the first, writes Dr. T. Campbell, who gave histories of the weather, seasons, and diseases of Dublin. Wesley records, April the 6th, 1775, I visited that venerable man Dr. Rutty, just tottering over the grave, but still clear in his understanding, full of faith and love, and patiently waiting till his change should come. End of footnote. This diary, which was kept from 1753 to 1775, the year in which he died, and was now published in 2 volumes octavo, exhibited in the simplicity of his heart a minute and honest register of the state of his mind, which, though frequently laughable enough, was not more so than the history of many men would be if recorded with equal fairness. The following specimens were extracted by the reviewers. 10th month, 1753-23. Indulgence in bed an hour too long. 12th month, 17. An hypochondriac obnubilation from wind and indigestion. 9th month, 28. An overdose of whisky. 29. A dull, cross, choleric first day. 1st month, 1757-22. A little swinish at dinner and repast. 31. Dogged on provocation. 2nd month, 5. Very dogged or snappish. 14. Snappish on fasting. 26. Cursed snappishness to those under me on a bodily indisposition. 3rd month, 11. On a provocation exercised a dumb resentment for 2 days, instead of scolding. 22. Scolded too vehemently. 23. Dogged again. 4th month, 29. Mechanically and sinfully dogged. Johnson laughed heartily at this good quietist's self-condemning minutes, particularly at his mentioning with such a serious regard occasional instances of swinishness in eating and doggedness of temper. Footnote: Cowper wrote of Johnson's diary, "It is certain that the publisher of it is neither much of a friend to the cause of religion nor to the author's memory, for, by the specimen of it that has reached us, it seems to contain only such stuff as has a direct tendency to expose both to ridicule." End of footnote. He thought the observations of the critical reviewers upon the importance of a man to himself so ingenious and so well expressed, that I shall here introduce them. After observing that there are few writers who have gained any reputation by recording their own actions, they say, "We may reduce the egotists to 4 classes. In the first we have Julius Caesar. He relates his own transactions, but he relates them with peculiar grace and dignity, and his narrative is supported by the greatness of his character and achievements. In the second class we have Marcus Antoninus. This writer has given us a series of reflections on his own life, but his sentiments are so noble, his morality so sublime, that his meditations are universally admired. In the third class we have some others of tolerable credit, who have given importance to their own private history by an intermixture of literary anecdotes and the occurrences of their own times. The celebrated Huitius has published an entertaining volume upon this plan, De rebus ad eum pertinentibus. Footnote: Huet, Bishop of Avranches, born 1630, died 1721, published in 1718 Commentarius de rebus ad eum pertinentibus. End of footnote. In the fourth class we have the journalists, temporal and spiritual, Elias Ashmole, William Lilly, George Whitefield, John Wesley, and 1,000 other old women and fanatic writers of memoirs and meditations. I mentioned to him that Dr. Hugh Blair, in his lectures on rhetoric and belles letters, which I heard him deliver at Edinburgh, had animadverted on the Johnsonian style as too pompous, and attempted to imitate it by giving a sentence of Addison in the Spectator, No. 411, in the manner of Johnson. When treating of the utility of the pleasures of imagination in preserving us from vice, it is observed of those who know not how to be idle and innocent, that their very first step out of business is into vice or folly, which Dr. Blair supposed would have been expressed in the Rambler thus: their very first step out of the regions of business is into the perturbation of vice or the vacuity of folly. Footnote: When Dr. Blair published his lectures, he was invidiously attacked for having omitted his censure on Johnson's style, and on the contrary praising it highly. But before that time Johnson's Lives of the Poets had appeared, in which his style was considerably easier than when he wrote the Rambler. It would, therefore, have been uncandid in Blair, even supposing his criticism to have been just, to have preserved it. Boswell. End of footnote. Johnson. Sir, these are not the words I should have used. No, sir, the imitators of my style have not hit it. Miss Aikin has done it the best, for she has imitated the sentiment as well as the diction. I intend, before this work is concluded, to exhibit specimens of imitation of my friend's style in various modes, some caricaturing or mimicking it, and some formed upon it, whether intentionally or with a degree of similarity to it, of which perhaps the writers were not conscious. In Baretti's Review, which he published in Italy under the title of Frusta Letteraria, it is observed that Dr. Robertson, the historian, had formed his style upon that of Il célèbre Samuel Johnson. My friend himself was of that opinion, for he once said to me in a pleasant humour, Sir, if Robertson's style be faulty, he owes it to me, that is, having too many words, and those too big ones. I read to him a letter which Lord Monboddo had written to me, containing some critical remarks upon the style of his journey to the western islands of Scotland. His lordship praised the very fine passage upon landing at Icolmkill. Footnote: We were now treading that illustrious island which was once the luminary of the Caledonian regions, whence savage clans and roving barbarians derived the benefits of knowledge and the blessings of religion. To abstract the mind from all local emotion would be impossible if it were endeavoured, and would be foolish if it were possible. Whatever draws us from the power of our senses, whatever makes the past, the distant, or the future predominate over the present, advances us in the dignity of thinking beings. far from me and my friends, be such rigid philosophy as may conduct us indifferent and unmoved over any ground which has been dignified by wisdom, bravery, or virtue. That man is little to be envied, whose patriotism would not gain force upon the plain of Marathon, or whose piety would not grow warmer among the ruins of Iona. Had our tour produced nothing else but this sublime passage, the world must have acknowledged that it was not made in vain. Sir Joseph Banks, the present respectable president of the Royal Society, told me he was so much struck on reading it that he clasped his hands together and remained for some time in an attitude of silent admiration. Boswell. End of footnote. But his own style being exceedingly dry and hard, he disapproved of the richness of Johnson's language, and of his frequent use of metaphorical expressions. Johnson. Why, sir, this criticism would be just, if in my style superfluous words, or words too big for the thoughts, could be pointed out, but this I do not believe can be done. Footnote. He that thinks with more extent than another will want words of larger meaning. End of footnote. For instance, in the passage which Lord Monboddo admires, we were now treading that illustrious region. The word illustrious contributes nothing to the mere narration, for the fact might be told without it, but it is not therefore superfluous, for it wakes the mind to peculiar attention where something of more than usual importance is to be presented. Illustrious, for what? And then the sentence proceeds to expand the circumstances connected with Iona. And, sir, as to metaphorical expression, that is a great excellence in style when it is used with propriety, for it gives you two ideas for one, conveys the meaning more luminously, and generally with a perception of delight. He told me that he had been asked to undertake the new edition of the Biographica Britannica, but had declined it, which he afterwards said to me he regretted. In this regret many will join, because it would have procured us more of Johnson's most delightful species of writing. And although my friend Dr. Kippis has hitherto discharged the task judiciously, distinctly, and with more impartiality than might have been expected from a separatist, it were to have been wished that the superintendence of this literary temple of fame had been assigned to a friend to the constitution in church and state. We should not then have had it too much crowded with obscure dissenting teachers, doubtless men of merit and worth, but not quite to be numbered amongst the most eminent persons who have flourished in Great Britain and Ireland. Footnote. In this censure which has been carelessly uttered, I carelessly joined. But in justice to Dr. Kippis, who, with that manly, candid good temper which marks his character, set me right, I now with pleasure retract it, and I desire it may be particularly observed, as pointed out by him to me, that the new lives of dissenting divines in the first 4 volumes of the second edition of the Biographica Britannica are those of John Abernethy, Thomas Amory, George Benson, Hugh Broughton, the learned Puritan, Simon Brown, Joseph Boys of Dublin, Thomas Cartwright, the learned Puritan, and Samuel Chandler. The only doubt I have ever heard suggested is whether there should have been an article of Dr. Amory. But I was convinced, and am still convinced, that he was entitled to one from the reality of his learning and the excellent and candid nature of his practical writings. The New Lives of Clergymen of the Church of England, in the same 4 volumes, are as follows: John Balgoy, Edward Bentham, George Berkeley, Bishop of Cloyne, William Berryman, Thomas Birch, William Borlase, Thomas Bott, James Bradley, Thomas Broughton, John Brown, John Burton, Joseph Butler, Bishop of Durham, Thomas Cart, Edmund Castell, Edmund Chisel, Charles Churchill, William Clark, Robert Clayton, Bishop of Clogher, Tony Conybeare, Bishop of Bristol, George Costard, and Samuel Croxall. I am not conscious, says Dr. Kippis, of any partiality in conducting the work. I would not willingly insert a dissenting minister that does not justly deserve to be noticed, or omit an established clergyman that does. At the same time, I shall not be deterred from introducing dissenters into the Biographia, when I am satisfied that they are entitled to that distinction from their writings, learning, and merit. Let me add that the expression "a friend to the Constitution in Church and State" was not meant by me as any reflection upon this reverend gentleman, as if he were an enemy to the political constitution of his country, as established at the Revolution, but from my steady and avowed predilection for a Tory, was quoted from Johnson's dictionary, where that distinction is so defined. Boswell. In his dictionary, a Tory is defined as one who adheres to the ancient constitution of the state and the apostolical hierarchy of the Church of England. It was on the Biographica Britannica that Cowper wrote the lines that end: So when a child, as playful children use, has burnt to tinder a stale last year's news, the flame extinct he views the roving fire. There goes my lady, and there goes the squire. There goes the parson, O illustrious spark, and there, scarce less illustrious, goes the clerk. Horace Walpole said that the Biographica Britannica ought rather to be called Vindicatio Britannica, for that it was a general panegyric upon everybody. End of footnote. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 20. On Saturday, September the 30th, after breakfast, when Taylor was gone out to his farm, Dr. Johnson and I had a serious conversation by ourselves on melancholy and madness, which he was, I always thought, erroneously inclined to confound together. Melancholy, like great wit, may be near allied to madness, but there is, in my opinion, a distinct separation between them. Footnote: Great wits are sure to madness near allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide. Dryden's Absalom and Achitophel. End of footnote. When he talked of madness, he was to be understood as speaking of those who were, in any great degree, disturbed, or, as it is commonly expressed, troubled in mind. Some of the ancient philosophers held that all deviations from right reasons were madness, and whoever wishes to see the opinions both of ancient and moderns upon this subject, collected and illustrated with a variety of curious facts, may read Dr. Arnold's very entertaining work. Johnson said, "A madman loves to be with people whom he fears, not as a dog fears the lash, but of whom he stands in awe. I was struck with the justice of this observation. To be with those of whom a person whose mind is wavering and dejected stands in awe, represses and composes an uneasy tumult of spirits, and consoles him with the contemplation of something steady, and at least comparatively great. He added, madmen are all sensual in the lower stages of the distemper. They are eager for gratifications to soothe their minds, and divert their attention from the misery which they suffer. But when they grow very ill, pleasure is too weak for them, and they seek for pain. Footnote. We read in the Gospels that those unfortunate persons who were possessed with evil spirits, which, after all, I think is the most probable cause of madness, as was first suggested to me by my respectable friend Sir John Pringle, had recourse to pain, tearing themselves, and jumping sometimes into the fire, sometimes into the water. Mr. Seward has furnished me with a remarkable anecdote in confirmation of Dr. Johnson's observation. A tradesman who had acquired a large fortune in London retired from business and went to live at Worcester. His mind being without its usual occupation, and having nothing else to supply its place, preyed upon itself, so that existence was a torment to him. At last he was seized with the stone, and a friend who found him in one of its severest fits, having expressed his concern, "No, no, sir," said he, "don't pity me. What I now feel is ease compared with that torture of mind from which it relieves me." Boswell. End of footnote. Employment, sir, and hardships prevent melancholy. I suppose in all our army in America there was not one man who went mad. We entered seriously upon a question of how much importance to me, which Johnson was pleased to consider with friendly attention. I had long complained to him that I felt myself discontented in Scotland as too narrow a sphere, and that I wished to make my chief residence in London the great scene of ambition, instruction, and amusement, a scene which was to me, comparatively speaking, a heaven upon earth. Johnson. Why, sir, I never knew any one who had such a gust for London as you have, and I cannot blame you for your wish to live there. Yet, sir, were I in your father's place, I should not consent to your settling there, for I have the old feudal notions, and I should be afraid that Auchinleck would be deserted, as you would soon find it more desirable to have a country seat in a better climate. I own, however, that to consider it as a duty to reside on a family estate is a prejudice, for we must consider that working people get employment equally, and the produce of land is sold equally, whether a great family resides at home or not, and if the rents of an estate be carried to London, they return again in the circulation of commerce. Nay, sir, we must perhaps allow that carrying the rents to a distance is a good, because it contributes to that circulation. We must, however, allow that a well-regulated great family may improve a neighbourhood in civility and elegance, and give an example of good order, virtue, and piety, and so its residence at home may be of much advantage. But if a great family be disorderly and vicious, its residence at home is very pernicious to a neighbourhood. There is now not the same inducement to live in the country as formerly. The pleasures of social life are much better enjoyed in town, and there is no longer in the country that power and influence in proprietors of land which they had in old times, and which made the country so agreeable to them. The Laird of Auchinleck now is not near so great a man as the Laird of Auchinleck was 100 years ago. I told him that my ancestors never went from home without being attended by 30 men on horseback. Johnson's shrewdness and spirit of inquiry were exerted upon every occasion. "Pray," said he, "how did your ancestor support his 30 men and 30 horses when he went at a distance from home, in an age where there was hardly any money in circulation?" I suggested the same difficulty to a friend, who mentioned Douglas's going to the Holy Land with a numerous train of followers. Douglas could, no doubt, maintain followers enough while living upon his own lands, the produce of which supplied them with food, but he could not carry that food to the Holy Land, and as there was no commerce by which he could be supplied with money, how could he maintain them in foreign countries? I suggested a doubt that if I were to reside in London, the exquisite zest with which I relished it on occasional visits might go off, and I might grow tired of it. Johnson: "Why, sir, you find no man at all intellectual who is willing to leave London." "No, sir, when a man is tired of London, he is tired of life, for there is in London all that life can afford." Footnote: Reynolds, writes Malone, was as fond of London as Dr. Johnson, always maintaining that it was the only place in England where a pleasant society might be found. Gibbon wrote to Holroyd: "Never pretend to allure me by painting in odious colours the dust of London. I love the dust, and whenever I move into the Weald, it is to visit you and my lady, and not your trees." Burke, on the other hand, wrote: "What is London? Clean, commodious, neat, but a very few things indeed excepted, and endless addition of littleness to littleness, extending itself over a great tract of land. For a young man," he says, "for a young man of easy fortune, London is the best place one can imagine; but for the old, the infirm, the straitened in fortune, the grave in character or in disposition, I do not believe a much worse place can be found." End of footnote. To obviate his apprehension that by settling in London I might desert the seat of my ancestors, I assured him that I had old feudal principles to a degree of enthusiasm, and that I felt all the dulcedo of the natal solum. Footnote: Nescio qua natal solum dulcedin captos, ducit et immemores non sinit esse sui. Ovid, episode ex Ponto. End of footnote. I reminded him that the Laird of Auchinleck had an elegant house, in front of which he could ride 10 miles forward upon his own territories, upon which he had upwards of 600 people attached to him, that the family seat was rich in natural romantic beauties of rock, wood, and water, and that in my morn of life I had appropriated the finest descriptions in the ancient classics to certain scenes there, which were thus associated in my mind, that when all this was considered, I should certainly pass a part of the year at home, and enjoy it the more from variety, and from bringing with me a share of the intellectual stores of the metropolis. He listened to all this, and kindly hoped it might be as I now supposed. He said, a country gentleman should bring his lady to visit London as soon as he can, that they may have agreeable topics for conversation when they are by themselves. As I meditated trying my fortune in Westminster Hall, our conversation turned upon the profession of the law in England. Johnson: You must not indulge too sanguine hopes, should you be called to our bar. I was told by a very sensible lawyer that there are a great many chances against any man's success in the profession of the law. The candidates are so numerous, and those who get large practice so few, he said it was by no means true that a man of good parts and application is sure of having business, though he indeed allowed that if such a man could but appear in a few causes, his merit would be known, and he would get forward, but that the great risk was that a man might pass half a lifetime in the courts, and never have an opportunity of showing his abilities. Footnote: now at the distance of 15 years since this conversation passed, the observation which I have had the opportunity of making in Westminster Hall has convinced me that, however true the opinion of Dr. Johnson's legal friend may have been some time ago, the same certainty of success cannot now be promised to the same display of merit. The reasons, however, of the rapid rise of some, and the disappointment of others equally respectable, are such as it might seem invidious to mention, and would require a longer detail than would be proper for this work. Boswell. Boswell began to eat his dinners at the Inner Temple in 1775. In writing to Temple, he thus mentions his career as a barrister. January 10th, 1789. In truth, I am sadly discouraged by having no practice, nor probable prospect of it, and to confess fairly to you, my friend, I am afraid that, were I to be tried, I should be found so deficient in the forms, the quirks and the quidites, which early habit acquires, that I should expose myself. Yet the delusion of Westminster Hall, of brilliant reputation and splendid fortune as a barrister, still weighs upon my imagination. August 23rd, 1789. The law life in Scotland amongst vulgar familiarity would now quite destroy me. I am not able to acquire the law of England. November 28th, 1789. I have given up my house and taken good chambers in the Inner Temple to have the appearance of a lawyer. O Temple, Temple, is this realizing any of the towering hopes which have so often been the subject of our conversations and letters? I do not see the smallest opening in Westminster Hall, but I like the scene, though I have attended only one day this last term, being eager to get my Life of Johnson finished. April 6th, 1791. When my book is launched, I shall, if I am alone and in tolerable health and spirits, have some furniture put into my chambers in the Temple, and force myself to sit there some hours a day, and to attend regularly in Westminster Hall. The chambers cost me £20 yearly, and I may reckon furniture and a lad to attend there occasionally £20 more. I doubt whether I shall get fees equal to the expense. November 22nd, 1791. I keep chambers open in the Temple. I attend in Westminster Hall, but there is not the least prospect of my having business. His chambers, as he wrote to Malone, were in the very staircase where Johnson lived. End of footnote. We talked of employment being absolutely necessary to preserve the mind from wearying and growing fretful, especially in those who have a tendency to melancholy, and I mentioned to him a saying which somebody had related of an American savage, who, when an European was expatiating on all the advantages of money, put this question: will it purchase occupation? Johnson: depend upon it, sir, this saying is too refined for a savage, and, sir, money will purchase occupation. It will purchase all the conveniences of life. It will purchase variety of company. It will purchase all sorts of entertainment. I talked to him of Foster's voyage to the South Seas, which pleased me, But I found he did not like it. Sir, said he, there is a great affectation of fine writing in it. Boswell. But he carries you along with him. Johnson. No, sir, he does not carry me along with him. He leaves me behind him, or rather, indeed, he sets me before him, for he makes me turn over many leaves at a time. On Sunday, September the 12th, we went to the church of Ashbourne, which is one of the largest and most luminous that I have seen in any town of the same size. I felt great satisfaction in considering that I was supported in my fondness for solemn public worship by the general concurrence and munificence of mankind. Johnson and Taylor were so different from each other that I wondered at their preserving an intimacy. Their having been at school and college together might in some degree account for this. Footnote. In Notes and Queries for April, May, and June 1882 is a series of Johnson's letters to Taylor between June the 10th, 1742, and April the 12th, 1784. In the first, Johnson signs himself, "Your very affectionate." On November the 18th, 1756, he writes, "Neither of us can now find many whom he has known so long as we have known each other. We both stand almost single in the world." On July 15th, 1765, he reproaches Taylor with not writing. "With all your building and feasting, you might have found an hour in some wet day for the remembrance of your old friend. I should have thought that since you have led a life so festive and gay, you would have invited me to partake of your hospitality." On October the 19th, 1779, he says, "Write to me soon. We are both old. How few of those whom we have known in our youth are left alive." On April the 12th, 1784, he writes, "Let us be kind to one another. I have no friend now living but you and Mr. Hector, that was the friend of my youth." See page 131 for his regret on the death of his schoolfellow Henry Jackson, who seemed to Boswell to be a low man, dull and untaught. "One of the man's miseries," he wrote, "is that he cannot easily find a companion able to partake with him of the past." "I have none to call me Charlie now," wrote Charles Lamb on the death of a friend of his boyhood. Such a companion Johnson found in Taylor. That on the death of his wife he at once sent for him, not even waiting for the light of morning to come, is a proof that he had a strong affection for the man. End of footnote. But Sir Joshua Reynolds has furnished me with a stronger reason, for Johnson mentioned to him that he had been told by Taylor he was to be his heir. I shall not take upon me to animadvert upon this, but certain it is that Johnson paid great attention to Taylor. He now, however, said to me, "Sir, I love him, but I do not love him more. My regard for him does not increase. As it is said in the Apocrypha, his talk is of bullocks." Footnote. The whole chapter may be read as an admirable illustration of the superiority of cultivated minds over the gross and illiterate. Boswell. End of footnote. I do not suppose he is very fond of my company. Footnote. Passages in Johnson's letters to Mrs. Thrale are to the same effect. August the 3rd, 1771. Having stayed my month with Taylor, I came away on Wednesday, leaving him, I think, in a disposition of mind not very uncommon, at once weary of my stay and grieved at my departure. July the 13th, 1775. Dr. Taylor and I spent little time together, yet he will not be persuaded to hear of parting. July the 26th, 1775. Having stayed long enough at Ashbourne, I was not sorry to leave it. I hindered some of Taylor's diversions, and he supplied me with very little. End of footnote. His habits are by no means sufficiently clerical. This he knows that I see, and no man likes to live under the eye of perpetual disapprobation. I have no doubt that a good many sermons were composed for Taylor by Johnson. At this time I found upon his table a part of one which he had newly begun to write, and Concio pro Tayloro appears in one of his diaries. When to these circumstances we add the internal evidence from the power of thinking and style in the collection which the Reverend Mr. Hayes has published, with the significant title of Sermons left for publication by the Reverend John Taylor, LL.D., our conviction will be complete. I, however, would not have it thought that Dr. Taylor, though he could not write like Johnson, as indeed who could, did not sometimes compose sermons as good as those which we generally have from very respectable divines. He showed me one with notes on the margin in Johnson's handwriting, and I was present when he read another to Johnson, that he might have his opinion of it, and Johnson said it was very well. These, we may be sure, were not Johnson's, for he was above little arts or tricks of deception. Johnson was by no means of opinion that every man of a learned profession should consider it as incumbent upon him, or as necessary to his credit, to appear as an author. When in the ardour of ambition for literary fame, I regretted to him one day that an eminent judge had nothing of it, and therefore would leave no perpetual monument of himself to posterity. Footnote: if the eminent judge was Lord Mansfield, we may compare with Boswell's regret the lines in which Pope laments the influence of Westminster Hall and Parliament. Their truant Wyndham every muse gave o'er, their Talbot sunk, and was a wit no more. How sweet an Ovid Murray was our boast, how many marshals were in Pulteney lost. End of footnote. Alas, sir, said Johnson, what a mass of confusion should we have if every bishop and every judge, every lawyer, physician, and divine were to write books. I mentioned to Johnson a respectable person of a very strong mind, who had little of that tenderness which is common to human nature, as an instance of which, when I suggested to him that he should invite his son, who had been settled 10 years in foreign parts, to come home and pay him a visit. His answer was, No, let him mind his own business. Footnote: Boswell's brother David had been settled in Spain since 1768. He therefore is no doubt the son, and Lord Auchinleck the father. End of footnote. Johnson: I do not agree with him, sir, in this. Getting money is not all a man's business. To cultivate kindness is a valuable part of the business of life. In the evening, Johnson, being in very good spirits, entertained us with several characteristical portraits. I regret that any of them escaped my retention and diligence. I found from experience that to collect my friend's conversation so as to exhibit it with any degree of its original flavour, it was necessary to write it down without delay. To record his sayings after some distance of time was like preserving or pickling long-kept and faded fruits or other vegetables, which, when in that state, have little or nothing of their taste when fresh. I shall present my readers with a series of what I gathered this evening from the Johnsonian garden. My friend, the late Earl of Cork, had a great desire to maintain the literary character of his family. He was a genteel man, but did not keep up the dignity of his rank. He was so generally civil that nobody thanked him for it. Did we not hear so much said of Jack Wilkes, we should think more highly of his conversation. Jack has great variety of talk. Jack is a scholar, and Jack has the manners of a gentleman. Footnote. Jack had not shown all his manners to Johnson. Gibbon thus describes him in 1762. Colonel Wilkes of the Buckinghamshire militia dined with us. I scarcely ever met with a better companion. He has inexhaustible spirits, infinite wit and humour, and a great deal of knowledge, but a thorough profligate, in principle as in practice, his life stained with every vice, and his conversation full of blasphemy and indecency. These morals he glories in, for shame is a weakness he has long since surmounted. The following anecdote in Boswelliana is not given in the life of Johnson. Johnson had a sovereign contempt for Wilkes and his party, whom he looked upon as a mere rabble. Sir, said he, had Wilkes's mob prevailed against government, this nation had died of phthiriasis. Mr. Langton told me this. The expression morbus pediculosis, as being better known, would strike more. End of footnote. But after hearing his name sounded from pole to pole, as the phoenix of convivial felicity, we are disappointed in his company. He has always been at me, but I would do Jack a kindness rather than not. The contest is now over. Garrick's gaiety of conversation has delicacy and elegance. Foote makes you laugh more, but Foote has the air of a buffoon paid for entertaining the company. He, indeed, well deserves his hire. Colley Cibber once consulted me as to one of his birthday odes, a long time before it was wanted. I objected very freely to several passages. Cibber lost patience and would not read his ode to an end. When we had done with criticism, we walked over to Richardson's, the author of Clarissa, and I wondered to find Richardson displeased that I did not treat Cibber with more respect. Now, sir, to talk of respect for a player, smiling disdainfully. Boswell. There, sir, you are always heretical. You will never allow merit to a player. Johnson. Merit, sir? What merit? Do you respect a rope dancer or a ballad singer? Boswell. No, sir, but we respect a great player as a man who can conceive lofty sentiments and can express them gracefully. Johnson. What, sir? A fellow who claps a hump on his back and a lump on his leg and cries, I am Richard III? Nay, sir, a ballad singer is a higher man, for he does two things. He repeats and he sings. There is both recitation and music in his performance. The player only recites. Boswell. My dear sir, you may turn anything into ridicule. I allow that a player of farce is not entitled to respect. He does a little thing, but he who can represent exalted characters and touch the noblest passions has very respectable powers, and mankind have agreed in admiring great talents for the stage. We must consider, too, that a great player does what very few are capable to do. His art is a very rare faculty. Who can repeat Hamlet's soliloquy, to be or not to be, as Garrick does it? Johnson. Anybody may. Jemmy there, a boy about 8 years old who was in the room, will do it as well in a week. Boswell. No, no, sir, and as a proof of the merit of great acting, and of the value which mankind set upon it, Garrick has got £100,000. Johnson. Is getting £100,000 a proof of excellent? That has been done by a scoundrel commissary. Footnote. Hannah More says that she once asked Garrick why Johnson was so often harsh and unkind in his speeches both of him and to him. Why he replied, "It is very natural. Is it not to be expected he should be angry that I, who have so much less merit than he, should have had so much greater success?" End of footnote. This was most fallacious reasoning. I was sure for once that I had the best side of the argument. I boldly maintained the just distinction between a tragedian and a mere theatrical droll, between those who rouse our terror and pity and those who only make us laugh. If, said I, Betterton and Foote were to walk into this room, you would respect Betterton much more than Foote. Johnson. If Betterton were to walk into this room with Foote, Foote would soon drive him out of it. Foote, sir, Quatinus Foote, has powers superior to them all. Footnote. Foote died a month after this conversation. Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "Did you see Foote at Brighthelmsholme? Did you think he would so soon be gone? Life, says Falstaff, is a shuttle." Merry Wives of Windsor, Act 5, Scene 1. He was a fine fellow in his way, and the world is really impoverished by his sinking glories. Murphy ought to write his life, at least to give the world a Footiana. Now will any of his contemporaries bewail him? Will genius change his sex to weep? I would really have his life written with diligence. This letter is wrongly dated October the 3rd, 1777. It was written early in November. Baretti, in a marginal note on Footiana, says, "One half of it had been a string of obscenities." End of footnote. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 21. On Monday, September the 22nd, when at breakfast, I unguardedly said to Dr. Johnson, "I wish I saw you and Mrs. Macaulay together." He grew very angry, and, after a pause, while a cloud gathered on his brow, he burst out, "No, sir, you would not see us quarrel to make you sport. Don't you know that it is very uncivil to pit two people against one another?" Then, checking himself, and wishing to be more gentle, he added, "I do not say you should be hanged or drowned for this, but it is very uncivil." Dr. Taylor thought him in the wrong, and spoke to him privately of it. But I afterwards acknowledged to Johnson that I was to blame, for I candidly owned that I meant to express a desire to see a contest between Mrs. Macaulay and him, but then I knew how the contest would end, so that I was to see him triumph. Johnson. "Sir, you cannot be sure how a contest will end, and no man has a right to engage two people in a dispute by which their passions may be inflamed, and they may part with bitter resentment against each other. I would sooner keep company with the man from whom I must guard my pockets, than with the man who contrives to bring me into a dispute with somebody that he may hear it. This is the great fault of , naming one of our friends, endeavouring to introduce a subject upon which he knows two people in the company differ. Footnote: very likely Mr. Langton. End of footnote. Boswell: but he told me, sir, he does it for instruction. Johnson: whatever the motive be, sir, the man who does so does very wrong. He has no more right to instruct himself at such risk than he has to make two people fight a duel that he may learn how to defend himself. He found great fault with a gentleman of our acquaintance for keeping a bad table. Sir, said he, when a man is invited to dinner, he is disappointed if he does not get something good. I advised Mrs. Thrale, who has no card parties at her house, to give sweetmeats and such good things in an evening, as are not commonly given, and she would find company enough come to her, for everybody loves to have things which please the palate put in their way without trouble or preparation. Footnote: he said of a certain lady's entertainments, what signifies going thither? There is neither meat, drink, nor talk. End of footnote. Such was his attention to the minutiae of life and manners. He thus characterized the Duke of Devonshire, grandfather of the present representative of that very respectable family. Footnote: William, 3rd Duke of Devonshire, who died in 1755. Johnson commended him for a dogged veracity. Horace Walpole records of him a fact that showed a conscientious idea of honesty in him. Some time before his death, he had given up to two of his younger sons £600 a year in land, that they might not perjure themselves if called upon to swear to their qualifications as knights of the shire. End of footnote. He was not a man of superior abilities, but he was a man strictly faithful to his word. If, for instance, he had promised you an acorn, and none had grown that year in his woods, he would not have contented himself with that excuse, he would have sent to Denmark for it. So unconditional was he in keeping his word, so high as to the point of honour. This was a liberal testimony from the Tory Johnson to the virtue of a great Whig nobleman. Mr. Burke's letter to the sheriffs of Bristol, on the affairs of America being mentioned, Johnson censured the composition much, and he ridiculed the definition of a free government, namely, footnote, Philip Francis wrote to Burke in 1790, "Once for all, I wish you would let me teach you to write English. To me, who am to read everything you write, it will be a great comfort, and to you no sort of disparagement. Why will you not allow yourself to be persuaded that polish is material to preservation?" End of footnote. For any practical purpose, it is what the people think so. "I will let the King of France govern me on those conditions," said he, "for it is to be governed just as I please." And when Dr. Taylor talked of a girl being sent to a parish workhouse, and asked how much she could be obliged to work, "Why," said Johnson, "as much as is reasonable. And what is that? As much as she thinks reasonable." Dr. Johnson obligingly proposed to carry me to see Islam, a romantic scene now belonging to a family of the name of Port, but formerly the seat of the Congreves. Footnote: this is a mistake. The Ports had been seated at Islam time out of mind. Congreve had visited there, and his seat, that is the bench on which he sometimes sat, used to be shown Croker. On the way to Islam, Johnson told Boswell about the dedication of his plan to Lord Chesterfield. End of footnote. I suppose it is well described in some of the tours. Johnson described it distinctly and vividly, at which I could not but express to him my wonder, because though my eyes, as he observed, were better than his, I could not by any means equal him in representing visible objects. I said, the difference between us in this respect was as that between a man who has a bad instrument but plays well on it, and a man who has a good instrument, on which he can play very imperfectly. I recollect a very fine amphitheatre, surrounded with hills covered with woods, and walks neatly formed along the side of a rocky steep on the quarter next the house, with recesses under projections of rock, overshadowed with trees, in one of which recesses, we were told, Congreve wrote his Old Bachelor. We viewed a remarkable natural curiosity at Islam. Two rivers bursting near each other from the rock, not from immediate springs, but after having run for many miles underground. Plott, in his History of Staffordshire, gives an account of this curiosity, but Johnson would not believe it, though we had the attestation of the gardener, who said he had put in corks where the river manifold sinks into the ground, and had catched them in a net placed before one of the openings where the water bursts out. Indeed, such subterraneous courses of water are found in various parts of our globe. Talking of Dr. Johnson's unwillingness to believe extraordinary things, I ventured to say, Sir, you come near Hume's argument against miracles, that it is more probable witnesses should lie or be mistaken than that they should happen. Johnson. Why, sir, Hume, taking the proposition simply, is right, but the Christian revelation is not proved by the miracles alone, but as connected with prophecies, and with the doctrines in confirmation of which the miracles were wrought. He repeated his observation that the differences among Christians are really of no consequence. Footnote. Mrs. Piozzi records, in answer to the arguments urged by Puritans, Quakers, etc., against showy decorations of the human figure, I once heard him exclaim, "Oh, let us not be found when our Master calls us ripping the lace off our waistcoats, but the spirit of contention from our souls and tongues. Alas, sir, a man who cannot get to heaven in a green coat will not find his way thither the sooner in a grey one." End of footnote. For instance, said he, if a Protestant objects to a Papist, "You worship images," the Papist can answer, "I do not insist on your doing it. You may be a very good Papist without it. I do it only as a help to my devotion." I said, the great article of Christianity is the revelation of immortality. Johnson admitted it was. In the evening, a gentleman farmer who was on a visit at Dr. Taylor's attempted to dispute with Johnson in favour of Mungo Campbell, who shot Alexander, Earl of Eglintoune, upon his having fallen when retreating from his lordship, who he believed was about to seize his gun, as he had threatened to do. Footnote. Campbell, who was an exciseman, had in July 1769 caught a favourite servant of Lord Eglintoune in smuggling 80 gallons of rum in one of his master's carts. This, he maintains, led to an ill feeling. He had a right to carry a gun by virtue of his office, and from many of the gentry he had licenses to shoot over their grounds. His lordship, however, had forbidden him to enter his. On October the 24th, 1769, he passed into his grounds, and walked along the shore within the sea mark, looking for a plover. Lord Eglintoune came up with him on the sea sands, and demanded his gun, advancing as if to seize it. Campbell warned him that he would fire if he did not keep off, and kept retiring backwards or sideways. He stumbled and fell. Lord Eglintoune stopped a little, and then made as if he would advance. Campbell thereupon fired and hit him in the side. He was found guilty of murder. On the day after the trial, he hanged himself in prison. End of footnote. He said he should have done just as Campbell did. Johnson: Whoever would do as Campbell did deserves to be hanged. Not that I could, as a juryman, have found him legally guilty of murder, but I am glad they found means to convict him. The gentleman farmer said, a poor man has as much honour as a rich man, and Campbell had that to defend. Johnson exclaimed, a poor man has no honour. The English yeoman, not dismayed, proceeded, Lord Eglintoune was a damned fool to run on upon Campbell after being warned that Campbell would shoot him if he did. Johnson, who could not bear anything like swearing, angrily replied, he was not a damned fool. He only thought too well of Campbell. He did not believe Campbell would be such a damned scoundrel as to do so damned a thing. His emphasis on damned, accompanied with frowning looks, reproved his opponent's want of decorum in his presence. Talking of the danger of being mortified by rejection when making approaches to the acquaintance of the great, I observed, I am, however, generally for trying. Nothing venture, nothing have. Johnson: Very true, sir. But I have always been more afraid of failing than hopeful of success. And indeed, though he had all just respect for rank, no man ever less courted the favour of the great. During this interview at Ashbourne, Johnson seemed to be more uniformly social, cheerful, and alert than I had almost ever seen him. He was prompt on great occasions and on small. Taylor, who praised everything of his own to excess, in short, whose geese were all swans, as the proverb says, expatiated on the excellence of his bulldog, which, he told us, was perfectly well shaped. Johnson, after examining the animal attentively, thus repressed the vainglory of our host. No, sir, he is not well shaped, for there is not the quick transition from the thickness of the forepart to the tenuity, the thin part behind, which a bulldog ought to have. This tenuity was the only hard word that I heard him use during this interview, and it will be observed he instantly put another expression in its place. Taylor said, a small bulldog was as good as a large one. Johnson: No, sir, for in proportion to his size he has strength, and your argument would prove that a good bulldog may be as small as a mouse. It was amazing how he entered with perspicuity and keenness upon everything that occurred in conversation. Most men whom I know would no more think of discussing a question about a bulldog than of attacking a bull. I cannot allow any fragment whatever that floats in my memory concerning the great subject of this work to be lost. Although a small particular may appear trifling to some, it will be relished by others, while every little spark adds something to the general blaze. And to please the true, candid, warm admirers of Johnson, and in any degree increase the splendour of his reputation, I bid defiance to the shafts of ridicule, or even of malignity. Showers of them have been discharged at my journal of a tour to the Hebrides, yet it still sails unhurt along the stream of time, and, as an attendant upon Johnson, pursues the triumph and partakes the gale. Footnote. Boswell here alludes to the motto of his journal: "O while along the stream of time thy name expanded flies, and gathers all its fame, say, shall my little bark attendant sail, pursue the triumph, and partake the gale?" End of footnote. One morning after breakfast, when the sun shone bright, we walked out together, and pored for some time with placid indolence upon an artificial waterfall. Footnote. His listless length at noontide would he stretch, and pore upon the brook that babbles by. Gray's Elegy. End of footnote. Which Dr. Taylor had made by building a strong dyke of stone across the river behind the garden. Footnote. Johnson, a fortnight or so later, mentions this waterfall in a letter to Mrs. Thrale, after speaking of a pool that Mr. Thrale was having dug. "He will have no waterfall to roar like the doctor's. I sat by it yesterday and read Erasmus's Militus Christiani Enchiridion." End of footnote. It was now somewhat obscured by branches of trees and other rubbish which had come down the river and settled close to it. Johnson, partly from a desire to see it play more freely, and partly from that inclination to activity which will animate at times the most inert and sluggish mortal, took a long pole which was lying on a bank, and pushed down several parcels of this wreck with painful assiduity, while I stood quietly by, wondering to behold the sage thus curiously employed, and smiling with an humorous satisfaction each time when he carried his point. He worked till he was quite out of breath, and having found a large dead cat, so heavy that he could not move it after several efforts, "Come," said he, throwing down the pole, "you shall take it now," which I accordingly did, and being a fresh man, soon made the cat tumble over the cascade. This may be laughed at as too trifling to record, but it is a small characteristic trait in the Flemish picture which I give of my friend, and in which, therefore, I mark the most minute particulars. And let it be remembered that Aesop at play is one of the instructive apologues of antiquity. I mentioned an old gentleman of our acquaintance whose memory was beginning to fail. Johnson: "There must be a diseased mind where there is a failure of memory at 70. A man's head, sir, must be morbid if he fails so soon." Footnote. At the following Easter he recorded, "My memory is less faithful in retaining names, and, I am afraid, in retaining occurrences." End of footnote. My friend, being now himself 68, might think thus, but I imagine that 70, the psalmist's period of sound human life in later ages, may have a failure, though there be no disease in the constitution. Talking of Rochester's poems, he said he had given them to Mr. Stephens to castrate for the edition of the poets to which he was to write prefaces. Dr. Taylor, the only time I ever heard him say anything witty, footnote, I am told that Horace, Earl of Orford, has a collection of bons mots by persons who never said but one. Boswell. Horace Walpole had succeeded to his title after the publication of the first edition of this book. End of footnote. Observed that if Rochester had been castrated himself, his exceptionable poems would not have been written. I asked if Burnet had not given a good life of Rochester. Johnson: "We have a good death. There is not much life." Footnote. Johnson tells how Rochester lived worthless and useless, and blazed out his youth and his health in lavish voluptuousness, till at the age of 31 he had exhausted the fund of life, and reduced himself to a state of weakness and decay. He describes how Burnet produced a total change both of his manners and opinions, and says of the book in which this conversion is recounted, that it is one which the critic ought to read for its elegance, the philosopher for its arguments, and the saint for its piety. In Johnson's answer to Boswell we have a play on the title of this work, which is Some Passages of the Life and Death of John Earl of Rochester. End of footnote. I asked whether Prior's poems were to be printed entire. Johnson said they were. I mentioned Lord Hales's censure of Prior in his preface to a collection of sacred poems by various hands, published by him at Edinburgh a great many years ago, where he mentions those impure tales which will be the eternal opprobrium of their ingenious author. Johnson: Sir, Lord Hales has forgot. There is nothing in Prior that will excite to lewdness. If Lord Hales thinks there is, he must be more combustible than other people. Footnote. In the passages from Johnson's Life of Prior may be found an explanation of what he here says. A poet who tries to be amorous by dint of study, and who, in his amorous pedantry, exhibits the college, may be gross and yet not excite to lewdness. Goldsmith, in 1766, in a book entitled Beauties of English Poetry Selected, had inserted 2 of Prior's tales, which for once interdicted from general reading a book with his name upon its title page. Mr. Forster hereupon remarks, on the changes in the public taste, nothing is more frequent than these, and few things so sudden. Of these changes he gives some curious instances. End of footnote. I instanced the tale of Paolo Purganti and his wife. Johnson: Sir, there is nothing there, but that his wife wanted to be kissed when poor Paolo was out of pocket. No, sir, Prior is a lady's book. No lady is ashamed to have it standing in her library. The hypochondriac disorder being mentioned, Dr. Johnson did not think it so common as I supposed. Dr. Taylor, said he, is the same one day as another. Burke and Reynolds are the same. Beauclerk, except when in pain, is the same. I am not so myself, but this I do not mention commonly. I complained of a wretched changefulness, so that I could not preserve for any long continuance the same views on anything. It was most comfortable to me to experience in Dr. Johnson's company a relief from this uneasiness. His steady, vigorous mind held firm before me those objects which my own feeble and tremulous imagination frequently presented in such a wavering state that my reason could not judge well of them. Dr. Johnson advised me today to have as many books about me as I could, that I might read upon any subject upon which I had a desire for instruction at the time. What you read then, said he, you will remember, but if you have not a book immediately ready, and the subject moulds in your mind, it is a chance if you again have a desire to study it. He added, if a man never has an eager desire for instruction, he should prescribe a task for himself. But it is better when a man reads from immediate inclination. He repeated a good many lines of Horace's Odes while we were in the chaise. I remember particularly the ode Eheu Fugaces. He said The dispute as to the comparative excellence of Homer or Virgil was inaccurate. Footnote: I am informed by Mr. Langton that a great many years ago he was present when this question was agitated between Dr. Johnson and Mr. Burke, and, to use Johnson's phrase, they talked their best. Johnson for Homer, Burke for Virgil. It may well be supposed to have been one of the ablest and most brilliant contests that ever was exhibited. How much must we regret that it has not been preserved. Boswell. Johnson, after saying that Dryden undertook perhaps the most arduous work of its kind, a translation of Virgil, continues, in the comparison of Homer and Virgil, the discriminative excellence of Homer is elevation and comprehension of thought, and that of Virgil is grace and splendour of diction. The beauties of Homer are therefore difficult to be lost, and those of Virgil difficult to be retained. Mr. E. J. Payne says, most writers have constantly beside them some favourite classical author from whom they endeavour to take their prevailing tone. Burke, according to Butler, always had a ragged Delphin Virgil not far from his elbow. End of footnote. We must consider, said he, whether Homer was not the greatest poet, though Virgil may have produced the finest poem. Virgil was indebted to Homer for the whole invention of the structure of an epic poem, and for many of his beauties. He told me that Bacon was a favourite author with him. Footnote: according to Sir Joshua Reynolds, Mr. Burke, speaking of Bacon's essays, said he thought them the best of his works. Dr. Johnson was of opinion that their excellence and their value consisted in being the observations of a strong mind operating upon life, and in consequence you find there what you seldom find in other books. End of footnote. But he had never read his works till he was compiling the English Dictionary, in which he said I might see Bacon very often quoted. Mr. Seward recollects his having mentioned that a dictionary of the English language might be compiled from Bacon's writings alone, and that he had once an intention of giving an edition of Bacon, at least of his English works, and writing the life of that great man. Footnote: Mr. Seward perhaps imperfectly remembered the following passage in the preface to the dictionary: from the authors which rose in the time of Elizabeth, the speech might be formed adequate to all the purposes of use and elegance. If the language of theology were extracted from Hooker and the translation of the Bible, the terms of natural knowledge from Bacon, the phrases of policy, war, and navigation from Raleigh, the dialect of poetry and fiction from Spenser and Sidney, and the diction of common life from Shakespeare, few ideas would be lost to mankind for want of English words in which they might be expressed. End of footnote. Had he executed this intention, there can be no doubt that he would have done it in a most masterly manner. Mallet's Life of Bacon has no inconsiderable merit as an acute and elegant dissertation relative to its subject, but Mallet's mind was not comprehensive enough to embrace the vast extent of Lord Verulam's genius and research. Dr. Warburton therefore observed with witty justness that Mallet in his Life of Bacon had forgotten that he was a philosopher, and if he should write the Life of the Duke of Marlborough, which he had undertaken to do, he would probably forget that he was a general. Footnote: of Mallet's Life of Bacon, Johnson says that it is written with elegance, perhaps with some affectation, but with so much more knowledge of history than of science, that when he afterwards undertook the Life of Marlborough, Warburton remarked that he might perhaps forget that Marlborough was a general, as he had forgotten that Bacon was a philosopher. End of footnote. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 22. Wishing to be satisfied what degree of truth there was in a story which a friend of Johnson's and mine had told me to his disadvantage, I mentioned it to him in direct terms, and it was to this effect: that a gentleman who had lived in great intimacy with him, shown him much kindness, and even relieved him from a sponging house, having afterwards fallen into bad circumstances, was one day, when Johnson was at dinner with him, seized for debt and carried to prison. Footnote. It appears from part of the original journal in Mr. Anderden's papers that the friend who told the story was Mr. Beauclerk, and the gentleman and lady alluded to were Mr. probably Henry and Miss Harvey Croker. End of footnote. That Johnson sat still undisturbed, and went on eating and drinking, upon which the gentleman's sister, who was present, could not suppress her indignation. "What, sir," said she, "are you so unfeeling as not even to offer to go to my brother in his distress, you who have been so much obliged to him?" And that Johnson answered, "Madam, I owe him no obligation. What he did for me he would have done for a dog." Johnson assured me that the story was absolutely false, but, like a man conscious of being in the right, and desirous of completely vindicating himself from such a charge, he did not arrogantly rest on a mere denial, and on his general character, but proceeded thus: "Sir, I was very intimate with that gentleman, and was once relieved by him from an arrest, but I never was present when he was arrested, never knew that he was arrested, and I believe he never was in difficulties after the time when he relieved me. I loved him much, yet in talking of his general character I may have said, though I do not remember that I ever did say so, that as his generosity proceeded from no principle, but was a part of his profusion, he would do for a dog what he would do for a friend. But I never applied this remark to any particular instance, and certainly not to his kindness to me. If a profuse man, who does not value his money, and gives a large sum to a whore, gives half as much or an equally large sum to relieve a friend, it cannot be esteemed as virtue." This was all I could say of that gentleman, and if said at all, it must have been said after his death. So I would have gone to the world's end to relieve him. The remark about the dog, if made by me, was such a sally as might escape one when painting a man highly. On Tuesday, September the 23rd, Johnson was remarkably cordial to me. It being necessary for me to return to Scotland soon, I had fixed on the next day for my setting out, and I felt a tender concern at the thought of parting with him. He had at this time frankly communicated to me many particulars which are inserted in this work in their proper places, and once, when I happened to mention that the expense of my jaunt would come to much more than I had computed, he said, "Why, sir, if the expense were to be an inconvenience, you would have reason to regret it. But if you have had the money to spend, I know not that you could have purchased as much pleasure with it in any other way." During this interview at Ashbourne, Johnson and I frequently talked with wonderful pleasure of mere trifles, which had occurred in our tour to the Hebrides, for it had left a most agreeable and lasting impression upon his mind. He found fault with me for using the phrase to make money. "Don't you see," said he, "the impropriety of it? To make money is to coin it. You should say get money." The phrase is, however, I think, pretty current. But Johnson was at all times jealous of infractions upon the genuine English language, and prompt to repress colloquial barbarisms, such as pledging myself for undertaking, line for department, or branch, as in the civil line, the banking line. He was particularly indignant against the almost universal use of the word idea in the sense of notion or opinion, when it is clear that idea can only signify something of which an image can be formed in the mind. We may have an idea or image of a mountain, a tree, a building, but we cannot surely have an idea or image of an argument or proposition. Yet we hear the sages of the law delivering their ideas upon the question under consideration, and the first speakers in Parliament entirely coinciding in the idea which has been ably stated by an honourable member, or reprobating an idea unconstitutional and fraught with the most dangerous consequences to a great and free country. Johnson called this modern cant. I perceived that he pronounced the word heard as if spelt with a double E, heard, instead of sounding it heard, as is most usually done. He said his reason was, that if it was pronounced heard, there would be a single exception from the English pronunciation of the syllable ear, and he thought it better not to have that exception. He praised Granger's ode on solitude in Dodsley's collection, and repeated with great energy the exordium: "O solitude, romantic maid, whether by nodding towers you tread, or haunt the desert's trackless gloom, or hover o'er the yawning tomb, or climb the Andes' clifted side, or by the Nile's coy source abide, or, starting from your half-year's sleep, from Hecla view the thawing deep, or at the purple dawn of day Tadnor's marble waste survey," observing, "This, sir, is very noble." Footnote: in the first 3 editions of Boswell we find Tadnor for Tadmor. In Dodsley's collection the last couplet is as follows: "Or Tadmore's marble wastes survey, or in yon roofless cloister stray." End of footnote. In the evening our gentleman farmer and 2 others entertained themselves and the company with a great number of tunes on the fiddle. Johnson desired to have "Let ambition fire thy mind" played over again, and appeared to give a patient attention to it, though he owned to me that he was very insensible to the power of music. I told him that it affected me to such a degree as often to agitate my nerves painfully, producing in my mind alternate sensations of pathetic dejection, so that I was ready to shed tears, and of daring resolution, so that I was inclined to rush into the thickest part of the battle. "Sir," said he, "I should never hear it, if it made me such a fool." Much of the effect of music, I am satisfied, is owing to the association of ideas, that air which instantly and irresistibly excites in the Swiss, when in a foreign land, the maladie du pays, has, I am told, no intrinsic power of sound, and I know from my own experience that Scotch reels, though brisk, make me melancholy, because I used to hear them in my early years, at a time when Mr. Pitt called for soldiers from the mountains of the north, and numbers of brave Highlanders were going abroad, never to return. Footnote. In 1757, 2 battalions of Highlanders were raised and sent to North America. Boswell mentions the regiments which the late Lord Chatham prided himself in having brought from the mountains of the north. Chatham said in the House of Lords on December 2nd, 1777, "I remember that I employed the very rebels in the service and defence of their country. They were reclaimed by this means. They fought our battles. They cheerfully bled in defence of those liberties which they attempted to overthrow but a few years before." End of footnote. Whereas the airs in the Beggar's Opera, many of which are very soft, never fail to render me gay, because they are associated with the warm sensations and high spirits of London. This evening, while some of the tunes of ordinary composition were played with no great skill, my frame was agitated, and I was conscious of a generous attachment to Dr. Johnson, as my preceptor and friend, mixed with an affectionate regret that he was an old man, whom I should probably lose in a short time. I thought I could defend him at the point of my sword. My reverence and affection for him were in full glow. I said to him, "My dear sir, we must meet every year if you don't quarrel with me." Johnson: "Nay, sir, you are more likely to quarrel with me than I with you. My regard for you is greater almost than I have words to express, but I do not choose to be always repeating it. Write it down in the first leaf of your pocket book, and never doubt of it again." I talked to him of misery being the doom of man in this life, as displayed in his Vanity of Human Wishes. Yet I observed that things were done upon the supposition of happiness. Grand houses were built, fine gardens were made, splendid places of public amusement were contrived, and crowded with company. Johnson: "Alas, sir, these are all only struggles for happiness. When I first entered Ranelagh, it gave an expansion and gay sensation to my mind, such as I never experienced anywhere else." Footnote. Boswell, when a widower, wrote to Temple of a lady whom he seemed not unwilling to marry. She is about 27, and he, Sir William Scott, tells me lively and gay. A Ranelagh girl, but of excellent principles, in so much as she reads prayers to the servants in her father's family every Sunday evening. End of footnote. But as Xerxes wept when he viewed his immense army, and considered that not one of that great multitude would be alive 100 years afterwards, so it went to my heart to consider that there was not one in all that brilliant circle that was not afraid to go home and think, but that the thoughts of each individual there would be distressing when alone. This reflection was experimentally just. The feeling of languor which succeeds the animation of gaiety is itself a very severe pain. Footnote. Pope mentions stretched on the rack of a too easy chair, but I recollect a couplet quite apposite to my subject in Virtue and Ethic Epistle, a beautiful and instructive poem by an anonymous writer in 1758, who, treating of pleasure in excess, says, "To languor, suffering on the rack of bliss, confess that man was never made for this." Boswell. End of footnote. And when the mind is then vacant, 1,000 disappointments and vexations rush in and excruciate. Will not many even of my fairest readers allow this to be true? I suggested that being in love and flattered with hopes of success, or having some favourite scheme in view for the next day, might prevent that wretchedness of which we have been talking. Johnson. Why, sir, it may sometimes be as you suppose, but my conclusion is in general but too true. While Johnson and I stood in calm conference by ourselves in Dr. Taylor's garden, at a pretty late hour in a serene autumn night, looking up to the heavens, I directed the discourse to the subject of a future state. My friend was in a placid and most benignant frame. Sir, said he, I do not imagine that all things will be made clear to us immediately after death, but that the ways of Providence will be explained to us very gradually. I ventured to ask him whether, although the words to some texts of Scripture seemed strong in support of the dreadful doctrine of an eternity of punishment, we might not hope that the denunciation was figurative, and would not literally be executed. Johnson. Sir, you are to consider the intention of punishment in a future state. We have no reason to be sure that we shall then be no longer liable to offend against God. We do not know that even the angels are quite in a state of security. Nay, we know that some of them have fallen. It may therefore perhaps be necessary, in order to preserve both men and angels in a state of rectitude, that they should have continually before them the punishment of those who have deviated from it. But we may hope that by some other means a fall from rectitude may be prevented. Some of the texts of Scripture upon this subject are, as you observe, indeed strong, but they may admit of a mitigated interpretation. He talked to me upon this awful and delicate question in a gentle tone, as if afraid to be decisive. After supper I accompanied him to his apartment, and at my request he dictated to me an argument in favour of the negro who was then claiming his liberty in an action in the Court of Session in Scotland. He had always been very zealous against slavery in every form, in which I, with all deference, thought that he discovered a zeal without knowledge. Upon one occasion, when in company with some very grave men at Oxford, his toast was, "Here's to the next insurrection of the negroes in the West Indies." Footnote: Horace Walpole wrote, February 17th, 1773, "Caribs, black Caribs, have no representatives in Parliament. They have no agent but God, and he is seldom called to the bar of the House to defend their cause." February 14th, 1774, "If all the black slaves were in rebellion, I should have no doubt in choosing my side, but I scarce wish perfect freedom to merchants, who are the bloodiest of all tyrants. I should think the souls of the Africans would sit heavy upon the swords of the Americans." End of footnote. His violent prejudice against our West Indian and American settlers appeared whenever there was an opportunity. Towards the conclusion of his Taxation No Tyranny, he says, "How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of negroes?" Footnote: "We are told that the subjection of Americans may tend to the diminution of our own liberties, an event which none but very perspicacious politicians are able to foresee. If slavery be thus fatally contagious, how is it that we hear," etc. In his Life of Milton he says, "It has been observed that they who most loudly clamour for liberty do not most liberally grant it." End of footnote. And in his conversation with Mr. Wilkes he asked, "Where did Beckford and Trecothick learn English?" That Trecothick could both speak and write good English is well known. I myself was favoured with his correspondence concerning the brave Corsicans, and that Beckford could speak it with a spirit of honest resolution, even to his Majesty, as his faithful Lord Mayor of London, is commemorated by the noble monument erected to him in Guildhall. Footnote. The address was delivered on May the 23rd, 1770. The editor of Rogers' Table Talk quotes Mr. Maltby, the friend of Rogers, who says, "Dr. C. Burney assured me that Beckford did not utter one syllable of the speech, that it was wholly the invention of Horne Tooke. Being very intimate with Tooke, I questioned him on the subject. What Burney states, he said, is true. I saw Beckford just after he came from St. James's. I asked him what he had said to the King, and he replied that he had been so confused he scarcely knew what he had said. 'But,' cried I, 'your speech must be sent to the papers. I'll write it for you.' I did so immediately, and it was printed forthwith." Tooke gave the same account to Isaac Reed. Stevens says that the King's answer had been anticipated, and that Horne had suggested the idea of a reply. Stevens continues, "The speech in reply, as Mr. Horne lately acknowledged to me, was his composition." Stevens does not seem to have heard the story that Beckford did not deliver the reply. He says that Horne inserted the account in the newspapers. "No one," he continues, "was better calculated to give copies of those harangues than the person who had furnished the originals. And as to the occurrences at St. James's, he was enabled to detail the particulars from the lips of the members of the deputation." Alderman Townshend assured Lord Chatham that Beckford did deliver the speech. Horne Tooke's word is not worth much. He did not resign his living till more than 7 years after he wrote to Wilkes, "It is true I have suffered the infectious hand of a bishop to be waved over me, whose imposition, like the sop given to Judas, is only a signal for the devil to enter." Beckford, dying in his mayoralty, is oddly connected with Chatterton. Chatterton had written a political essay for the North Briton, which, though accepted, was not printed on account of Lord Mayor Beckford's death. End of footnote. The argument dictated by Dr. Johnson was as follows: "It must be agreed that in most ages many countries have had part of their inhabitants in a state of slavery." Footnote. At the time that Johnson wrote this, there were serfs in Scotland. An Act passed in 1775 contains the following preamble: "Whereas by the law of Scotland, as explained by the judges of the courts of law there, many colliers and salters are in a state of slavery and bondage, bound to the collieries or salt works where they work for life, transferable with the coal work and salteries, etc. The Act was ineffectual in giving relief, and in 1779 all colliers were declared to be free from their servitude. The last of these emancipated slaves died in the year 1844. See also Parliamentary History 29, 1109, where Dundas states that it was only after several years' struggle that the bill was carried through both houses." End of footnote. Yet it may be doubted whether slavery can ever be supposed the natural condition of man. It is impossible not to conceive that men in their original state were equal, and very difficult to imagine how one would be subjected to another but by violent compulsion. An individual may indeed forfeit his liberty by a crime, but he cannot by that crime forfeit the liberty of his children. Footnote. The Utopians do not make slaves of the sons of their slaves. The slaves among them are such as are condemned to that state of life for the commission of some crime. Sir Thomas More's Utopia. End of footnote. What is true of a criminal seems true likewise of a captive. A man may accept life from a conquering enemy on condition of perpetual servitude, but it is very doubtful whether he can entail that servitude on his descendants. For no man can stipulate without commission for another. The condition which he himself accepts, his son or grandson perhaps would have rejected. If we should admit, what perhaps may with more reason be denied, that there are certain relations between man and man which may make slavery necessary and just, yet it can never be proved that he who is now suing for his freedom ever stood in any of those relations. He is certainly subject by no law but that of violence to his present master, who pretends no claim to his obedience but that he bought him from a merchant of slaves, whose right to sell him never was examined. It is said that, according to the constitutions of Jamaica, he was legally enslaved. These constitutions are merely positive, and apparently injurious to the rights of mankind, because whoever is exposed to sale is condemned to slavery without appeal, by whatever fraud or violence he might have been originally brought into the merchant's power. In our own time princes have been sold by wretches to whose care they were entrusted, that they might have a European education, but when once they were brought to a market in the plantations, little would avail either their dignity or their wrongs. The laws of Jamaica afford a negro no redress. His colour is considered as a sufficient testimony against him. It is to be lamented that moral right should ever give way to political convenience. But if temptations of interest are sometimes too strong for human virtue, let us at least retain a virtue where there is no temptation to quit it. In the present case there is apparent right on one side and no convenience on the other. The inhabitants of this island can neither gain riches nor powers by taking away the liberty of any part of the human species. The sum of this argument is this: no man is by nature the property of another. The defendant is therefore by nature free. The rights of nature must be some way forfeited before they can be justly taken away. That the defendant has by any act forfeited the rights of nature we require to be proved, and if no proof of such forfeiture can be given, we doubt not but the justice of the court will declare him free. I record Dr. Johnson's argument fairly upon this particular case, where perhaps he was in the right, but I beg leave to enter my most solemn protest against his general doctrine with respect to the slave trade, for I will resolutely say that his unfavourable notion of it was owing to prejudice and imperfect or false information. The wild and dangerous attempt which has for some time been persisted in to obtain an act of our legislature to abolish so very important and necessary a branch of commercial interest, footnote, the Reverend John Newton, Cooper's friend, in 1763 wrote of the slave trade in which he had been engaged: "It is indeed accounted a genteel employment, and is usually very profitable, though to me it did not prove so, the Lord seeing that a large increase of wealth would not be good for me." A ruffian of a London alderman, a few weeks before the Life of Johnson was published, said in Parliament, "The abolition of the trade would destroy our Newfoundland fishery, which the slaves in the West Indies supported by consuming that part of the fish which was fit for no other consumption, and consequently by cutting off the great source of seamen, annihilate our marine." End of footnote. Must have been crushed at once, had not the insignificance of the zealots who vainly took the lead in it made the vast body of planters, merchants, and others, whose immense properties are involved in that trade, reasonably enough suppose that there could be no danger. The encouragement which the attempt has received excites my wonder and indignation, and though some men of superior abilities have supported it, whether from a love of temporary popularity when prosperous, or a love of general mischief when desperate, my opinion is unshaken. To abolish a status which in all ages God has sanctioned and man has continued would not only be robbery to an innumerable class of our fellow subjects, but it would be extreme cruelty to the African savages, a portion of whom it saves from massacre or intolerable bondage in their own country, and introduces into a much happier state of life, especially now when their passage to the West Indies and their treatment there is humanely regulated. To abolish that trade would be to shut the gates of mercy on mankind. Footnote: Gray's Elegy. Mrs. Piozzi maintained that mercy was totally abolished by French maxims, for if all men are equal, mercy is no more. Johnson in 1740 described slavery as the most calamitous estate in human life, a state which has always been found so destructive to virtue that in many languages a slave and a thief are expressed by the same word. 19 years later he wrote of the discoveries of the Portuguese, "Much knowledge has been acquired, and much cruelty has been committed. The belief of religion has been very little propagated, and its laws have been outrageously and enormously violated." Horace Walpole wrote on July the 9th, 1754, "I was reading t'other day the life of Colonel Codrington. He left a large estate for the propagation of the gospel, and ordered that 300 negroes should constantly be employed upon it. Did one ever hear a more truly Christian charity than keeping up a perpetuity of 300 slaves to look after the gospel's estate?" Churchill in Gotham, published in 1764, says of Europe's treatment of the savage race, "Faith too she plants, for her own ends impressed, to make them bear the worst, and hope the best." End of footnote. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 23. Whatever may have passed elsewhere concerning it, the House of Lords is wise and independent. In terminatis fulgur honoribus, nec sumit aut ponet secures arbitrio popularis aure. Footnote: With stainless lustre virtue shines, a base repulse nor knows nor fears, nor claims her honours nor declines, as the light air of crowds uncertain bears. Francis. End of footnote. I have read, conversed, and thought much upon the subject, and would recommend to all who are capable of conviction an excellent tract by my learned and ingenious friend John Ranby, Esquire, entitled Doubts on the Abolition of the Slave Trade. To Mr. Ranby's doubts I will apply Lord Chancellor Hardwicke's expression in praise of a Scotch law book called Dealerton's Doubts. His doubts, said his lordship, are better than most people's certainties. Footnote: Sir Walter Scott, in a note to Red Gauntlet, says, Sir John Nisbet of Dealerton's Doubts and Questions upon the Law, especially of Scotland, and Sir James Stewart's Dealerton's Doubts and Questions resolved and answered, are works of authority in Scottish jurisprudence. As is generally the case, the doubts are held in more respect than the solution. End of footnote. When I said now to Johnson that I was afraid I kept him up too late, "No, sir," said he, "I don't care though I sit all night with you." Footnote. When Boswell first made Johnson's acquaintance, it was he who suffered from the late hours. End of footnote. This was an animated speech from a man in his 69th year. Had I been as attentive not to displease him as I ought to have been, I know not but this vigil might have been fulfilled, but I unluckily entered upon the controversy concerning the right of Great Britain to tax America, and attempted to argue in favour of our fellow subjects on the other side of the Atlantic. I insisted that America might be very well governed, and made to yield sufficient revenue by the means of influence. Footnote. Burke, in Present Discontents, says, "The power of the Crown, almost dead and rotten as prerogative, has grown up anew with much more strength and far less odium under the name of influence." Influence he explains as the method of governing by men of great natural interest or great acquired consideration. Influence, said Johnson, must ever be in proportion to property, and it is right that it should. To political life might be applied what Johnson wrote of domestic life. It is a maxim no man ever was enslaved by influence while he was fit to be free. End of footnote. As exemplified in Ireland, while the people might be pleased with the imagination of their participating of the British Constitution by having a body of representatives, without whose consent money could not be exacted from them, Johnson could not bear my thus opposing his avowed opinion, which he had exerted himself with an extreme degree of heat to enforce, and the violent agitation into which he was thrown while answering, or rather reprimanding me, alarmed me so that I heartily repented of my having unthinkingly introduced the subject. I myself, however, grew warm, and the change was great from the calm state of philosophical discussion in which we had a little before been pleasingly employed. I talked of the corruption of the British Parliament, in which I alleged that any question, however unreasonable or unjust, might be carried by a venal majority, and I spoke with high admiration of the Roman Senate, as if composed of men sincerely desirous to resolve what they should think best for their country. Footnote. Boswell falls into what he calls the cant transmitted from age to age in praise of the ancient Romans. To do so with Johnson was at once to provoke an attack, for he looked upon the Roman commonwealth as one which grew great only by the misery of the rest of mankind. Moreover, he disliked appeals to history. General history, writes Murphy, had little of his regard. Biography was his delight. Sooner than hear of the Punic War, he would be rude to the person that introduced the subject. Mrs. Piozzi says that no kind of conversation pleased him less, I think, than when the subject was historical fact or general polity. "What shall we learn from that stuff?" said he. He never, as he expressed it, desired to hear of the Punic War while he lived. The Punic War, it is clear, was a kind of humorous catchword with him. She wrote to him in 1773, "So here's modern politics in a letter from me. Yes, and a touch of the Punic War too." He wrote to her in 1775, just after she had been at the first regatta held in England, "You will now find the advantage of having made one at the regatta. It is the good of public life that it supplies agreeable topics of general conversation. Therefore, wherever you are, and whatever you see, talk not of the Punic War, nor of the depravity of human nature, nor of the slender motives of human actions, nor of the difficulty of finding employment or pleasure, but talk and talk and talk of the regatta. He was no doubt sick of the constant reference made by writers and public speakers to Rome. For instance, in Bolingbroke's Dissertations upon Parties, we find in 3 consecutive letters 5 illustrations drawn from Rome. End of footnote. My friend would allow no such character to the Roman Senate, and he maintained that the British Parliament was not corrupt, and that there was no occasion to corrupt its members, asserting that there was hardly ever any question of great importance before Parliament, any question in which a man might not very well vote either on one side or the other. He said there had been none in his time except that respecting America. We were fatigued by the contest, which was produced by my want of caution, and he was not then in the humour to slide into easy and cheerful talk. It therefore so happened that we were, after an hour or 2, very willing to separate and go to bed. Footnote. It is strange that Boswell does not mention that on this day they met the Duke and Duchess of Argyle in the street. That they did so we learn from Piozzi letters. Perhaps the Duchess showed him the same marked coldness as at Inverary. End of footnote. On Wednesday, September 24th, I went into Dr. Johnson's room before he got up, and finding that the storm of the preceding night was quite laid, I sat down upon his bedside, and he talked with as much readiness and good humour as ever. He recommended to me to plant a considerable part of a large Moorish farm which I had purchased, and he made several calculations of the expense and profit, for he delighted in exercising his mind on the science of numbers. Footnote. In Scotland it was Cocker's arithmetic that he took with him. He was not always correct in his calculations. For instance, he wrote to Mrs. Thrale from Ashbourne less than a fortnight after Boswell's departure, "Mr. Langton bought at Nottingham Fair 15 ton of cheese, which, at an ounce apiece, will suffice after dinner for 480,000 men. To arrive at this number, he must have taken a hundredweight as equal to not 112, but 100 pounds. End of footnote. He pressed upon me the importance of planting at the first in a very sufficient manner, quoting the saying, "In bello non licet viscerare," and adding, "This is equally true in planting." I spoke with gratitude of Dr. Taylor's hospitality, and as evidence that it was not on account of his good table alone that Johnson visited him often, I mentioned a little anecdote which had escaped my friend's recollection, and at hearing which repeated, he smiled. One evening, when I was sitting with him, Frank delivered this message: "Sir, Dr. Taylor sends his compliments to you, and begs you will dine with him tomorrow. He has got a hare." "My compliments," said Johnson, "and I'll dine with him, hare or rabbit." After breakfast I departed, and pursued my journey northwards. Footnote. Johnson wrote the next day, "Boswell is gone, and is, I hope, pleased that he has been here, though to look on anything with pleasure is not very common. He has been gay and good-humoured in his usual way, but we have not agreed upon any other expedition." End of footnote. I took my post-chaise from the Green Man, a very good inn at Ashbourne, the mistress of which, a mighty civil gentlewoman, curtsying very low, presented me with an engraving of the sign of her house, to which she had subjoined, in her own handwriting, an address in such singular simplicity of style, that I have preserved it pasted upon one of the boards of my original journal at this time, and shall here insert it for the amusement of my readers. M. Killingly's duty waits upon Mr. Boswell, is exceedingly obliged to him for this favour. Whenever he comes this way, hopes for a continuance of the same. Would Mr. Boswell name the house to his extensive acquaintance, it would be a singular favour conferred on one who has it not in her power to make any other return but her most grateful thanks and sincerest prayers for his happiness in time and in a blessed eternity. Tuesday morning. From this meeting at Ashbourne I derived a considerable accession to my Johnsonian store. I communicated my original journal to Sir William Forbes, in whom I have always placed deserved confidence, and what he wrote to me concerning it is so much to my credit as the Biography of Johnson, that my readers will, I hope, grant me their indulgence for here inserting it. It is not once or twice going over it, says Sir William, that will satisfy me, for I find in it a high degree of instruction as well as entertainment, and I derive more benefit from Dr. Johnson's admirable discussions than I should be able to draw from his personal conversation, for I suppose there is not a man in the world to whom he discloses his sentiments so freely as to yourself. I cannot omit a curious circumstance which occurred at Edensor Inn, close by Chatsworth, to survey the magnificence of which I had gone a considerable way out of my road to Scotland. The inn was then kept by a very jolly landlord, whose name I think was Moulton. He happened to mention that the celebrated Dr. Johnson had been in his house. I inquired who this Dr. Johnson was, that I might hear mine host's notion of him. Sir, said he, Johnson, the great writer, oddity, as they call him. He's the greatest writer in England. He writes for the ministry. He has a correspondence abroad, and lets them know what's going on. Footnote. The landlord at Ellen said that he heard he was the greatest man in England next to Lord Mansfield. End of footnote. My friend, who had a thorough dependence upon the authenticity of my relation without any embellishment, as falsehood or fiction is too gently called, laughed a good deal at this representation of himself. Mr. Boswell to Dr. Johnson, Edinburgh, September the 29th, 1777. My dear Sir, by the first post I inform you of my safe arrival at my own house, and that I had the comfort of finding my wife and children all in good health. When I look back upon our late interview, it appears to me to have answered expectation better than almost any scheme of happiness that I ever put in execution. My journal is stored with wisdom and wit. Footnote. Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale, Boswell kept his journal very diligently. But then, what was there to journalize? I should be glad to see what he says of ... The number of stars renders it likely that Beauclerk is meant. End of footnote. And my memory is filled with the recollection of lively and affectionate feelings, which now, I think, yield me more satisfaction than at the time when they were first excited. I have experienced this upon other occasions. I shall be obliged to you if you will explain it to me, for it seems wonderful that pleasure should be more vivid at a distance than when near. I wish you may find yourself in a humour to do me this favour, but I flatter myself with no strong hope of it, for I have observed that unless upon very serious occasions, your letters to me are not answers to those which I write. I then expressed much uneasiness that I had mentioned to him the name of the gentleman, footnote, Mr. Beauclerk, end of footnote, who had told me the story so much to his disadvantage, the truth of which he had completely refuted, for that my having done so might be interpreted as a breach of confidence, and offend one whose society I valued, therefore earnestly requesting that no notice might be taken of it to anybody till I should be in London and have an opportunity to talk it over with the gentleman. To James Boswell, Esquire, dear Sir, you will wonder, or you have wondered, why no letter has come from me. What you wrote at your return had in it such a strain of cowardly caution as gave me no pleasure. I could not well do what you wished. I had no need to vex you with a refusal. I have seen Mr. Blank, footnote, Beauclerk, end of footnote, and as to him have set all right, without any inconvenience, so far as I know, to you. Mrs. Thrale had forgot the story. You may now be at ease. And at ease I certainly wish you, for the kindness that you showed me in coming so long a journey to see me. It was a pity to keep you so long in pain, but upon reviewing the matter, I do not see what I could have done better than as I did. I hope you found at your return my dear enemy and all her little people quite well, and had no reason to repent of your journey. I think on it with great gratitude. Footnote: Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale, Boswell says that his wife does not love me quite well yet, though we have made a formal peace. End of footnote. I was not well when you left me at the doctor's, and I grew worse, yet I stayed on, and at Lichfield was very ill. Travelling, however, did not make me worse, and when I came to London, I complied with the summons to go to Brighthelmston, where I saw Beauclerk and stayed 3 days. Our club has recommenced last Friday, but I was not there. Langton has another wench. Footnote: a daughter born to him. Boswell. Mr. Croker says that this daughter was Miss Jane Langton. End of footnote. Mrs. Thrale is in hopes of a young brewer. Footnote: she already had 11 children, of whom 7 were by this time dead. This time a daughter was born, and not a young brewer. End of footnote. They got by their trade last year a very large sum, and their expenses are proportionate. Footnote: 3 months earlier Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "We are not far from the great year of 100,000 barrels, which, if 3 shillings be gained upon each barrel, will bring us 15,000 pounds a year." We may see how here, as elsewhere, he makes himself almost one with the Thrales. End of footnote. Mrs. Williams' health is very bad, and I have had for some time a very difficult and laborious respiration, but I am better by purges, abstinence, and other methods. I am yet, however, much behindhand in my health and rest. Dr. Blair's sermons are now universally commended, but let him think that I had the honour of first finding and first praising his excellencies. I did not stay to add my voice to that of the public. My dear friend, let me thank you once more for your visit. You did me great honour, and I hope met with nothing that displeased you. I stayed long at Ashbourne, not much pleased, yet awkward at departing. I then went to Lichfield, where I found my friend at Stow Hill very dangerously diseased. Footnote: Mrs. Aston, Boswell. End of footnote. Such is life. Let us try to pass it well, whatever it may be, for there is surely something beyond it. Well, now I hope all is well. Write as soon as you can to, dear Sir, your affectionate servant, Samuel Johnson. London, November the 25th, 1777. To Dr. Samuel Johnson, Edinburgh, November the 29th, 1777. My dear Sir, this day's post has at length relieved me from much uneasiness by bringing me a letter from you. I was indeed doubly uneasy on my own account and yours. I was very anxious to be secured against any bad consequences from my imprudence in mentioning the gentleman's name who had told me a story to your disadvantage, and as I could hardly suppose it possible that you would delay so long to make me easy unless you were ill, I was not a little apprehensive about you. You must not be offended when I venture to tell you that you appear to me to have been too rigid upon this occasion. The cowardly caution which gave you no pleasure was suggested to me by a friend here, to whom I mentioned the strange story, and the detection of its falsity, as an instance how one may be deceived by what is apparently very good authority. But as I am still persuaded that, as I might have obtained the truth without mentioning the gentleman's name, it was wrong in me to do it, I cannot see that you are just in blaming my caution. But if you were ever so just in your disapprobation, might you not have dealt more tenderly with me? I went to Auchinleck about the middle of October, and passed some time with my father very comfortably. I am engaged in a criminal prosecution against a country schoolmaster for indecent behaviour to his female scholars. There is no statute against such abominable conduct, but it is punishable at common law. I shall be obliged to you for your assistance in this extraordinary trial. I am, as ever, my dear Sir, your faithful humble servant, James Boswell. About this time I wrote to Johnson, giving him an account of the decision of the Negro cause by the Court of Session, which by those who hold even the mildest and best regulated slavery an abomination, of which number I do not hesitate to claim that I am none, should be remembered with high respect, and to the credit of Scotland, for it went upon a much broader ground than the case of Somerset, which was decided in England, being truly the general question whether a perpetual obligation of service to one master in any mode should be sanctified by the law of a free country. A Negro, then called Joseph Knight, a native of Africa, who, having been brought to Jamaica in the usual course of the slave trade, and purchased by a Scotch gentleman in that island, had attended his master to Scotland, where it was officiously suggested to him that he would be found entitled to his liberty without any limitation. He accordingly brought his action, in the course of which the advocates on both sides did themselves great honour. Mr. Maclaren has had the praise of Johnson for his argument in favour of the Negro, and Mr. Maconochie distinguished himself on the same side by his ingenuity and extraordinary research. Footnote. The motto to it was happily chosen, Quam vis ille niga, quam vis tu candidus esses. I cannot avoid mentioning a circumstance no less strange than true, that a brother advocate in considerable practice, but of whom it certainly cannot be said, ingenuas didicet fidelita artes, asked Mr. Maclaren with a face of flippant assurance, "Are these words your own?" Boswell. Sir Walter Scott shows where the humour of this motto chiefly lay. The counsel opposite, he writes, was the celebrated White, an excellent lawyer, but of very homely appearance, with heavy features, a blind eye which projected from its socket, a swag belly, and a limp. To him Maclaren applied the lines of Virgil, Quam vis ille niga, quam vis tu candidus esse so formose puer, nimium ne crede colori. Though he was black, and thou art heavenly fair, trust not too much to that enchanting face. Dryden. Mr. Maclaurin wrote an essay against the Homeric tale of Troy Divine, I believe, for the sole purpose of introducing a happy motto: Non anni domoere decim, non mille carine. End of footnote. Mr. Cullen, on the part of the master, discovered good information and sound reasoning, in which he was well supported by Mr. James Ferguson, remarkable for a manly understanding and a knowledge both of books and of the world. But I cannot too highly praise the speech which Mr. Henry Dundas generously contributed to the cause of the sooty stranger. Mr. Dundas's Scottish accent, which has been so often in vain obtruded as an objection to his powerful abilities in Parliament, was no disadvantage to him in his own country. Footnote. There is no doubt some malice in this second mention of Dundas's Scottish accent. Boswell complained to Temple in 1789 that Dundas had not behaved well to himself or his brother David. The fact is, he writes, on David's being obliged to quit Spain on account of the war, Dundas promised to my father that he would give him an office. Some time after my father's death, Dundas renewed the assurance to me in strong terms, and told me he had said to Lord Carmarthen, "It is a deathbed promise, and I must fulfil it." Yet David has now been kept waiting above 8 years, when he might have established himself again in trade. This is cruel usage. Boswell adds, I strongly suspect Dundas has given Pitt a prejudice against me. The excellent Langton says it is disgraceful. It is utter folly in Pitt not to reward and attach to his administration a man of my popular and pleasant talents, whose merit he has acknowledged in a letter under his own hand. End of footnote. And I do declare that upon this memorable question he impressed me, and I believe all his audience, with such feelings as were produced by some of the most eminent orations of antiquity. This testimony I liberally give to the excellence of an old friend, with whom it has been my lot to differ very widely upon many political topics. Yet I persuade myself without malice. A great majority of the Lords of Session decided for the Negro, but 4 of their number, the Lord President, Lord Eliock, Lord Monboddo, and Lord Covington, resolutely maintained the lawfulness of a status which has been acknowledged in all ages and countries, and that when freedom flourished, as in old Greece and Rome. Footnote. Knight was kidnapped when a child and sold to a Mr. Wedderburn of Ballandine, who employed him as his personal servant. In 1769 his master brought him to Britain, and from that time allowed him 6d. a week for pocket money. By the assistance of his fellow servants he learnt to read. In 1772 he read in a newspaper the report of the decision in the Somerset case. From that time, said Mr. Ferguson, he had had it in his head to leave his master's service. In 1773 he married a fellow servant, and finding 6d. a week insufficient for married life, applied for ordinary wages. This request being refused, he signified his intention of seeking service elsewhere. On his master's petition to the Justices of Peace of Perthshire, he was brought before them on a warrant, they decided that he must continue with him as formerly. For some time he continued accordingly, but a child being born to him, he petitioned the sheriff, who decided in his favour. He thereupon left the house of his master, who removed the cause into the Court of Session. Ferguson maintained that there are many examples of greater servitude in this country, Scotland, than that claimed by the defender, Mr. Wedderburn, the plaintiff. There still exists a species of perpetual servitude which is supported by late statutes and by daily practice, namely, that which takes place with regard to the colliers and sailors, where, from the single circumstance of entering to work after puberty, they are bound to perpetual service and sold along with the works. End of footnote. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 24. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, this is the time of the year in which all express their good wishes to their friends, and I send mine to you and your family. May your lives be long, happy, and good. I have been much out of order, but I hope do not grow worse. The crime of the schoolmaster, whom you are engaged to prosecute, is very great, and may be suspected to be too common. In our law it would be a breach of the peace and a misdemeanour, that is, a kind of indefinite crime, not capital, but punishable at the discretion of the court. You cannot want matter. All that needs to be said will easily occur. Mr. Shaw, the author of the Gallic Grammar, desires me to make a request for him to Lord Eglintoune, that he may be appointed chaplain to one of the new raised regiments. All our friends are as they were. Little has happened to them of either good or bad. Mrs. Thrale ran a great black hairdressing pin into her eye, but by great evacuation she kept it from inflaming, and it is almost well. Miss Reynolds has been out of order, but is better. Mrs. Williams is in a very poor state of health. If I should write on, I should perhaps write only complaints, and therefore I will content myself with telling you that I love to think on you and to hear from you, and that I am, dear Sir, yours faithfully, Samuel Johnson, December the 27th, 1777. To Dr. Samuel Johnson, Edinburgh, January the 8th, 1778. Dear Sir, your congratulations upon a new year are mixed with complaint. Mine must be so too. My wife has for some time been very ill, having been confined to the house these 3 months by a severe cold, attended with alarming symptoms. Here I gave a particular account of the distress which the person, upon every account most dear to me, suffered, and of the dismal state of apprehension in which I now was, adding that I never stood more in need of his consoling philosophy. Did you ever look at a book written by Wilson, a Scotchman, under the Latin name of Volusenus? According to the custom of literary men at a certain period, it is entitled De Animi Tranquillitate. I earnestly desire tranquillity. Bona res quies. but I fear I shall never attain it, for when unoccupied I grow gloomy, and occupation agitates me to feverishness. I am, dear Sir, your most affectionate humble servant, James Boswell. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, to a letter so interesting as your last, it is proper to return some answer, however little I may be disposed to write. Your alarm at your lady's illness was reasonable, and not disproportionate to the appearance of the disorder. I hope your physical friend's conjecture is now verified, and all fear of a consumption at an end. A little care and exercise will then restore her. London is a good air for ladies, and if you bring her hither, I will do for her what she did for me. I will retire from my apartments for her accommodation. Behave kindly to her, and keep her cheerful. Footnote: when Johnson visited Boswell in Edinburgh, Mrs. Boswell insisted that, to show all respect to the sage, she would give up her own bedchamber to him, and take a worse. End of footnote. You always seem to call for tenderness. Know then that in the first month of the present year I very highly esteem and very cordially love you. I hope to tell you this at the beginning of every year as long as we live, and why should we trouble ourselves to tell or hear it oftener? Tell Veronica, Euphemia, and Alexander that I wish them, as well as their parents, many happy years. You have ended the negro's cause much to my mind. Lord Auchinleck and dear Lord Hailes were on the side of liberty. Lord Hailes's name reproaches me, but if he saw my languid neglect of my own affairs, he would rather pity than resent my neglect of his. I hope to mend. Ut et mihi vivam et amicis. I am, dear Sir, yours affectionately, Samuel Johnson. January the 24th, 1778. My service to my fellow traveller, Joseph. Johnson maintained a long and intimate friendship with Mr. Welch, who succeeded the celebrated Henry Fielding as one of His Majesty's Justices of the Peace for Westminster. Footnote: Fielding, in his Voyage to Lisbon, writes of him as "my friend Mr. Welch, whom I never think or speak of but with love and esteem." End of footnote. Kept a regular office for the police of that great district, and discharged his important trust for many years faithfully and ably. Footnote: Johnson defines police as the regulation and government of a city or country so far as regards the inhabitants. End of footnote. Johnson, who had an eager and unceasing curiosity to know human life in all its variety, told me that he attended Mr. Welch in his office for a whole winter, to hear the examinations of the culprits, but that he found an almost uniform tenor of misfortune, wretchedness, and profligacy. Mr. Welch's health being impaired, he was advised to try the effect of a warm climate, and Johnson, by his interest with Mr. Chamier, footnote, at this time Under Secretary of State, end of footnote, procured him leave of absence to go to Italy, and a promise that the pension or salary of £200 a year, which government allowed him, should not be discontinued. Footnote: Fielding, after telling how, unlike his predecessor, he had not plundered the public or the poor, continues: I had thus reduced an income of about £500 a year of the dirtiest money upon earth to little more than £300, a considerable proportion of which remained with my clerk. He added that he received from the government a yearly pension out of the public service money. End of footnote. Mr. Welch accordingly went abroad, accompanied by his daughter Anne, a young lady of uncommon talents and literature. To Saunders Welch, Esquire, at the English Coffee House, Rome. Dear Sir, to have suffered one of my best and dearest friends to pass almost 2 years in foreign countries without a letter has a very shameful appearance of inattention, but the truth is that there was no particular time in which I had anything particular to say, and general expressions of good will, I hope, our long friendship is grown too solid to want. Of public affairs you have information from the newspapers wherever you go, for the English keep no secret, and of other things Mrs. Nollekens informs you. My intelligence could therefore be of no use, and Miss Nancy's letters made it unnecessary to write to you for information. I was likewise for some time out of humour to find that motion and nearer approaches to the sun did not restore your health so fast as I expected. Of your health the accounts have lately been more pleasing, and I have the gratification of imagining to myself a length of years which I hope you have gained, and of which the enjoyment will be improved by a vast accession of images and observations which your journeys and various residents have enabled you to make and accumulate. You have travelled with this felicity, almost peculiar to yourself, that your companion is not to part from you at your journey's end, but you are to live on together, to help each other's recollection, and to supply each other's omissions. The world has few greater pleasures than that which two friends enjoy in tracing back at some distant time those transactions and events through which they have passed together. One of the old man's miseries is that he cannot easily find a companion able to partake with him of the past. You and your fellow traveller have this comfort in store, that your conversation will not be easily exhausted. One will always be glad to say what the other will always be willing to hear. That you may enjoy this pleasure long, your health must have your constant attention. I suppose you purpose to return this year. There is no need of haste. Do not come hither before the height of summer, that you may fall gradually into the inconveniences of your native clime. July seems to be the proper month. August and September will prepare you for the winter. After having travelled so far to find health, you must take care not to lose it at home, and I hope a little care will eventually preserve it. Miss Nancy has doubtless kept a constant and copious journal. She must not expect to be welcome when she returns without a great mass of information. Let her review her journal often, and set down what she finds herself to have omitted, that she may trust to memory as little as possible, for memory is soon confused by a quick succession of things, and she will grow every day less confident of the truth of her own narratives, unless she can recur to some written memorials. If she has satisfied herself with hints instead of full representations, let her supply the deficiencies now, while her memory is yet fresh, and while her father's memory may help her. If she observes this direction, she will not have travelled in vain, for she will bring home a book with which she may entertain herself to the end of life. If it were not now too late, I would advise her to note the impression which the first sight of anything new and wonderful made upon her mind. Let her now set her thoughts down as she can recollect them, for faint as they may already be, they will grow every day fainter. Perhaps I do not flatter myself unreasonably when I imagine that you may wish to know something of me. I can gratify your benevolence with no account of health. The hand of time or of disease is very heavy upon me. I pass restless and uneasy nights, harassed with convulsions of my breast and flatulencies at my stomach, and restless nights make heavy days. But nothing will be mended by complaints, and therefore I will make an end. When we meet, we will try to forget our cares and our maladies, and contribute as we can to the cheerfulness of each other. If I had gone with you, I believe I should have been better, but I do not know that it was in my power. I am, dear sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, February the 3rd, 1778. This letter, while it gives admirable advice how to travel to the best advantage, and will therefore be of very general use, is another eminent proof of Johnson's warm and affectionate heart. Footnote: the friendship between Mr. Welch and him was unbroken. Mr. Welch died not many months before him, and bequeathed him 5 guineas for a ring, which Johnson received with tenderness as a kind memorial. His regard was constant for his friend Mr. Welch's daughters, of whom Jane is married to Mr. Nollekins, the statuary, whose merit is too well known to require any praise from me. Boswell. End of footnote. To Dr. Samuel Johnson, Edinburgh, February the 26th, 1778. My dear Sir, why I have delayed for near a month to thank you for your last affectionate letter I cannot say, for my mind has been in better health these 3 weeks than for some years past. I believe I have evaded till I could send you a copy of Lord Hales's opinion on the Negro's cause, which he wishes you to read, and correct any errors that there may be in the language, for, says he, we live in a critical, though not a learned age, and I seek to screen myself under the shield of Ajax. I communicated to him your apology for keeping the sheets of his annals so long. He says, I am sorry to see that Dr. Johnson is in a state of languor. Why should a sober Christian, neither an enthusiast nor a fanatic, be very merry or very sad? I envy his lordship's comfortable constitution, but well do I know that languor and dejection will afflict the best, however excellent their principles. I am in possession of Lord Hales's opinion in his own handwriting, and have had it for some time. My excuse then for procrastination must be that I wanted to have it copied, and I have now put that off so long that it will be better to bring it with me than send it, as I shall probably get you to look at it sooner when I solicit you in person. My wife, who is, thank God, a good deal better, is much obliged to you for your very polite and courteous offer of your apartment, but if she goes to London, it will be best for her to have lodgings in the more airy vicinity of Hyde Park. I, however, doubt much if I shall be able to prevail with her to accompany me to the metropolis, for she is so different from you and me that she dislikes travelling, and she is so anxious about her children that she thinks she should be unhappy if at a distance from them. She therefore wishes rather to go to some country place in Scotland, where she can have them with her. I purpose being in London about the 20th of next month, as I think it creditable to appear in the House of Lords as one of Douglas's counsel, in the great and last competition between Duke Hamilton and him. Footnote: it seems from Boswell's words, as the editor of the Letters of Boswell points out, that in this case he was only a friend and amateur, and not a duly appointed advocate. Certainly was not retained in an earlier stage of the cause, for on July the 22nd, 1767, he wrote, Though I am not a counsel in that cause, yet I am much interested in it. End of footnote. I am sorry poor Mrs. Williams is so ill. Though her temper is unpleasant, she has always been polite and obliging to me. I wish many happy years to good Mr. Levet, who, I suppose, holds his usual place at your breakfast table. Footnote. Dr. Percy, the Bishop of Dromore, humorously observed that Levet used to breakfast on the crust of a roll, which Johnson, after tearing out the crumb for himself, threw to his humble friend. Boswell. Perhaps the word threw is here too strong. Dr. Johnson never treated Levet with contempt. Malone. Hawkins says that Dr. Johnson frequently observed that Levet was indebted to him for nothing more than house room, his share in a penny loaf at breakfast, and now and then a dinner on a Sunday. Johnson's roll, says Dr. Harwood, was every morning placed in a small blue and white china saucer, which had belonged to his wife, and which he familiarly called Tetty. See the inscription on the saucer in the Lichfield Museum. End of footnote. I am, ever, my dear Sir, your affectionate humble servant, James Boswell. To the same. Edinburgh, February the 28th, 1778. My dear Sir, you are at present busy amongst the English poets, preparing for the public instruction and entertainment, prefaces, biographical and critical. It will not therefore be out of season to appeal to you for the decision of a controversy which has arisen between a lady and me concerning a passage in Parnell. That poet tells us that his hermit quitted his cell to know the world by sight, to find if books or swains report it right. For yet by swains alone the world he knew, whose feet came wandering o'er the nightly dew. I maintain that there is an inconsistency here, for as the hermit's notions of the world were formed from the reports both of books and swains, he could not justly be said to know by swains alone. Be pleased to judge between us, and let us have your reasons. What do you say to taxation no tyranny now, after Lord North's declaration or confession, or whatever else his conciliatory speech should be called? I never differed from you in politics but upon two points, the Middlesex election and the taxation of the Americans by the British Houses of Representatives. There is a charm in the word Parliament, so I avoid it. As I am a steady and warm Tory, I regret that the King does not see it to be better for him to receive constitutional supplies from his American subjects by the voice of their own assemblies, where his royal person is represented, than through the medium of his British subjects. I am persuaded that the power of the Crown, which I wish to increase, will be greater when in contact with all its dominions, than if the rays of regal bounty were to shine upon America through that dense and troubled body, a modern British Parliament. Footnote. Alluding to a line in his Vanity of Human Wishes, describing Cardinal Wolsey in his state of elevation, through him the rays of regal bounty shine. Boswell. End of footnote. But enough of this subject, for your angry voice at Ashbourne upon it still sounds awful in my mind's ears. I am ever, my dear Sir, your most affectionate humble servant, James Boswell. To the same. Edinburgh, March the 12th, 1778. My dear Sir, the alarm of your late illness distressed me but a few hours, for on the evening of the day that it reached me, I found it contradicted in the London Chronicle, which I could depend upon as authentic concerning you, Mr. Strahan being the printer of it. I did not see the paper in which the approaching extinction of a bright luminary was announced. Sir William Forbes told me of it, and he says he saw me so uneasy that he did not give me the report in such strong terms as he read it. He afterwards sent me a letter from Mr. Langton to him, which relieved me much. I am, however, not quite easy, as I have not heard from you, and now I shall not have that comfort before I see you, for I set out for London tomorrow before the post comes in. I hope to be with you on Wednesday morning, and I ever am, with the highest veneration, my dear Sir, your much obliged, faithful, and affectionate humble servant, James Boswell. On Wednesday, March the 18th, I arrived in London, and I was informed by good Mr. Francis that his master was better, and was gone to Mr. Thrale's at Streatham, to which place I wrote to him, begging to know when he should be in town. He was not expected for some time, but next day, having called on Dr. Taylor in Dean's Yard, Westminster, I found him there, and was told he had come to town for a few hours. He met me with his usual kindness, but instantly returned to the writing of something on which he was employed when I came in, and on which he seemed much intent. Finding him thus engaged, I made my visit very short, and had no more of his conversation, except his expressing a serious regret that a friend of ours was living at too much expense, considering how poor an appearance he made. Footnote, Mr. Langton. End of footnote. If, said he, a man has splendour from his expense, if he spends his money in pride or in pleasure, he has value. But if he lets others spend it for him, which is most commonly the case, he has no advantage from it. On Friday, March the 20th, I found him at his own house, sitting with Mrs. Williams, and was informed that the room formerly allotted to me was now appropriated to a charitable purpose. Mrs. Desmoulins, footnote, daughter of Dr. Swinfen, Johnson's godfather, and widow of Mr. Desmoulins, a writing master, Boswell, end of footnote, and I think her daughter and a Miss Carmichael being all lodged in it. Such was his humanity, and such his generosity, that Mrs. Desmoulins herself told me he allowed her half a guinea a week. Let it be remembered that this was above a 12th part of his pension. His liberality, indeed, was at all periods of his life very remarkable. Mr. Howard of Lichfield, at whose father's house Johnson had in his early years been kindly received, told me that when he was a boy at the Charterhouse, his father wrote to him to go and pay a visit to Mr. Samuel Johnson, which he accordingly did, and found him in an upper room of poor appearance. Johnson received him with much courteousness, and talked a great deal to him, as to a schoolboy, of the course of his education, and other particulars. When he afterwards came to know and understand the high character of this great man, he recollected his condescension with wonder. He added, that when he was going away, Mr. Johnson presented him with half a guinea, and this, said Mr. Howard, was at a time when he probably had not another. We retired from Mrs. Williams to another room. Tom Davies soon after joined us. He had now unfortunately failed in his circumstances, and was much indebted to Dr. Johnson's kindness for obtaining for him many alleviations of his distress. Footnote. Johnson wrote to Mrs. Montague on March the 5th. Now, dear madam, we must talk of business. Poor Davies, the bankrupt bookseller, is soliciting his friends to collect a small sum for the repurchase of part of his household stuff. Several of them gave him 5 guineas. It would be an honour to him to owe part of his relief to Mrs. Montague. J. Disraeli says, "We owe to Davies beautiful editions of some of our elder poets, which are now eagerly sought after, yet, though all his publications were of the best kinds, and are now of increasing value, the taste of Tom Davies twice ended in bankruptcy." End of footnote. After he went away, Johnson blamed his folly in quitting the stage, by which he and his wife got £500 a year. I said I believed it was owing to Churchill's attack upon him. He mouths a sentence as curs mouth a bone. Footnote: Davies wrote to Garrick in 1763, "I remember that during the run of Cymbeline I had the misfortune to disconcert you in one scene of that play, for which I did immediately beg your pardon, and did attribute it to my accidentally seeing Mr. Churchill in the pit, with great truth. And that was the only time I can recollect of my being confused or unmindful of my business, when that gentleman was before me. I had even then a more moderate opinion of my abilities than your candour would allow me, and have always acknowledged that gentleman's picture of me was fair." He adds that he left the stage on account of Garrick's unkindness, who, he says, at rehearsals took all imaginable pains to make me unhappy. End of footnote. Johnson: "I believe so too, sir, but what a man is he who is to be driven from the stage by a line? Another line would have driven him from his shop." I told him that I was engaged as counsel at the bar of the House of Commons to oppose a road bill in the county of Stirling, and asked him what mode he would advise me to follow in addressing such an audience. Johnson: "Why, sir, you must provide yourself with a good deal of extraneous matter, which you are to produce occasionally so as to fill up the time, for you must consider that they do not listen much. If you begin with the strength of your cause, it may be lost before they begin to listen. When you catch a moment of attention, press the merits of the question upon them." He said, as to one point of the merits, that he thought it would be a wrong thing to deprive the small landholders of the privilege of assessing themselves for making and repairing the high roads. It was destroying a certain portion of liberty, without a good reason, which was always a bad thing. When I mentioned this observation next day to Mr. Wilkes, he pleasantly said, "What, does he talk of liberty? Liberty is as ridiculous in his mouth as religion in mine." Mr. Wilkes's advice as to the best mode of speaking at the bar of the House of Commons was not more respectful towards the Senate than that of Dr. Johnson. "Be as impudent as you can, as merry as you can, and say whatever comes uppermost. Jack Lee is the best heard there of any council, and he is the most impudent dog, and always abusing us." Footnote: He was afterwards Solicitor General under Lord Rockingham, and Attorney General under the Duke of Portland. "I love Mr. Lee exceedingly," wrote Boswell, "though I believe there are not any two specific propositions of any sort in which we exactly agree. But the general mass of sense and sociality, literature and religion in each of us, produces two given quantities which unite and effervesce wonderfully well. I know few men I would go farther to serve than Jack Lee." Lord Eldon said that Lee, in the debates upon the India Bill, speaking of the charter of the East India Company, expressed his surprise that there could be such political strife about what he called a piece of parchment with a bit of wax dangling to it. This most improvident expression, uttered by a Crown lawyer, formed the subject of comment and reproach in all the subsequent debates, in all the publications of the times, and in everybody's conversation. In the debate on Fox's India Bill on December the 3rd, 1783, Lee asked what was the consideration of a charter, a skin of parchment with a waxed seal at the corner, compared to the happiness of 30 millions of subjects and the preservation of a mighty empire. End of footnote. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 25. In my interview with Dr. Johnson this evening, I was quite easy, quite as his companion, upon which I find in my journal the following reflection. So ready is my mind to suggest matter for dissatisfaction that I felt a sort of regret that I was so easy. I missed that awful reverence with which I used to contemplate Mr. Samuel Johnson in the complex magnitude of his literary, moral, and religious character. I have a wonderful superstitious love of mystery, when perhaps the truth is that it is owing to the cloudy darkness of my own mind. I shall be glad that I am more advanced in my progress of being, so that I can view Dr. Johnson with a steadier and clearer eye. My dissatisfaction tonight was foolish. Would it not be foolish to regret that we shall have less mystery in a future state, that we now see in a glass darkly, but shall then see face to face? This reflection, which I thus freely communicate, will be valued by the thinking part of my readers, who may have themselves experienced a similar state of mind. He returned next day to Streatham, to Mr. Thrale's, where, as Mr. Strahan once complained to me, he was in a great measure absorbed from the society of his old friends. Footnote: Goldsmith notices this in The Haunch of Venison. My friend bade me welcome, but struck me quite dumb with tidings that Johnson and Burke would not come. For I knew it, he cried, both eternally fail, the one with his speeches, and t'other with Thrale. End of footnote. I was kept in London by business, and wrote to him on the 27th that a separation from him for a week, when we were so near, was equal to a separation for a year, when we were at 400 miles distance. I went to Streatham on Monday, March the 30th. Before he appeared, Mrs. Thrale made a very characteristical remark. I do not know for certain what will please Dr. Johnson, but I know for certain that it will displease him to praise anything, even what he likes, extravagantly. Footnote: Johnson said, "He who praises everybody praises nobody." End of footnote. At dinner he laughed at querulous declamations against the age, on account of luxury, increase of London, scarcity of provisions, and other such topics. Houses, said he, will be built till rents fall, and corn is more plentiful now than ever it was. Footnote: Johnson wrote in July 1775, "Everybody says that the prospect of harvest is uncommonly delightful. But this has been so long the summer talk, and has been so often contradicted by autumn, that I do not suffer it to lay much hold on my mind. Our gay prospects have now for many years together ended in melancholy retrospects. On August the 27th, 1777, he wrote, "Amidst all these little things, there is one great thing. The harvest is abundant, and the weather à la merveille. No season ever was finer." End of footnote. I had before dinner repeated a ridiculous story told to me by an old man who had been a passenger with me in the stage-coach today. Mrs. Thrale, having taken occasion to allude to it in talking to me, called it "the story told you by the old woman." "Now, madam," said I, "give me leave to catch you in the fact it was not an old woman, but an old man, whom I mentioned as having told me this." I presumed to take an opportunity, in presence of Johnson, of showing this lively lady how ready she was, unintentionally, to deviate from exact authenticity of narration. "Thomas à Kempis," he observed, "must be a good book, as the world has opened its arms to receive it. It is said to have been printed in one language or another as many times as there have been months since it first came out." Footnote. The first edition was in 1492. Between that period and 1792, according to this account, there were 3,600 editions. But this is very improbable. Malone. Malone assumes, as Mr. Croker points out, that this rate of publication continued to the year 1792, but after all the difference is trifling. Johnson here forgot to use his favourite cure for exaggeration, counting. "Round numbers," he said, "are always false." Horace Walpole, after making a calculation, writes, "I may err in my calculations, for I am a woeful arithmetician, but no matter, one large sum is as good as another." End of footnote. I was always struck with this sentence in it: "Be not angry that you cannot make others as you wish them to be, since you cannot make yourself as you wish to be." He said, "I was angry with Hurd about Cowley for having published a selection of his works, but upon better consideration I think there is no impropriety in a man's publishing as much as he chooses of any author, if he does not put the rest out of the way. A man, for instance, may print the Odes of Horace alone." He seemed to be in a more indulgent humour than when this subject was discussed between him and Mr. Murphy. When we were at tea and coffee, there came in Lord Trimlestown, in whose family was an ancient Irish peerage, but it suffered by taking the generous side in the troubles of the last century. Footnote. Since this was written, the attainder has been reversed, and Nicholas Barnwall is now a peer of Ireland with this title. The person mentioned in the text had studied physic and prescribed gratis to the poor. Hence arose the subsequent conversation. Malone. End of footnote. He was a man of pleasing conversation, and was accompanied by a young gentleman, his son. I mentioned that I had in my possession the life of Sir Robert Sibbald, the celebrated Scottish antiquary and founder of the Royal College of Physicians at Edinburgh, in the original manuscript in his own handwriting, and that it was, I believed, the most natural and candid account of himself that ever was given by any man. As an instance, he tells that the Duke of Perth, then Chancellor of Scotland, pressed him very much to come over to the Roman Catholic faith, that he resisted all his Grace's arguments for a considerable time, till one day he felt himself, as it were, instantaneously convinced, and with tears in his eyes ran into the Duke's arms and embraced the ancient religion. that he continued very steady in it for some time, and accompanied his Grace to London one winter, and lived in his household; that there he found the rigid fasting prescribed by the Church very severe upon him; that this disposed him to reconsider the controversy, and having then seen that he was in the wrong, he returned to Protestantism. I talked of some time or other publishing this curious life. Mrs. Thrale: I think you had as well let alone that publication. To discover such weakness exposes a man when he is gone. Johnson: Nay, it is an honest picture of human nature. How often are the primary motives of our greatest actions as small as Sybil's for his reconversion. Footnote: See Franklin's Autobiography for his conversion from vegetarianism. End of footnote. Mrs. Thrale: But may they not as well be forgotten? Johnson: No, madam. A man loves to review his own mind. That is the use of a diary or journal. Footnote: Johnson advised Boswell to keep a journal. The great thing to be recorded is the state of your own mind. End of footnote. Lord Trimlestown: True, sir. As the ladies love to see themselves in a glass, so a man likes to see himself in his journal. Boswell: A very pretty allusion. Johnson: Yes, indeed. Boswell: And as a lady adjusts her dress before a mirror, a man adjusts his character by looking at his journal. I next year found the very same thought in Atterbury's funeral sermon on Lady Cutts, where, having mentioned her diary, he says, In this glass she every day dressed her mind. This is a proof of coincidence, and not of plagiarism, for I had never read that sermon before. Next morning, while we were at breakfast, Johnson gave a very earnest recommendation of what he himself practised with the utmost conscientiousness, I mean a strict attention to truth, even in the most minute particulars. Accustom your children, said he, constantly to this. If a thing happened at one window, and they, when relating it, say that it happened at another, do not let it pass, but instantly check them. You do not know where deviation from truth will end. Boswell: It may come to the door, and when once an account is at all varied in one circumstance, it may by degrees be varied so as to be totally different from what really happened. Our lively hostess, whose fancy was impatient of the rain, fidgeted at this, and ventured to say, Nay, this is too much. If Mr. Johnson should forbid me to drink tea, I would comply, as I should feel the restraint only twice a day, but little variations in narrative must happen 1,000 times a day, if one is not perpetually watching. Johnson: Well, madam, and you ought to be perpetually watching. It is more from carelessness about truth than from intentional lying that there is so much falsehood in the world. Footnote: Nobody can live long without knowing that falsehoods of convenience or vanity, falsehoods from which no evil immediately visible ensues, except the general degradation of human testimony, are very likely uttered, and once uttered, are sullenly supported. End of footnote. In his review of Dr. Warton's Essay on the Writings and Genius of Pope, Johnson has given the following salutary caution upon this subject. Nothing but experience could evince the frequency of false information, or enable any man to conceive that so many groundless reports should be propagated as every man of eminence may hear of himself. Some men relate what they think as what they know. Some men of confused memories and habitual inaccuracy ascribe to one man what belongs to another, and some talk on without thought or care. A few men are sufficient to broach falsehoods, which are afterwards innocently diffused by successive relators. Had he lived to read what Sir John Hawkins and Mrs. Piozzi have said concerning himself, how much would he have found his observation illustrated? He was indeed so much impressed with the prevalence of falsehood, voluntary or unintentional, that I never knew any person who, upon hearing an extraordinary circumstance told, discovered more of the incredulous odi. Footnote: Quocunque ostendis mihi, sic incredulus odi. For while upon such monstrous scenes we gaze, they shock our faith, our indignation raise. Francis. Johnson speaks of the natural desire of man to propagate a wonder. Wonders, he says, are willingly told and willingly heard. Speaking of Voltaire, he says, it is the great failing of a strong imagination to catch greedily at wonders. According to Mrs. Piozzi, Hogarth said, Johnson, though so wise a fellow, is more like King David than King Solomon, for he says in his haste that all men are liars. End of footnote. He would say, with a significant look and decisive tone, "It is not so. Do not tell this again." Footnote. The following plausible, but over-prudent counsel on this subject is given by an Italian writer, quoted by Redi, De Generatione Insectarum, with the epithet of Divini Poetae. Sempre a quel ver capace di menzogna dell'uom que die le labbra quanto el puote, però che senza colpa fa vergogna. It is strange that Boswell should not have discovered that these lines were from Dante. The following is Wright's translation. That truth which bears the semblance of a lie should never pass the lips if possible. Though crime be absent, still disgrace is nigh. End of footnote. He inculcated upon all his friends the importance of perpetual vigilance against the slightest degrees of falsehood, the effect of which, as Sir Joshua Reynolds observed to me, has been that all who were of his school are distinguished for a love of truth and accuracy, which they would not have possessed in the same degree if they had not been acquainted with Johnson. Talking of ghosts, he said, "It is wonderful that 5,000 years have now elapsed since the creation of the world, and still it is undecided whether or not there has ever been an instance of the spirit of any person appearing after death. All argument is against it, but all belief is for it." He said, "John Wesley's conversation is good, but he is never at leisure." Footnote. Of John Wesley, he said, "He can talk well on any subject." Southey says that his manners were almost irresistibly winning, and his cheerfulness was like perpetual sunshine. Wesley recorded on December the 18th, 1783, "I spent 2 hours with that great man Dr. Johnson, who is sinking into the grave by a gentle decay." End of footnote. He is always obliged to go at a certain hour. Footnote. When you meet him in the street of a crowded city, he attracted notice, not only by his band and cassock, and his long hair white and bright as silver, but by his pace and manner, both indicating that all his minutes were numbered, and that not one was to be lost. "Though I am always in haste," he says of himself, I am never in a hurry, because I never undertake any more work than I can go through with perfect calmness of spirit. End of footnote. This is very disagreeable to a man who loves to fold his legs and have out his talk, as I do. On Friday, April 3rd, I dined with him in London, in a company where were present several eminent men, whom I shall not name, but distinguish their parts in the conversation by different letters. Footnote. No doubt the Literary Club. Mr. Croker says that it appears by the books of the club that the company on that evening consisted of Dr. Johnson, President, Mr. Burke, Mr. Boswell, Dr. George Fordyce, Mr. Gibbon, Dr. Johnson, again named, Sir Joshua Reynolds, Lord Upper Ossory, and Mr. R.B. Sheridan. E no doubt stands for Edmund Burke, and J for Joshua Reynolds. Who are meant by the other initials cannot be known. Mr. Croker hazards some guesses, but he says that Sir James Mackintosh and Chalmers were as dubious as himself. End of footnote. F. I have been looking at this famous antique marble dog of Mr. Jennings, valued at 1,000 guineas, said to be Alcibiades' dog. Johnson. His tail then must be docked. That was the mark of Alcibiades' dog. E. 1,000 guineas? The representation of no animal whatever is worth so much. At this rate, a dead dog would indeed be better than a living lion. Johnson. Sir, it is not the worth of the thing, but of the skill in forming it, which is so highly estimated. Everything that enlarges the sphere of human powers, and shows man he can do what he thought he could not do, is valuable. The first man who balanced the straw upon his nose, footnote, a man came in balancing a straw upon his nose, and the audience were clapping their hands in all the raptures of applause. According to Davis, in 1 year, after paying all expenses, £11,000 for the produce of Mr. Maddox, the straw man's agility, added to the talents of the players at Covent Garden Theatre. End of footnote. Johnson, who rode upon 3 horses at a time, in short, all such men deserved the applause of mankind, not on account of the use of what they did, but of the dexterity which they exhibited. Boswell. Yet a misapplication of time and assiduity is not to be encouraged. Addison, in one of his Spectators, commends the judgment of a king who, as a suitable reward to a man that by long perseverance had attained the art of throwing a barleycorn through the eye of a needle, gave him a bushel of barley. Johnson. He must have been a king of Scotland, where barley is scarce. F. One of the most remarkable antique figures of an animal is the boar at Florence. Johnson. The first boar that is well made in marble should be preserved as a wonder. When men arrive at a facility of making boars well, then the workmanship is not of such value, but they should, however, be preserved as examples, and as a greater security for the restoration of the art should it be lost. E. We hear prodigious footnote. Sir, said Edwards to Johnson, I remember you would not let us say prodigious at college. End of footnote. Complaints at present of immigration. Footnote. Emigration was at this time a common topic of discourse. Dr. Johnson regretted it as hurtful to human happiness. End of footnote. I am convinced that emigration makes a country more populous. J. That sounds very much like a paradox. E. Exportation of men, like exportation of all other commodities, makes more be produced. Johnson. But there would be more people, were there not emigration, provided there were food for more. E. No, Leave a few breeders, and you will have more people than if there were no emigration. Johnson. Nay, sir, it is plain there will be more people if there are more breeders. 30 cows in good pasture will provide more calves than 10 cows, provided they have good bulls. E. There are bulls enough in Ireland. Johnson, smiling. So, sir, I should think, from your argument. Boswell. You said exportation of men, like exportation of other commodities, makes more be produced. But a bounty is given to encourage the exportation of corn, and no bounty is given for the exportation of men. Footnote. In 1766, Johnson wrote a paper, first published in 1808, to prove that the bounty upon corn has produced plenty. The truth of these principles, he says, our ancestors discovered by reason, and the French have now found it by experience. In this regulation we have the honour of being masters to those who, in commercial policy, have been long accounted the masters of the world. In 1688 was granted the parliamentary bounty upon the exportation of corn. The country gentlemen had felt that the money price of corn was falling, and the bounty was an expedient to raise it artificially to the high price at which it had frequently been sold in the times of Charles I and II. The year 1792, the last year of peace before the Great War, was likewise the last year of exportation. End of footnote. Though indeed those who go gain by it. But the bounty on the exportation of corn is paid at home. E. That's the same thing. Johnson. No, sir. A man who stays at home gains nothing by his neighbours emigrating. Boswell. I can understand that emigration may be the cause that more people may be produced in a country, but the country will not therefore be the more populous, for the people issue from it. It can only be said that there is a flow of people. It is an encouragement to have children, to know that they can get a living by emigration. Yes, if there were emigration of children under 6 years of age, but they don't emigrate until they could earn their livelihood in some way at home. C. It is remarkable that the most unhealthy countries, where there are the most destructive diseases, such as Egypt and Bengal, are the most populous. Johnson. Countries which are the most populous have the most destructive diseases. That is the true state of the proposition. C. Holland is very unhealthy, yet it is exceedingly populous. Johnson. I know not that Holland is unhealthy, but its populousness is owing to an influx of people from all other countries. Disease cannot be the cause of populousness, for it not only carries off a great proportion of the people, but those who are left are weakened and unfit for the purposes of increase. Mr. E., I don't mean to flatter, but when posterity reads one of your speeches in Parliament, it will be difficult to believe that you took so much pains, knowing with certainty that it could produce no effect, that not one vote will be gained by it. Footnote. Though fraught with all learning, yet straining his throat to persuade Tommy Townsend to lend him a vote. Goldsmith's Retaliation. Horace Walpole says of Lord Mansfield's speech on the Habeas Corpus Bill of 1758, "Perhaps it was the only speech that in my time at least had any real effect, that is, convinced many persons." End of footnote. Waiving your compliment to me, I shall say in general that it is very well worth while for a man to take pains to speak well in Parliament. A man who has vanity speaks to display his talents, and if a man speaks well, he gradually establishes a certain reputation and consequence in the general opinion, which sooner or later will have its political reward. Besides, though not one vote is gained, a good speech has its effect. Though an act which has been ably opposed passes into a law, yet in its progress it is modelled, it is softened in such a manner that we see plainly the minister has been told that the members attached to him are so sensible of its injustice or absurdity from what they have heard, that it must be altered. Footnote. Gibbon, who was now a member of Parliament, was present at this dinner. In his Autobiography he says, "After a fleeting, illusive hope, prudence condemned me to acquiesce in the humble station of a mute. Timidity was fortified by pride, and even the success of my pen discouraged the trial of my voice. But I assisted at the debates of a free assembly. I listened to the attack and defence of eloquence and reason. I had a near prospect of the character, views, and passions of the first men of the age. The 8 sessions that I sat in Parliament were a school of civil prudence, the first and most essential virtue of an historian." End of footnote. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 26. Johnson. And, sir, there is a gratification of pride. Though we cannot outvote them, we will out-argue them. They shall not do wrong without its being shown both to themselves and to the world. E. The House of Commons is a mixed body. I accept the minority, which I hold to be pure, smiling, but I take the whole House. It is a mass by no means pure, but neither is it wholly corrupt, though there is a large proportion of corruption in it. There are many members who generally go with the minister, who will not go all lengths. There are many honest, well-meaning country gentlemen who are in Parliament only to keep up the consequence of their families. Upon most of these a good speech will have influence. Johnson. We are all more or less governed by interest, but interest will not make us do everything. In a case which admits of doubt, we try to think on the side which is for our interest, and generally bring ourselves to act accordingly, but the subject must admit of diversity of colouring. It must receive a colour on that side. In the House of Commons there are members enough who will not vote what is grossly unjust or absurd. No, sir, there must always be right enough, or appearance of right, to keep wrong in countenance. Boswell. There is surely always a majority in Parliament who have places, or who want to have them, and who therefore will be generally ready to support government, without requiring any pretext. E. True, sir, that majority will always follow quo clamor vocat et turba faventium. Boswell. Well now, let us take the common phrase, place hunters. I thought they had hunted without regard to anything, just as their huntsman, the minister, leads, looking only to the prey. Footnote. Lord Bolingbroke, who, however detestable as a metaphysician, must be allowed to have had admirable talents as a political writer, thus describes the House of Commons in his letter to Sir William Wyndham. You know the nature of that assembly. They grow like hounds, fond of the man who shows them game, and by whose halloo they are used to be encouraged. Boswell. End of footnote. J. But taking your metaphor, you know that in hunting there are few so desperately keen as to follow without reserve. Some do not choose to leap ditches and hedges and risk their necks, or gallop over steeps, or even to dirty themselves in bogs and mire. Boswell. I am glad there are some good, quiet, moderate political hunters. E. I believe in any body of men in England I should have been in the minority. I have always been in the minority. P. The House of Commons resembles a private company. How seldom is any man convinced by another's argument. Passion and pride rise against it. R. What would be the consequence if a minister, sure of a majority in the House of Commons, should resolve that there should be no speaking at all upon his side? E. He must soon go out. That has been tried, but it was found it would not do. E. The Irish language is not primitive. It is Teutonic, a mixture of the northern tongues. It has much English in it. Johnson. It may have been radically Teutonic, but English and High Dutch have no similarity to the eye, though radically the same. Once, when looking into Low Dutch, I found in a whole page only one word similar to English, stroom, like stream, and it signified tide. E. I remember having seen a Dutch sonnet, in which I found this word, roosnopies. Nobody would at first think that this could be English, but when we inquire, we find rose, rose, and nopie, knob. So we have rosebuds. Johnson. I have been reading Thickness's Travels, which I think are entertaining. Boswell. What, sir, a good book? Johnson. Yes, sir, to read once. I do not say you are to make a study of it, and digest it. And I believe it to be a true book in his intention. All travellers generally mean to tell truth, though Thickness observes, upon Smollett's account of his alarming a whole town in France by firing a blunderbuss, footnote, Smollett says that he had a musketoon which could carry 8 balls. This piece did not fail to attract the curiosity and admiration of the people in every place through which we passed. The carriage no sooner halted than a crowd surrounded the man to view the blunderbuss, which they dignified with the name of Petit Canon. At Nuis in Burgundy he fired it in the air, and the whole mob dispersed and scampered off like a flock of sheep. End of footnote. And frightening a French nobleman till he made him tie on his portmanteau. Footnote. Smollett does not say that he frightened the nobleman. He mistook him for a postmaster, and spoke to him very roughly. The nobleman seems to have been good-natured, for at the next stage, says Smollett, observing that one of the trunks behind was a little displaced, he assisted my servant in adjusting it. His name and rank were learnt later on. End of footnote. That he would be loath to say Smollett had told 2 lies in 1 page, but he had found the only town in France where these things could have happened. Footnote. The two things did not happen in the same town. I am sure, writes Thickness, there was but that single French nobleman in his mighty kingdom who would have submitted to such insults as the doctor says he treated him with, nor any other town but Sens, it was Nuis, where the firing of a gun would have so terrified the inhabitants. End of footnote. Travellers must often be mistaken. In everything except where mensuration can be applied, they may honestly differ. There has been of late a strange turn in travellers to be displeased. Footnote. Both Smollett and Thickness were great grumblers. End of footnote. E. From the experience which I have had, and I have had a great deal, I have learnt to think better of mankind. Footnote. Lord Bolingbroke said of Lord Oxford, he is naturally inclined to believe the worst, which I take to be a certain mark of a mean spirit and a wicked soul. At least I am sure that the contrary quality, when it is not due to weakness of understanding, is the fruit of a generous temper and an honest heart. Lord Eldon asked Pitt, not long before his death, what he thought of the honesty of mankind. His answer was that he had a favourable opinion of mankind upon the whole, and that he believed that the majority was really actuated by fair meaning and intention. End of footnote. Johnson. From my experience, I have found them worse in commercial dealings, more disposed to cheat than I had any notion of, but more disposed to do one another good than I had conceived. Footnote. Johnson wrote in 1751, "We are by our occupations, education, and habits of life divided almost into different species, which regard one another, for the most part, with scorn and malignity." In number 173 he writes of the great hostility which every part of mankind exercises against the rest, to furnish insults and sarcasm. In 1783 he said, "I am ready now to call a man a good man upon easier terms than I was formerly." End of footnote. J. Less just and more beneficent. Johnson. And really it is wonderful, considering how much attention is necessary for men to take care of themselves and ward off immediate evils which press upon them, it is wonderful how much they do for others. As it is said of the greatest liar that he tells more truth than falsehood, so it may be said of the worst man that he does more good than evil. Footnote. Johnson, 34 years earlier, in The Life of Savage, had written, "The knowledge of life was indeed his chief attainment, and it is not without some satisfaction that I can produce the suffrage of Savage in favour of human nature." On April 14, 1781, he wrote, "The world is not so unjust or unkind as it is peevishly represented. Those who deserve well seldom fail to receive from others such services as they can perform. But few have much in their power, or are so stationed as to have great leisure from their own affairs, and kindness must be commonly the exuberance of content. The wretched have no compassion. They can do good only from strong principles of duty." End of footnote. Boswell. Perhaps from experience men may be found happier than we suppose. Johnson. No, sir. The more we inquire, we shall find men the less happy. P. As to thinking better or worse of mankind from experience, some cunning people will not be satisfied unless they have put men to the test as they think. There is a very good story told of Sir Godfrey Kneller in his character of a Justice of the Peace. A gentleman brought his servant before him upon an accusation of having stolen some money from him, but it having come out that he had laid it purposely in the servant's way, in order to try his honesty, Sir Godfrey sent the master to prison. Footnote. Pope thus introduces this story. Faith, in such cases, if you should prosecute, I think Sir Godfrey should decide the suit. Who send the thief who, that, stole the cash away, and punished him that put it in his way. End of footnote. Johnson. To resist temptation once is not a sufficient proof of honesty. If a servant indeed were to resist the continued temptation of silver lying in a window, as some people let it lie, when he is sure his master does not know how much there is of it, he would give a strong proof of honesty. But this is a proof to which you have no right to put a man. You know, humanly speaking, there is a certain degree of temptation which will overcome any virtue. Now, in so far as you approach temptation to a man, you do him an injury, and if he is overcome, you share his guilt. P. And when once overcome, it is easier for him to be got the better of again. Boswell. Yes, you are his seducer. You have debauched him. I have known a man resolved to put friendship to the test by asking a friend to lend him money merely with that view when he did not want it. Footnote. Very likely Boswell himself. He put Johnson's friendship to the test by neglecting to write to him. End of footnote. Johnson. That is very wrong, sir. Your friend may be a narrow man, and yet have many good qualities. Narrowness may be his only fault. Now, you are trying his general character as a friend by one particular, singly, in which he happens to be defective, when in truth his character is composed of many particulars. E. I understand the hogshead of claret which this society was favoured with by our friend the Dean is nearly out. Footnote. No doubt Dr. Barnard, Dean of Derry, afterwards Bishop of Killaloe. End of footnote. I think he should be written to send another of the same kind. Let the request be made with a happy ambiguity of expression, so that he may have the chance of his sending it also as a present. Johnson. I am willing to offer my services as secretary on this occasion. P. As many as are for Dr. Johnson being secretary, hold up your hands. Carried unanimously. Boswell. He will be our dictator. Johnson. No, the company is to dictate to me. I am only to write for wine, and I am quite disinterested, as I drink none. I shall not be suspected of having forged the application. I am no more than a humble scribe. E. Then you shall prescribe. Boswell. Very well. The first play of words today. J. No, the bull's in Ireland. Johnson. Were I your dictator, you should have no wine. It will be my business carvere ne quid detrimenti res publica caperet. And wine is dangerous. Rome was ruined by luxury. Smiling. E. If you allow no wine as dictator, you shall not have me for your master of horse. On Saturday, April the 4th, I drank tea with Johnson at Dr. Taylor's, where he had dined. He entertained us with an account of a tragedy written by a Dr. Kennedy, not the Lisbon physician. The catastrophe of it, said he, was that a king, who was jealous of his queen with his prime minister, castrated himself. Footnote: the reverse of the story of Combabus, on which Mr. David Hume told Lord Macartney that a friend of his had written a tragedy. It is, however, possible that I may have been inaccurate in my perception of what Dr. Johnson related, and that he may have been talking of the same ludicrous tragical subject that Mr. Hume had mentioned. Boswell. The story of Combabus, which was originally told by Lucian, may be found in Bayle's Dictionary, Malone. End of footnote. This tragedy was actually shown about in manuscript to several people, and amongst others to Mr. Fitzherbert, who repeated to me 2 lines of the prologue. Our hero's fate we have but gently touched. The fair might blame us if it were less couched. It is hardly to be believed what absurd and indecent images men will introduce into their writings without being sensible of the absurdity and indecency. I remember Lord Orrery told me that there was a pamphlet written against Sir Robert Walpole, the whole of which was an allegory on the phallic obscenity. The Duchess of Buckingham asked Lord Orrery who this person was. He answered he did not know. She said she would send to Mr. Pulteney, who she supposed could inform her. So then, to prevent her from making herself ridiculous, Lord Orrery sent her Grace a note, in which he gave her to understand what was meant. He was very silent this evening, and read in a variety of books, suddenly throwing down one and taking up another. He talked of going to Streatham that night. Taylor: you'll be robbed if you do, or you must shoot a highwayman. Footnote: Horace Walpole, less than 3 months later, wrote, Poor Mrs. Clive has been robbed again in her own lane, in Twickenham, as she was last year. I don't make a visit without a blunderbuss. One might as well be invaded by the French. Yet Wesley, in the previous December, speaking of highwaymen, records, I have travelled all roads by day and by night for these 40 years, and never was interrupted yet. Baretti, who is a great traveller, says, For my part, I never met with any robbers in my various rambles through several regions of Europe. End of footnote. Now I would rather be robbed than do that. I would not shoot a highwayman. Johnson. But I would rather shoot him in the instant when he is attempting to rob me, than afterwards swear against him at the Old Bailey to take away his life after he has robbed me. Footnote: A year or 2 before Johnson became acquainted with the Thrales, a man was hanged on Kennington Common for robbing Mr. Thrale. End of footnote. I am sure I am right in the one case than in the other. I may be mistaken as to the man when I swear. I cannot be mistaken if I shoot him in the act. Besides, we feel less reluctance to take away a man's life when we are heated by the injury, than to do it at a distance of time by an oath after we have cooled. Boswell. So, sir, you would rather act from the motive of private passion than that of public advantage? Johnson. Nay, sir, when I shoot the highwayman, I act from both. Boswell. Very well, very well. There is no catching him. Johnson. At the same time, one does not know what to say, for perhaps one may, a year after, hang himself from uneasiness for having shot a man. Footnote. The late Duke of Montrose was generally said to have been uneasy on that account, but I can contradict the report from his Grace's own authority. As he used to admit me to very easy conversation with him, I took the liberty to introduce the subject. His Grace told me that when riding one night near London, he was attacked by 2 highwaymen on horseback, and that he instantly shot one of them, upon which the other galloped off, and that his servant, who was very well mounted, proposed to pursue him and take him, but that his Grace said, No, we have had blood enough. I hope the man may live to repent. His Grace, upon my presuming to put the question, assured me that his mind was not at all clouded by what he had thus done in self-defence. Boswell. End of footnote. Few minds are fit to be trusted with so great a thing. Boswell. Then, sir, you would not shoot him? Johnson. But I might be vexed afterwards for that too. Thrale's carriage not having come for him as he expected, I accompanied him some part of the way home to his own house. I told him that I had talked of him to Mr. Dunning a few days before, and had said that in his company we did not so much interchange conversation as listen to him. Footnote. Mr. Dunning, the great lawyer, Johnson called him. Lord Shelburne says, The fact is well known of the present Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, Lord Loughborough, formerly Mr. Wedderburn, beginning a law argument in the absence of Mr. Dunning, but upon hearing him hem in the course of it, his tone so visibly changed that there was not a doubt in any part of the house of the reason of it. End of footnote. And that Dunning observed upon this, One is always willing to listen to Dr. Johnson. To which I answered, That is a great deal from you, sir. Yes, sir, said Johnson, a great deal indeed. Here is a man willing to listen, to whom the world is listening all the rest of the year. Boswell. I think, sir, it is right to tell one man of such a handsome thing which has been said of him by another. It tends to increase benevolence. Johnson. Undoubtedly it is right, sir. Footnote. The applause of a single human being, he once said, is of great consequence. End of footnote. On Tuesday, April 7th, I breakfasted with him at his house. He said, Nobody was content. I mentioned to him a respectable person in Scotland whom he knew, and I asserted that I really believed he was always content. Footnote. Most likely Boswell's father, for he answers to what is said of this person. He was known to Johnson, he had married a second time, and he was fond of planting, and entertained schemes for the improvement of his property. Respectable was still a term of high praise. It had not yet come down to signify a man who keeps a gig. Johnson defines it as venerable, meriting respect. It is not in the earlier editions of his dictionary. Boswell calls Johnson the Duke of Argyle's respectable guest, and under September 7, 1780, writes of the respectable notion which should ever be entertained of my illustrious friend. Dr. Franklin, in a dedication to Johnson, describes himself as a sincere admirer of his respectable talents. We read that a stone now covers the grave which holds his, Dr. Johnson's, respectable remains. I do not know, wrote Hannah More of Hampton Court, a more respectable sight than a room containing 14 admirals, all by Sir Godfrey. Gibbon, congratulating Lord Loughborough on becoming Lord Chancellor, speaks of the support the administration will derive from so respectable an ally. George III wrote to Lord Shelburne on September 16, 1782, when the tie between the colonies and England was about to be formally severed, that he had made the most frequent prayers to heaven to guide me so as to act that posterity may not lay the downfall of this once respectable empire at my door. Lord Chesterfield, writing of the hour of death, says, "That moment is at least a very respectable one. Let people who boast of not fearing it say what they please." End of footnote. No, sir, he is not content with the present. He has always some new scheme, some new plantation, something which is future. You know he was not content as a widower, for he married again. Boswell. But he is not restless. Johnson. Sir, he is only locally at rest. A chemist is locally at rest, but his mind is hard at work. This gentleman has done with external exertions. It is too late for him to engage in distant projects. Boswell. He seems to amuse himself quite well, to have his attention fixed and his tranquillity preserved by very small matters. I have tried this, but it would not do with me. Johnson, laughing. No, sir, it must be born with a man to be contented to take up with little things. Women have a great advantage, that they may take up with little things without disgracing themselves. A man cannot, except with fiddling. Had I learnt to fiddle, I should have done nothing else. Footnote. The younger Newbery records that Johnson, finding that he had a violin, said to him, "Young man, give the fiddle to the first beggar man you meet, or you will never be a scholar." End of footnote. Boswell. Pray, sir, did you ever play on any musical instrument? Johnson. No, sir. I once bought me a flageolet, but I never made out a tune. Boswell. A flageolet, sir? So small an instrument? Footnote. When I told this to Miss Seward, she smiled and repeated, with admirable readiness, from Acis and Galatea, "Bring me 100 reeds of ample growth, to make a pipe for my capacious mouth." Boswell. End of footnote. I should have liked to hear you play upon the violoncello. That would have been your instrument. Johnson. Sir, I might as well have played on the violoncello as another, but I should have done nothing else. No, sir, a man would never undertake great things, could he be amused with small. I once tried knotting. Dempster's sister undertook to teach me, but I could not learn it. Footnote. In The Spectator, Addison recommends knotting, which was, he says, again in fashion, as an employment for the most idle part of the kingdom. I mean that part of mankind who are known by the name of the women's men, or beaux, etc. In The Universal Passion, Young says of fame, by this inspired, oh, ne'er to be forgot, some lords have learnt to spell, and some to not. Lord Eldon says that at a period when all ladies were employed, when they had nothing better to do, in knotting, Bishop Porteous was asked by the Queen whether she might knot on a Sunday. He answered, "You may not," leaving her Majesty to decide whether, as knot and knot were in sound alike, she was or was not at liberty to do so. End of footnote. Boswell. So, sir, it will be related in pompous narrative, once for his amusement he tried knotting, nor did this Hercules disdain the distaff. Johnson. Knitting of stockings is a good amusement. As a free man of Aberdeen, I should be a knitter of stockings. He asked me to go down with him and dine at Mr. Thrale's at Streatham, to which I agreed. I had lent him an account of Scotland in 1702, written by a man of various enquiry, an English chaplain to a regiment stationed there. Johnson. It is sad stuff, sir, miserably written, as books in general then were. There is now an elegance of style universally diffused. No man now writes so ill as Martin's account of the Hebrides is written. A man could not write so ill if he should try. Set a merchant's clerk now to write, and he'll do better. Footnote. Martin's style is wanting in that cadence which Temple gave to English prose. It would not be judged now so severely as it was a century ago, as the following instance will show. There is but one steel and tinder box in all this commonwealth, the owner whereof fails not upon every occasion of striking fire in the lesser isles, to go thither and exact 3 eggs, or one of the lesser fowls, from each man as a reward for his service. This by them is called the fire penny, and this capitation is very uneasy to them. I bid them try their crystal with their knives, which, when they saw it did strike fire, they were not a little astonished, admiring at the strangeness of the thing, and at the same time accusing their own ignorance, considering the quantity of crystal growing under the rock of their coast. This discovery has delivered them from the fire penny tax, and so they are no longer liable to it. End of footnote. He talked to me with serious concern of a certain female friend's laxity of narration and inattention to truth. I am as much vexed, said he, at the ease with which he hears it mentioned to her, as at the thing itself. I told her, Madam, you are contented to hear every day said to you what the highest of mankind have died for rather than bear. You know, sir, the highest of mankind have died rather than bear to be told they had uttered a falsehood. Do talk to her of it. I am weary. Boswell. Was not Dr. John Campbell a very inaccurate man in his narrative, sir? He once told me that he drank 13 bottles of port at a sitting. Footnote. Lord Macartney observes upon this passage, I have heard him tell many things which, though embellished by their mode of narrative, had their foundation in truth, but I never remember anything approaching to this. If he had written it, I should have supposed some wag had put the figure of 1 before the 3. I am, however, absolutely certain that Dr. Campbell told me of it, and I gave particular attention to it, being myself a lover of wine, and therefore curious to hear whatever is remarkable concerning drinking. There can be no doubt that some men can drink without suffering any injury such a quantity as to others appears incredible. It is but fair to add that Dr. Campbell told me he took a very long time to this great potation, and I have heard Dr. Johnson say, "Sir, if a man drinks very slowly, lets one glass evaporate before he takes another, I know not how long he may drink." Dr. Campbell mentioned a colonel of militia who sat with him all the time and drank equally. Boswell. End of footnote. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 3, by James Boswell, Section 27. Johnson. Why, sir, I do not know that Campbell ever lied with pen and ink, but you could not entirely depend on anything he told you in conversation, if there was fact mixed with it. However, I loved Campbell. He was a solid, orthodox man. He had a reverence for religion. Though defective in practice, he was religious in principle, and he did nothing grossly wrong that I have heard. Boswell. I told him that I had been present the day before, when Mrs. Montague, the literary lady, footnote, in the following September she is thus mentioned by Miss Burney. Mrs. Thrale. Tomorrow, sir, Mrs. Montague dines here, and then you will have talk enough. Dr. Johnson began to see-saw, with a countenance strongly expressive of inward fun, and after enjoying it some time in silence, he suddenly, and with great animation, turned to me and cried, "Down with her, Burney, down with her! Spare her not! Attack her, fight her, and down with her at once! You are a rising wit, and she is at the top. And when I was beginning the world, and was nothing and nobody, the joy of my life was to fire at all the established wits, and then everybody loved to halloo me on." She has, adds Miss Burney, a sensible and penetrating countenance, and the air and manner of a woman accustomed to being distinguished and of great parts. Dr. Johnson, who agrees in this, told us that a Mrs. Harvey of his acquaintance says she can remember Mrs. Montague trying for this same air and manner. End of footnote. Sat to Miss Reynolds for her picture, and that she said she had bound up Mr. Gibbon's history without the last two offensive chapters, but that she thought the book so far good as it gave, in an elegant manner, the substance of the bad writers medievi, which the late Lord Lyttelton advised her to read. Johnson. Sir, she has not read them. She shows none of this impetuosity to me. She does not know Greek, and I fancy knows little Latin. She is willing you should think she knows them, but she does not say she does. Footnote. Dr. A. Carlyle says, she did not take at Edinburgh. Lord Kaimes, who was at first catched with her Parnassian coquetry, said at last that he believed she had as much learning as a well-educated college lad here of 16. In genuine feelings and deeds she was remarkably deficient. We saw her often in the neighbourhood of Newcastle, and in that town, where there was no audience for such an actress as she was, her natural character was displayed, which was that of an active manager of her affairs, a crafty chaperone, and a keen pursuer of her interest, not to be outdone by the sharpest coal dealer on the Tyne. But in this capacity she was not displeasing, for she was not acting a part. End of footnote. Boswell. Mr. Harris, who was present, agreed with her. Johnson. Harris was laughing at her, sir. Harris is a sound, sullen scholar. He does not like interlopers. Harris, however, is a prig, and a bad prig. Footnote. What my friend meant by these words concerning the amiable philosopher of Salisbury, I am at a loss to understand. A friend suggests that Johnson thought his manner as a writer affected, while at the same time the matter did not compensate for that fault. In short, that he meant to make a remark quite different from that which a celebrated gentleman made on a very eminent physician. He is a coxcomb, but a satisfactory coxcomb. Boswell. Malone says that the celebrated gentleman was Gerard Hamilton. See Boswell's Hebrides, where Johnson says that he thought Harris a coxcomb. End of footnote. I looked into his book and thought he did not understand his own system. Boswell. He says plain things in a formal and abstract way, to be sure. But his method is good, for to have clear notions upon any subject, we must have recourse to analytic arrangement. Johnson. Sir, it is what everybody does, whether they will or no. But sometimes things may be made darker by definition. I see a cow, I define her, animal quadrupes ruminans cornutum. But a goat ruminates, and a cow may have no horns. Cow is plainer. Boswell. I think Dr. Franklin's definition of man a good one, a tool-making animal. Johnson. But many a man never made a tool. And suppose a man without arms, he could not make a tool. Talking of drinking wine, he said, I did not leave off wine because I could not bear it. I have drunk 3 bottles of port without being the worse for it. University College has witnessed this. Footnote. On the back of the engraving of Johnson in the common room of University College is inscribed, Samuel Johnson, Doctor of Laws, in hac camera communi frequens conviva, Doctor of Divinity, Gulielmus Scott lupus socius. Gulielmus Scott is better known as Lord Stowell. End of footnote. Boswell. Why then, sir, did you leave it off? Johnson. Why, sir, because it is so much better for a man to be sure that he is never to be intoxicated, never to lose the power over himself. I shall not begin to drink wine again till I grow old and want it. Boswell. I think, sir, you once said to me that not to drink wine was a great deduction from life. Johnson. It is a diminution of pleasure, to be sure, but I do not say a diminution of happiness. There is more happiness in being rational. Boswell. But if we could have pleasure always, should we not be happy? The greatest part of men would compound for pleasure. Johnson. Supposing we could have pleasure always, an intellectual man would not compound for it. The greatest part of men would compound, because the greatest part of men are gross. Boswell. I allow there may be greater pleasure than from wine. I have had more pleasure from your conversation. I have indeed, I assure you I have. Johnson. When we talk of pleasure, we mean sensual pleasure. When a man says he had pleasure with a woman, he does not mean conversation, but something of a very different nature. Philosophers tell you that pleasure is contrary to happiness. Gross men prefer animal pleasure. So there are men who have preferred living among savages. Now, what a wretch must he be who is content with such conversation as can be had among savages? You may remember an officer at Fort Augustus, who had served in America, told us of a woman whom they were obliged to bind in order to get her back from savage life. Boswell. She must have been an animal, a beast. Johnson. Sir, she was a speaking cat. I mentioned to him that I had become very weary in a company where I heard not a single intellectual sentence, except that a man who had been settled 10 years in Minorca was become a much inferior man to what he was in London, because a man's mind grows narrow in a narrow place. Johnson. A man's mind grows narrow in a narrow place, whose mind is enlarged only because he has lived in a large place. But what is got by books and thinking is preserved in a narrow place as well as in a large place. A man cannot know modes of life as well in Minorca as in London, but he may study mathematics as well in Minorca. Boswell. I don't know, sir. If you had remained 10 years in the Isle of Col, you would not have been the man that you are now. Johnson. Yes, sir, if I had been there from 15 to 25, but not if from 25 to 35. Boswell. I own, sir, the spirits which I have in London make me do everything with more readiness and vigour. I can talk twice as much in London as anywhere else. Of Goldsmith he said, he was not an agreeable companion, for he always talked for fame. A man who does so never can be pleasing. The man who talks to unburthen his mind is the man to delight you. An eminent friend of ours is not so agreeable as the variety of his knowledge would otherwise make him, because he talks partly from ostentation. Footnote. Eminent is the epithet Boswell generally applies to Burke, and Burke almost certainly is here meant. Yet Johnson later on said, Burke's talk is the ebullition of his mind. He does not talk from a desire of distinction, but because his mind is full. End of footnote. Soon after our arrival at Thrale's, I heard one of the maids calling eagerly on another to go to Dr. Johnson. I wondered what this could mean. I afterwards learnt that it was to give her a Bible, which he had brought from London as a present to her. He was for a considerable time occupied in reading Memoir de Fontenelle, leaning and swinging upon the low gate into the court without his hat. I looked into Lord Kames's Sketches of the History of Man, and mentioned to Dr. Johnson his censure of Charles V for celebrating his funeral obsequies in his lifetime, which I told him I had been used to think a solemn and affecting act. Footnote. Kames describes it as an act as wild as any that superstition ever suggested to a distempered brain. End of footnote. Johnson. Why, sir, a man may dispose his mind to think so of that act of Charles, but it is so liable to ridicule, that if one man out of 10,000 laughs at it, he'll make the other 9,999 laugh too. I could not agree with him in this. Sir John Pringle had expressed a wish that I would ask Dr. Johnson's opinion what were the best English sermons for style. I took an opportunity today of mentioning several to him. Atterbury? Johnson. Yes, sir, one of the best. Boswell. Tillotson. Johnson. Why, not now. I should not advise a preacher at this day to imitate Tillotson's style, though I don't know. I should be cautious of objecting to what has been applauded by so many suffrages. South is one of the best, if you accept his peculiarities, and his violence and sometimes coarseness of language. Seed has a very fine style, but he is not very theological. Jortin's sermons are very elegant. Sherlock's style, too, is very elegant, though he has not made it his principal study. And you may add Smallridge. All the latter preachers have a good style. Indeed, nobody now talks much of style. Everybody composes pretty well. There are no such unharmonious periods as there were 100 years ago. I should recommend Dr. Clarke's sermons, were he orthodox. Footnote. Queen Caroline, writes Horace Walpole, much wished to make Dr. Clarke a bishop, but he would not subscribe the articles again. I have often heard my father relate that he sat up one night at the palace with the doctor till the pages of the back stairs asked if they would have fresh candles, my father endeavouring to persuade him to subscribe again, as he had for the living of St. James's. Clarke pretended he had then believed them. Well, said Sir Robert, but if you do not now, you ought to resign your living to some man who would subscribe conscientiously. The doctor would neither resign his living nor accept the bishopric. Johnson on his deathbed recommended Clarke's sermons. End of footnote. However, it is very well known where he was not orthodox, which was upon the doctrine of the Trinity, as to which he is a condemned heretic, so one is aware of it. Boswell. I like Ogden's sermons on prayer very much, both for neatness of style and subtlety of reasoning. Johnson. I should like to read all that Ogden has written. Footnote. Boswell took Ogden's sermons with him to the Hebrides, but Johnson showed no great eagerness to read them. End of footnote. Boswell. What I wish to know is, what sermons afford the best specimen of English pulpit eloquence? Johnson. We have no sermons addressed to the passions that are good for anything, if you mean that kind of eloquence. A clergyman, whose name I do not recollect. Were not Dodd's sermons addressed to the passions? Johnson. They were nothing, sir, be they addressed to what they may. At dinner, Mrs. Thrale expressed a wish to go and see Scotland. Johnson. Seeing Scotland, madam, is only seeing a worse England. It is seeing the flower gradually fade away to the naked stalk. Seeing the Hebrides, indeed, is seeing quite a different scene. Our poor friend Mr. Thomas Davies was soon to have a benefit at Drury Lane Theatre, as some relief to his unfortunate circumstances. We were all warmly interested for his success, and had contributed to it. However, we thought there was no harm in having our joke, where he could not be hurt by it. I proposed that he should be brought on to speak a prologue upon the occasion, and I began to mutter fragments of what it might be, as that when now grown old he was obliged to cry, "Poor Tom's a cold;" that he owned he had been driven from the stage by a Churchill, but that this was no disgrace, for a Churchill had beat the French; that he had been satirized as mouthing a sentence as curs mouth a bone, but he was now glad of a bone to pick. "Nay," said Johnson, "I would have him say, Mad Tom is come to see the world again." He and I returned to town in the evening. Upon the road I endeavoured to maintain in argument that a landed gentleman is not under any obligation to reside upon his estate, and that by living in London he does no injury to his country. Johnson: "Why, Sir, he does no injury to his country in general, because the money which he draws from it gets back again in circulation. But to his particular district, his particular parish, he does an injury. All that he has to give away is not given to those who have the first claim to it, and though I have said that the money circulates back, it is a long time before that happens. Then, Sir, a man of family and estate ought to consider himself as having the charge of a district, over which he is to diffuse civility and happiness." Next day I found him at home in the morning. He praised Delany's observations on Swift, said that his book and Lord Orrery's might both be true, though one viewed Swift more and the other less favourably, and that between both we might have a complete notion of Swift. Footnote: the accounts of Swift's reception in Ireland given by Lord Orrery and Dr. Delany are so different, that the credit of the writers, both undoubtedly veracious, cannot be saved but by supposing, what I think is true, that they speak of different times. Lord Orrery says that Swift, on his return to Ireland in 1714, met with frequent indignities from the populace, and indeed was equally abused by persons of all ranks and denominations. Dr. Delany says that Swift, when he came to take possession of his deanery in 1713, was received with very distinguished respect. End of footnote. Talking of a man's resolving to deny himself the use of wine from moral and religious considerations, he said, "He must not doubt about it. When one doubts as to pleasure, we know what will be the conclusion. I now no more think of drinking wine than a horse does. The wine upon the table is no more for me than for the dog that is under the table." Footnote: he could practise abstinence, says Boswell, but not temperance. End of footnote. On Thursday, April the 9th, I dined with him at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, with the Bishop of St. Asaph, Dr. Shipley. Footnote: the dinner was good, and the Bishop is knowing and conversable, wrote Johnson of an earlier dinner at Sir Joshua's, where he had met the same Bishop. End of footnote. Mr. Allan Ramsay, Mr. Gibbon, Mr. Cambridge, and Mr. Langton. Mr. Ramsay had lately returned from Italy, and entertained us with his observations upon Horace's villa, which he had examined with great care. I relished this much, as it brought fresh into my mind what I had viewed with great pleasure 13 years before. The Bishop, Dr. Johnson, and Mr. Cambridge joined with Mr. Ramsay in recollecting the various lines in Horace relating to the subject. Horace's journey to Brundusium being mentioned, Johnson observed that the brook which he describes is to be seen now exactly as at that time, and that he had often wondered how it happened that small brooks such as this kept the same situation for ages, notwithstanding earthquakes by which even mountains have been changed, and agriculture which produces such a variation upon the surface of the earth. Cambridge. A Spanish writer has this thought in a poetical conceit. After observing that most of the solid structures of Rome are totally perished, while the Tiber remains the same, he adds, Ho che era firme, hu solamente lo fugitivo permanec e dura. Footnote. Nay, aught save Tiber hastening to his fall remains of all. A world's inconstancy, that which is firm doth flit and fall away, and that is flitting doth abide and stay. Spenser, The Ruins of Rome. End of footnote. Johnson. So that is taken from Janus Vitalis. Footnote. Gianno Vitale, to give him his Italian name, was a theologian and poet of Palermo. His earliest work was published in 1512, and he died about 1560. End of footnote. Imota labescunt, et quae perpetuo sunt agitata manent. Footnote. Albulo Romani restat nunc nominus index, qui quoque nunc rapidus ferto in equo aquis, disce hinquid possit fortuna, immota labascunt, et quae perpetuo sunt agitata mandent. Gianni Vitalis. Panoramitani di Roma. It is curious that in all the editions of Boswell that I have seen, the error labescunt remains unnoticed. End of footnote. The bishop said it appeared from Horace's writings that he was a cheerful, contented man. Johnson. We have no reason to believe that, my lord. Are we to think Pope was happy because he says so in his writings? We see in his writings what he wished the state of his mind to appear. Dr. Young, who pined for preferment, talks with contempt of it in his writings, and affects to despise everything that he did not despise. Bishop of St. Asaph. He was like other chaplains looking for vacancies, but that is not peculiar to the clergy. I remember when I was with the army after the Battle of Laffeldt, the officers seriously grumbled that no general was killed. Footnote. Dr. Shipley was chaplain to the Duke of Cumberland. Croker. The battle was fought on July 2nd, New Style, 1747. End of footnote. Cambridge. We may believe Horace more when he says, Romae tibur amem ventosus tibere Romam. Footnote. Inconstant as the wind I various rove, at Tibur Rome, at Rome I Tibur love. Francis, Horace Epistles. In the first two editions, Mr. Cambridge's speech ended here. End of footnote. Then, when he boasts of his consistency, me constare mihicis, et decere tristem, condocunque trant in visa negotia Romam. Footnote. More constant to myself, I leave with pain, by hateful business forced, the rural scene. Francis, Horace Epistles. End of footnote. Boswell. How hard it is that man can never be at rest. Ramsay. It is not in his nature to be at rest. When he is at rest, he is in the worst state that he can be in, for he has nothing to agitate him. He is then like the man in the Irish song. There lived a young man in Ballina who wanted a wife for to make him uneasy. Goldsmith being mentioned, Johnson observed that it was long before his merit came to be acknowledged, that he once complained to him in ludicrous terms of distress, "Whenever I write anything, the public make a point to know nothing about it," but that his Traveller brought him into high reputation. Langton: "There is not one bad line in that poem, not one of Dryden's careless verses." Sir Joshua: "I was glad to hear Charles Fox say it was one of the finest poems in the English language." Langton: "Why was you glad? You surely had no doubt of this before." Johnson: "No, the merit of the Traveller is so well established, that Mr. Fox's praise cannot augment it, nor his censure diminish it." Footnote: Fox, it should be remembered, was Johnson's junior by nearly 40 years. End of footnote. Sir Joshua: "But his friends may suspect they had too great a partiality for him." Johnson: "Nay, sir, the partiality of his friends was always against him. It was with difficulty we could give him a hearing. Goldsmith had no settled notions upon any subject, so he talked always at random. It seemed to be his intention to blurt out whatever was in his mind, and see what would become of it. He was angry too when catched in an absurdity, but it did not prevent him from falling into another the next minute. I remember Shamir, after talking with him for some time, said, 'Well, I do believe he wrote this poem himself, and let me tell you, that is believing a great deal.' Shamir once asked him what he meant by slow, the last word in the first line of The Traveller, remote, unfriended, melancholy, slow. Did he mean tardiness of locomotion? Goldsmith, who would say something without consideration, answered yes. I was sitting by and said, 'No, sir, you do not mean tardiness of locomotion. You mean that sluggishness of mind which comes upon a man in solitude.' Footnote: Who can doubt, asks Mr. Forster, that he also meant slowness of motion? The first point of the picture is that the poet is moving slowly, his tardiness of gait measuring the heaviness of heart, the pensive spirit, the melancholy of which it is the outward expression and sign. End of footnote. Shamir believed then that I had written the line as much as if he had seen me write it. Goldsmith, however, was a man who, whatever he wrote, did it better than any other man could do. He deserved a place in Westminster Abbey, and every year he lived would have deserved it better. He had indeed been at no pains to fill his mind with knowledge. He transplanted it from one place to another, and it did not settle in his mind, so he could not tell what was in his own books. We talked of living in the country. Johnson: No wise man will go to live in the country, unless he has something to do which can be better done in the country. For instance, if he is to shut himself up for a year to study a science, it is better to look out to the fields than to an opposite wall. Then, if a man walks out in the country, there is nobody to keep him from walking in again. But if a man walks out in London, he is not sure when he shall walk in again. A great city is, to be sure, the school for studying life, and the proper study of mankind is man, as Pope observes. Boswell: I fancy London is the best place for society, though I have heard that the very first society of Paris is still beyond anything that we have here. Johnson: Sir, I question if in Paris such a company as is sitting round this table could be got together in less than half a year. They talk in France of the felicity of men and women living together. The truth is, that there the men are not higher than the women. They know no more than the women do, and they are not held down in their conversation by the presence of women. Footnote: Gibbon could have illustrated this subject, for not long before he had at Paris been introduced, he said, to the best company of both sexes, to the foreign ministers of all nations, and to the first names and characters of France. He says of an earlier visit, "Alone in a morning visit, I commonly found the artists and authors of Paris less vain and more reasonable than in the circles of their equals with whom they mingle in the houses of the rich." Horace Walpole wrote of the Parisians in 1765, "Their gaiety is not greater than their delicacy, but I will not expatiate." He had just described the grossness of the talk of women of the first rank. "Several of the women are agreeable, and some of the men, but the latter are in general vain and ignorant. The savants, I beg their pardon, the philosophes, are insupportable, superficial, overbearing, and fanatic." End of section 27.